Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Befriended the Mafia Prince? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At times like this, Tsuna really hated Reborn. No normal tutor would leave their students out on a random roof in an unfamiliar city with a set of lockpicks and instruction to leave without attracting heroes' attention. The very heroes that Mizudafu was crawling with. It will be a good practice for your high school, he said. You can use any tools at your disposal, including manipulation, he said. If you take too long to return, I'm eating your dinner, he said. Except Tsuna didn't know how to pick locks, because Bianchi volunteered to teach him, and her method was just melting the whole door with her poisonous cooking. He could try to melt the door, but that would attract attention. So would flying away. He could pretend to be in danger of falling off the building and wait for some hero to get him down, but that would be manipulative. And Reborn would definitely judge him, along with too many people giving him advice. At least he got a break from alarm going off in his head every time a hero was close. Roof next to his had a fence, but it should be close enough for him to jump and climb over. Then he would just walk down its open door. He tempted fate, didn't he? Tsuna scrambled to get out of sight, right as someone landed on the very rooftop he wanted to jump to. Why was this his life? He couldn't hear the conversation well, but it seemed that no one had noticed him. Risking a glimpse, Tsuna watched a skeleton man lift his t-shirt and a teenager flinch away in fear. The boy was about Tsuna's age, wearing standard school uniform. Was whatever he saw scary by normal people's standards, or would it affect even someone like Hibari-san? Skeleton Man kept talking, either not caring that the boy was getting more and more distressed or doing it on purpose. Either way, Tsuna thought that no one should allow that man near children. In the end, Skeleton Man left while the boy looked too depressed to even cry. There were many reasons for why this was a stupid idea. He should wait until the boy left. It's not like he had any right to involve himself into whatever that was. But there was one reason why he was going to do it anyway. He knew that look. After all, Tsuna himself had it for years until Reborn came into his life. He jumped. The railing of the fence was slippery, and Tsuna really should have expected that. His legs couldn't find foothold and his arms didn't like that. All in all, a terrible decision. He couldn't change his grip. Wah? Are you okay? The boy let go of his backpack and rushed to the railing. Tsuna grabbed the offered hand as soon as he could, slowly pulling himself over the fence. I am now. Thanks, you really saved me there. If his huffs were exaggerated, no one would know but him, the boy, and Reborn. Reborn always knew somehow. The boy's hand twitched, like trying to pull away. Was it connected to what Skeleton Man said? Was it about saving? No. It's nothing. You pulled yourself, I didn't. It was nothing. The boy was rambling, his already huge eyes even bigger from whatever he felt. It was almost fun. Abort that thought. Abort that thought. He wasn't reborn to find people's reactions funny. But you did help. Honestly, I thought I would be stuck there forever. He wouldn't be, he had too many eyes on him in general for that, but if it helps the boy feel better. Oh. Is that why you jumped? Why were you stuck? Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Was the boy bullied? Confident people weren't so quick to apologize. Reborn taught him that much. It's nothing really. I was locked out on a rooftop over there. One of my friends is fond of pranks like this, and Reborn did leave him tools to pick the lock. That he didn't check if Tsuna knew how to do that was a different problem. Or he knew and wanted to know what would Tsuna do if he couldn't unlock the door. Reborn was a troll like that. Oh, I see. It's like when one of my classmates singed my notes. Definitely bullied. I really doubt that counts as a prank, and if it did, then as a really cruel one. The boy wilted. It probably wasn't. Today really isn't my day, he started mumbling to himself, griping his backpack even tighter. Did something happen? Please let it be about whatever Skeleton Man said before Tsuna would feel very stupid. It's nothing really. The boy took a deep breath and looked Tsuna in the eye. Only experience with Lumbo helped him not crumble before this pleading look. Do you think I could be a hero? Well, that would explain why he reacted like that to the comment about saving. And of course he's a hero wannabe, since when was Tsuna's life easy? Why wouldn't you be? It's not like he was particularly clumsy, like Tsuna, or afraid of his own shadow, like Tsuna, or was dragged into villain world by force and bloodline, like Tsuna. The boy kept staring at him. He was still as statue and his voice was just a quiet whisper. Even if I don't have a quirk? What? Wait, what? That's what that bullshit was about. Seriously? Why should that even matter? The strongest person I've ever met is quirkless. I thought that being a hero is about having a kind heart and enough skill to help people. He really hoped Reborn wasn't listening in. His ego was big enough already. And Tsuna knew from experience that flattery wouldn't make him use less gunpowder. And then the boy burst into tears. A DMN waterfall from each eye. What did he do wrong? Help. Tsuna had to suppress the desire to ask Reborn what he should do. Izuku was a bit embarrassed by how much he cried. But it was the first time someone ever said that he could be a hero. The first time someone said that he didn't need a quirk. For that alone he would treasure Sawada-kun's words his whole life. He very much doubted that the strongest person Sawada-kun knew could come even close to All Might. But it was still nice to hear that he could be strong. They were still walking together. Because Sawada-kun was nice and wanted to make sure that Izuku would be okay, but also because Sawada-kun was new to the city and Izuku was helping him find the place where he was supposed to meet up with his friends. Including that prankster friend. He hoped that his prankster friend was nothing like Kaken. He was in the middle of pointing out some nice cafes when he heard a familiar explosion. And then noise of the crowd, louder than usual. He glanced at Sawada-kun, because Izuku was used to sound of Kaken's explosions and didn't want to meet him. Not here. Not right now. People were talking about a villain. Nothing new, but the words made him stop in his tracks. Sawada-kun slowed down, looking at him with concern. Why are heroes just standing there? Seems he grabbed a middle schooler. He looked at the commotion. A few heroes were standing among the crowd, verbally playing a game of hot potato between themselves. The hot potato in question was capture of the villain. He looked at the villain. It was the one All Might defeated earlier, the one that took Izuku himself hostage. And now he did it again. It was his fault. Because he distracted All Might. Why aren't you doing anything? A cage to get the hostage out, a hose to stop the fire from explosions, a hand, anything. Aren't you supposed to be heroes? He could distantly hear Sawada-kun ask heroes. Explosions? It couldn't be. The face stuck inside the villain. Izuku looked at Kaken. Idiot, stop. Someone was shouting. Izuku couldn't stop his feet. Why was he doing this? Something dropped on the ground behind him. It was probably notebook that he was showing Sawada-kun earlier. Why was he doing this? He didn't even have anything. No quirk. No gear. Just a backpack. It was something. Villain didn't expect Izuku to throw it at him. Why was he doing this? He tugged with all his strength. Sludge was getting into his arms. But he got at least some of it off Kaken. Why? Why are you here? Kaken was shouting. He obviously couldn't understand. Why was he doing this? Izuku couldn't understand it either. But he knew one thing. You looked like you needed saving. There was water raining on them like from sprinkler. Branches were curling around his ribs, his wrists, around Kaken. And then they were tugged out. The villain didn't let go, stretching and holding onto them, but a huge hand grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled. All Might. It was All Might. He said that he reached his limit earlier. And yet he was here. Detroit Smash. And then Izuku and Kaken were free. All the heroes were busy in the aftermath except All Might, who mysteriously disappeared. Knowing his secret now, Izuku suspected that he changed into his other form to escape media. The rest were gathering pieces of the villain and taking them to police district. Would it count as evidence or as an arrested suspect? Kaken got excited comments about his excellent quirk, even some offers to be their sidekick. He didn't even finish middle school yet. Sawada-kun didn't leave. He watched everything with a frown, and Izuku had no idea why. One of heroes started lecturing Izuku about recklessness when Sawada-kun raised his voice. Sir, I just saw all of you be absolutely useless. I don't think you can tell what the right thing to do is. Then he gestured at Kaken, who immediately scowled, and his excellent quirk only made things harder for himself and the others. Kaken looked like he was going to blow up, but Sawada-kun was already tugging Izuku away. Thank you, Sawada-kun, but you really didn't have to. He already did so much for Izuku. Of course I did. You deserved better. Sawada-kun's smile was so warm. Hey, Deku. Izuku flinched. He thought Kaken would ignore him. Why was he calling out to Izuku? I didn't ask to be saved. I didn't need saving. Got it. I can take care of myself. He was quietly shouting. Izuku tensed up on reflex. But he did save you, didn't he? Izuku whirled around in shock. Sawada-kun was staring Kaken in the eye. Kaken scoffed and didn't argue. He turned around and walked away with hunched shoulders. Izuku stared, feeling a smile bloom on his face. He never felt so happy before. Go forward until big neon sign, you can't miss it, then left. Sawada-kun nodded at instructions and said his goodbyes. Izuku was glad to help, but also felt a little empty now that he was alone. And he belatedly realized that he should have asked Sawada-kun's number or email to contact him somehow. Next time maybe? If they will meet again. I'm here. All Might. Did he follow Izuku? He wanted to laugh at the idea of number one hero following a nobody like him. But then All Might thanked him. He said he was touched by Izuku's actions. And then he said the words Izuku always wanted to hear. The words he wished his mother would say all these years ago. Words Sawada-kun said so easily like it was an obvious fact. You can be a hero. Reborn didn't eat his dinner in the end, so Tsuna supposed that everything ended well. For now. Aren't there other high schools I can go to? You? Really didn't sound like his idea of a good high school experience. It was terrifyingly hero-focused, and quite a few of its general education students were made up of people that were freaking expelled from hero courses. And teachers being heroes don't exactly fill him with confidence. Were they actually qualified to teach? Did they work 2 jobs? What part of it sounded like a good idea to anyone? Sometimes Tsuna really hated how this society was obsessed with heroes. Oh, there are, and some even are up to my standards, but this is the only high school where you entering business course won't attract attention. Reborn simply sipped his coffee like they were discussing weather and not talking about going to a hero school full of heroes to learn business for a villain organization. Although saying that Vongola was mafia and villain organization was like saying that ocean had water, technically true but such an understatement. Can I even pass the exams? You know my grades, I'm not sure I can even pass exams for normal school, much less something like you. And they can just expel students whenever they want. Click of a gun. Oh no. Tsuna wasn't afraid of being shot. But Reborn was getting into his cram school mood. Then we have a year to make sure that you will pass those exams. Math was hell. Gakudera-kun tried to help, but like always, Tsuna could barely understand his explanations. He honestly had no idea if Reborn stole those tests from UA or if he made them himself using his degree in math. Either way, it felt way too hard and his brain was ready to explode by the end of the day. And that was only one of the subjects. He knew why he had to pass those exams and enter the business course. He knew why it was important. It was more than learning how to manage Vongola. It was a goal he kept close to his heart, not letting anyone but Reborn and his guardians ever know about it. It didn't stop him from hating every moment spent preparing for it. Cleaning up that beach was hell. Izuku knew that it wouldn't be easy. One doesn't become number one hero just by wishing, but getting rid of that garbage mountain seemed impossible. Would All Might's plan really work? No. It would work. All Might wrote it himself with Izuku in mind. He just had to keep following the plan. But it wouldn't hurt to do a bit more than what he was supposed to do according to plan, right? Yuemato was plus ultra, after all. Dino dropped for a visit, giving a sympathetic ear. Apparently Reborn once threatened him to take mock exams while surrounded by alligators, but Dino himself wasn't sure how serious that threat was. Tsuna just counted himself lucky that it didn't get that bad so far. Except Reborn made it clear that he expected Tsuna to keep his grades up in high school. His unshakable belief that Tsuna would pass was heartwarming, if probably based on his pride of a tutor. Well, he did help Big Brother pass into the UA general education already. Something about laying down the groundwork for family. Kyoko-chan was calling him every day to make sure he ate well and remembered to do his laundry. He mentioned seeing some extreme running during his last call. Apparently, some student was running with heavy weights while a skeleton man was riding in front of him. Tsuna had an inkling of who that may be and couldn't help but worry. Izuku couldn't keep his breathing right. Mini Fridge was digging into his shoulders. All Might seemed so far ahead. Extremely stop. Weight on his shoulders disappeared. Strong hands held him up. His ears were ringing from the sheer volume. Izuku blinked until he could see the person's face. "Can you stand?" He numbly nodded, staring at the scar on the guy's eyebrow and at the band-aid on his nose. The guy grinned. Izuku never thought that anyone can top All Might's iconic grin, but this person came pretty close. "Midoriya, my boy. Are you all right?" All Might looked so worried. Izuku felt guilty. Midoriya? Like Midoriya Zuko? What? Izuku and All Might stared at the Band-Aid guy, who was scrolling through his phone with a weird frown. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, that's the extreme name. Ah yes. Why did he know Izuku? Who told him? Izuku could feel his thoughts spiral. Great. So you're the guy Sawada was extremely worried about. Sawada-kun? Did this guy know Sawada-kun? Weren't you at the sports festival for first years? Young Sasagawa, right? If I remember, you invited every student into your extreme boxing club. You lost team event despite getting the most points for the team. No one else from the general education managed to get that far. Izuku did recall someone shouting about boxing club on live TV so loudly. It was this guy. Sasagawa Ryohei, extremely nice to meet you. Oh, and Midoriya? Sawada asked to say hi for him. Sasagawa-san was proudly laughing. Would it be weird if Izuku asked him for Sawada-kun's contact info? Nice to meet you, young Sasagawa. I'm Tashinori Yagi, manager of All Might. All Might slightly bowed and put his hand into pocket of the coat, probably preparing for an autograph request. All Might? The guy with extreme punch? Yeah, he's cool. He would be better in boxing though, said Sasagawa-san. Izuku couldn't find words to describe what he felt at that moment. B-boxing? My boy, we're talking about number one hero here. All Might's voice was faint with disbelief. Izuku could relate. Number one? Did he win a hero championship or something? This couldn't be happening. Izuku did not just find the one person who thought that All Might was just some guy. It had to be Dream. Right? He passed out from overworking and was now having a fever dream. That was the only plausible explanation. That's not how heroes work. He couldn't believe it. There's no way Sasagawa-san haven't seen a single hero ranking. HM? Didn't I want to do something? Alright. Midoriya, what did you do to your muscles? That's extremely not extreme of you. His muscles? Izuku could only stare at the suddenly serious face of the boxing fan. You mean overwork? Midoriya, my boy, you were supposed to keep to the plan I outlined for you. And now All Might was frowning at him too. Plan? What kind of plan? Did you include the diet? Izuku was still struggling to find words, but those two were already deep in discussion. Did he really mess up so badly? Was All Might wrong? Did Izuku have no hope of becoming a hero? Was his hard work all for nothing? Was he foolish for thinking he could do it? Was he? Midoriya, my boy. Are you listening? Wait, they were talking to him. Sorry. What were you saying? Young Sasagawa gave me advice on how to adjust the plan and make sure that you don't overwork yourself. I never even considered how effective some of the ways to rest can be. All Might seemed impressed. He was waving his phone around, but Izuku couldn't make out what was written there. Rest is extremely important. You can't push your limits without a good rest. Don't be like Octopus Head. Sasagawa-san was nodding like he said something obvious. Izuku had no idea who he meant by Octopus Head, nor if they really were bad at taking care of themselves. I see. Izuku pretended that he could understand it. He didn't want to doubt All Might, but with only 3 months left, would adjusting the plan make a difference? Haru kept changing her mind on going into the UA support course. No one doubted that she would be able to pass. But would it be the best option? All of them coming from Namamori could attract attention even if one counted every course having 3 classes each. None of them were good at hiding that they knew each other. It would also mean that Haru needed to learn engineering and interact with hero course classes far more often than Reborn wanted them to. Haru herself argued that knowing how hero costumes work would give her skills to help them with their gear. And a fireproof suit that would be comfortable enough in a fight did sound tempting. Attempts to convince Hibari-san to go to UA finally started to work. It only took almost a year. Surprisingly, the argument that convinced him wasn't more strong people to fight. Of course, Kyusuke would follow Hibari-san to help him establish DSPLN committee. Chrome needed to be able to slip away in case of a missed emergency, so Dr. Shamal was mixing truth and fiction to give her a plausible medical excuse to leave at any moment. Unlike Tsuna and Gakudera-kun, she wouldn't join them in the business course. General education seemed more forgiving to people with bad attendance. Plus, that's where Enma-kun would be too. Yamamoto wanted time for the baseball club, and Reborn told him to go into the general education course. With him, Chrome and Enma-kun wouldn't need to worry about any bullies. As everyone expected, Gakudera-kun refused to leave Tsuna's side and aimed for the business course too. Izuku took his words back. Effective rest did a world of difference. He felt stronger, sturdier, smarter. He never realized how foggy his brain was up until now. At this rate, the written exam would be piece of cake. But he wasn't so sure about the practical one. Even with Sasagawa-san teaching him about punches, and Izuku had no idea what Swarmer was, but he wasn't going to argue with obvious boxing enthusiast. Even with All Might coaching him, he had no idea if he could do anything in a fight. There's no way UA Hero Course entrance exam was easy enough for a quirkless, barely trained kid to get in, no matter how physically fit. He was so behind everyone else who was going to take exam, and he had to make up for it. He had to catch up. He had to show All Might that his trust wasn't wasted on Izuku. The part of him was scared of getting one for all. If he had trained for 10 months just to become capable of having it, how hard would it be to use it? He had no idea who to talk to about his worries, except for maybe Sawada-kun, whose contact info he still didn't have. Sasagawa-san was too intimidatingly enthusiastic to interrupt him. And it would be weird to complain to a person he only met once, but who else did he have? His mom would worry and try to talk him out of it. All Might believed in Izuku, he couldn't betray that trust. Kaken was out of question. But Sawada-kun already saw him as his most pathetic and still encouraged him. All Might said to keep one for all secret from everyone, even Mom. But if there were people he wanted to tell about it, that would be Kaken and Sawada-kun. Tsuna was shaking like a leaf. Everything he learned during the year, all that knowledge Reborn metaphorically hammered into him, seemed to disappear. His mind was disturbingly blank as he sat and waited for the test sheet. Why were everyone around him so calm? Some were talking, some were reading, there was even one guy napping. Gakudera-kun winked at him from his seat. Now Tsuna was also worried about the classroom exploding. The door opened and the room fell silent. Man resembling block of cement walked up to the board and wrote down when will exams start and end. Attention! You will now be given your test sheets. Using your quirk, looking at answers of others, taking the sheet with your during bathroom break are considered cheating and are grounds for disqualification. Take your time, check your answers and do your best. Plus ultra. Tsuna stared at his sheet. He wasn't completely lost. He knew at least some of the answers. Did Reborn really steal the tests he used to teach Tsuna? Despite anxiety swirling in his guts, Tsuna answered every question. He had no idea if his answers were okay, but he did. He hoped it was enough. Izuku trained through the new year. He trained through exams to the other schools. He trained through exams to the other courses at UA. He trained all the way up to the day of the Hero Course practical exam. It was worth it. Not the hair-eating part, but the getting strong enough to handle one for all part. He had a quirk now. Granted, he had it for less than a day. And the practical exam already started. And he still had no points to his name. It was fine. Who was he kidding? He was going to fail and disappoint All Might and make his mom sad and let down everyone who ever believed in him. And now there was a 0 points robot. And a girl was stuck and couldn't escape it. And Izuku was about to do something very stupid. You're not All Might, don't put all your strength into one blow. Crowd your opponent, don't let them get a break and just keep hitting them to the extreme. Prepare yourself for the physical repercussions it will have on your body. Sasagawa-san showed him how to make one punch flow into next. All Might told him how to activate the quirk. Now he had to use everything he learned. Smash! Katsuki would be having the time of his life during the exam if not for a stupid old comment running through his head. How can someone be so annoying you can't stop hearing them even a year later? His excellent quirk only made things harder for himself and others. It made him slow. Katsuki was still at the top, he knew it, but the stupid words made him look behind him after every dash. He wasted so much time clearing debris from his explosions just so some extra with reaction time of a dying snail wouldn't get a boo-boo. He hated this. He hated those extras. Losing points left a bad taste in his mouth. Being the reason those extras were in danger would leave an even worse one. He needed to become stronger. Faster too. If he couldn't get those stupid words out of his head, then he had to make it not matter. Had to be so good that even looking after stupid and weak extras wouldn't slow him down. And he still had to get even with Deku, damn it. Nizu was grinning as teachers discussed attendees and exam scores. Hero course only needed a few confirmations once practical exam was over, but other courses could be tricky, especially after he allowed to try for several courses of his school. Can't believe he got the first place with barely any rescue points dash. Nearly broke his arms during his attack and did break his legs. His control is too uneven dash. Can't believe he got the perfect score. I suggest making him representative dash. Sawada's results are pretty average, and he barely has any extra circular achievements and no extra credit for business course. I'd say we dash. Oh, now that was interesting. Time for a little intervention. We accept him, of course. Snipe and Ectoplasm nearly jumped into the air. Catching professional heroes off guard was always funny. Too bad they didn't share his opinion. Sawada? Why? They were working at UA long enough to know that protesting would be futile. Nizu felt his grin stretch wider. His GPA isn't remarkable by itself, but have you looked at reports from his old school? It included grades for all 3 years he spent there. Snipe shuffled through papers until that report was lying on the desk in all its glory. Both teachers stared. Nizu barely suppressed a chuckle. Is that an actual 0? I thought grades that low are impossible. Snipe's quirk was locking onto one thing after another, since the hero couldn't decide what to concentrate on. Without his mask, Snipe's shock was plain on his face. Even taking better grades later into account, he was still failing his first year. While the second year still has sudden dips, by his graduation his grades got high enough to even out his overall grade. So much progress in just 3 years. Astounding! Ectoplasm was comparing exam results between years with the help of his clones. It seemed that Sawada would go into his class. It would be a crime to not encourage such tremendous growth, don't you think? Both heroes nodded. Nizu hopped into the next interesting discussion. No one spared enough attention to notice a small child read their lips through the scope of a green sniper rifle. Himiko walked into the classroom right after Ectoplasm. He may be the hero, but as his manager, Himiko was the one who could teach those kids business and management. They even had to get her a hero license so that UA could keep its "all teachers are pro-heroes" fame. Almost all students stared at the two of them. One student kept napping. Kamuri Kurosuke napped from the moment he came to exam and up until exam itself, but his results were good. Lazy use of shorthands and tendency to sleep were going to be a problem with him. Kamuri, wake up. This is a homeroom, not a sleepover. Ectoplasm made sure that Kamuri was up and attentive with his smoke hair flowing up before writing down his own name. I am Ectoplasm, your homeroom and mathematics teacher. The woman besides me is my manager and fellow hero, Akikawa Himiko. She is going to be your economics teacher and help me with homeroom. Himiko bowed and took lead. Due to your course's speciality, we decided that it would be more beneficial for you to learn from someone in the same field rather than pro-hero. Additionally, if ectoplasm is called away for some emergency, I will be filling in for him. I hope we will get along. Uneven chorus of, nice to meet you, went in waves. Quite a few of students were surprised, and none of them were hostile. But now, there's something else we need to address. First year representative Dash. Which is surely me, boy with blonde slicked hair interrupted her. Fujiwara Akihiko. Apparently being son of accomplished hero managers gave him quite an ego. That was a headache she wasn't looking forward to. No, it isn't. This year there were supposed to be 2 representatives, but Yaoyorozu's homeroom teacher decided to do some test with his class, so she won't be able to attend entrance ceremony. Gakudera, you will have to read the speech alone. Looking at just his silver hair, gaudy accessories and furious scowl, one would never guess that Gakudera Hayato got perfect marks on his exams. Thankfully, he didn't seem to be part of any gang. The hell? Why can't he let her go? Is he mad? Why do I have to do this on my own? And he also had a temper. But Gakudera-kun. A kid from the seat next to his tugged on Gakudera's jacket. And upcoming troublemaker practically melted on the spot. Curious. Since they were from the same school and Sawada's grades went up after Gakudera joined Namamori, there was possibility that Gakudera looked after him. But this interaction suggested the opposite. If Sawada could keep Gakudera from causing trouble, that would help Himiko and Ectoplasm a great deal. Nizu only knows how Eraserhead dealt with a whole class of troublemakers. Probably by exercise like the one he started today. Shoyuta watched his new students try out everything. He was probably going to be scolded later for not letting them go to the entrance ceremony, but Yaoyorozu wasn't the only representative they had. They could deal with it. Right now he was listening. He didn't like what he heard. The threat of expulsion was just to motivate them. He didn't plan to expel anyone originally. But hearing yet another comment about how CC female students looked from Mineta, maybe he should make good on his threat. Little pervert being the worst of the class so far helped. He checked results. Bakugo's result wasn't bad, and he was already brainstorming on how to improve. But Midoriya didn't use his quirk at all. Ball throw? More than 700 meters and most likely a bruising shoulder. Grip strength? He almost crushed the device. Standing long jump? Didn't use quirk at all and landed within the sandbox. There was a pattern there and Shoyuta didn't like what it told him. Why couldn't Midoriya use his quirk on just his legs? Bruising was a problem too, but it didn't stop Midoriya from next tests. Would using his quirk on his legs have worse side effects? Would they break? None of this was as annoying as all freaking might watching them from behind the wall like a stalker. What was up with that? Couldn't he haunt other classes? Or appear at the entrance ceremony for PR? Alright, we're done for now. Here are your results. Mineta, you have a week to show skill and behavior befitting of a hero or I'm expelling you. There are handouts with the circulum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Mineta squeaked in fear. Students from last places started chattering in relief. Students from top places, like Yaoyorozu, started discussing his teaching methods. He could see All Might gripping corner of the building so tightly there were cracks. It would be impressive if it wasn't annoying. Shoyuta turned away. He needed at least 10 hours of uninterrupted sleep. There was a male student running in their direction. For a split second the boy and All Might looked at each with a bafflement Shoyuta could honestly relate to. Then the boy saw Shoyuta and ran faster. Is this class of Yaoyorozu Momo? Wow, the kid was loud. And probably a troublemaker. Me? Yes. This is my class. Even students heard. Yaoyorozu would need to learn some caution to not answer just because someone knew her name. The troublemaker sharply nodded. He glanced between Shoyuta and All Might. But who's homeroom teacher for this class, then? He didn't curse, and yet, homeroom teacher sounded like an insult from his mouth. Shoyuta wanted this to be over. He wanted sleep. That would be me. Name and class? He looked the troublemaker in the eye with his most deadpan expression. Hisashi always said that he had quite a variety to choose from. Gakudera Hayato 1J. So you're the one who didn't let Yayarosa be at entrance ceremony, so that's the second representative? He looked more like a delinquent, even if that silver hair wasn't. Just what didn't like saying the speech? He had no time for whining brats. That's not the DMN point. You could have excused her. I thought heroes were supposed to be about fulfilling obligations? And Class 1B attended the ceremony. You can't say that it was necessary because you teach hero course. It was because Ken was a softie who developed bias towards his class in a matter of hours. The thought of his class not witnessing entrance ceremony would make him weep, no doubt. I can teach however I want. That's UA teaching policy. You're not even in this class. He wanted his sleeping bag. And coffee. And to cuddle a fluffy cat. That policy only applies as long as it doesn't impede students' school life. Your so-called test can be seen as impeding their social development. Classes didn't even officially start. Okay, so maybe Troublemaker knew his school rules. He could feel his class staring at them. He could see All Might very blatantly staring at them. What a headache. Listen dash. Octopus head. There you are. I've been extremely looking for you everywhere. Shut up, Turf Top. I'm in the middle of something. Gakudera shouted back like his something was washing dishes and not picking a fight with a teacher. Oh no. Anything but that problem child. He just wanted to sleep, not go deaf from Sasagawa, no indoor voice, Ryohei. And two headaches knew each other? Was the world conspiring against Shoyuta? Did he do something in his past life to deserve this? Sasagawa came close enough to grab Gakudera. Instead of taking the troublemaker and going away, like Shoyuta hoped, the boxer grinned and waved at his students. Hey Midoriya. You passed. I'm extremely happy for you. Midoriya waved back. Great. He knew one of his students too. Shoyuta squashed the urge to dig a hole and lie there for a week. All Might was still staring and being useless. It was extreme seeing you. Let's meet again. Right now I gotta bring Octopus head back. Gakudera bristled but didn't resist being pulled. The circus was finally over. Shoyuta couldn't get out of this stupid place fast enough. Izuku couldn't believe that he already met Sasagawa-senpai again. Too bad he left so soon. Izuku didn't get a chance to thank him for all the training. His life at UA was shaping up to be great. He already had new friends in Iida-kun and Uraraka-san. He didn't get expelled, didn't break any bones, met Sasagawa-senpai and that scary representative person. The only downside was that Uraraka-san, and probably a few other classmates, thought that Deku was his name. Thanks, Kaken. Midoriya. Midoriya. Sasagawa-senpai? When he said that they should meet again, Izuku didn't expect him to mean the same day. He turned around to see three people walking towards them. The first one was Sasagawa-senpai. The second one was that scary representative, Gakudera, was it? And the third, Sawada-kun. He was here. In UA uniform. The flesh. Izuku thought that he got a little taller. From last time they met, but couldn't be sure. His tie was done so neatly, just like Iida-kun's. Midoriya-kun. You did it. He smiled at Izuku. Sawada-kun rushed to join them, Gakudera at his heels like a shadow with deadly glare. I did it. I'm in hero course. And you? Izuku couldn't stop grinning. Sawada-kun was a student here. All Might was a teacher here. The first people to ever believe in him were both here. Gakudera-kun and I are in business course. We are also waiting for some friends from general education. Sawada-kun tugged at his jacket sleeve. Alright. Izuku forgot that different courses had different stripes. Midoriya-kun, is that your friend? Iida-kun was looking suspiciously at Gakudera-san. Ah, yes. How could he explain how he met Sawada-kun without giving away secret of his quirk? Hello. My name is Sawada Tsunayoshi, Class 1J. Behind me is Gakudera Hayato, same class. He's very smart but tends to be overprotective. And this is Sasagawa Ryohei from 2C. He's captain of the boxing club. My name is Iida Tenya, Class 1A. Nice to meet you. Iida-kun executed a perfect bow. And I'm Uraraka Ochako. Also in 1A. I saw her when I went to talk to that shitty teacher, Gakudera-san leaned toward Sawada-kun and didn't even lower his voice. That's very rude towards Aizawa-sensei. You were rude back then too. Were you trying to pick a fight? Have some respect for the teachers. Ida-kun really was too earnest, already chopping air in protest. I don't have any respect for teachers that think they can do whatever they want. That sheet he pulled with your class? Should be against rules. What else would he do just because he's allowed to? UA is way too forgiving to its teachers. Gakudera-san made a step forward, his hands in his pockets. Both Sawada-kun and Sasagawa-senpai looked at his pockets in worry. Was it a bad sign? You have a point, but surely there's a better way to go about it. Aizawa-sensei did already threaten one of our classmates with expulsion. Would a complaint help? Ida-kun frowned, no longer quite indignant. Gakudera-san snorted and opened his mouth. Oh, guys, let's not stress ourselves before lessons even start. A tall guy with ridiculously average black hair threw his arm across Gakudera-san's shoulders and laughed. A red-haired boy and a girl with eye patch shyly waved from behind. Let go, you baseball freak. If you're free already, send a message or something. Gakudera-san threw a light punch, but baseball freak only laughed louder. We're already here anyway, so why bother? Hey, who are the new people? Was this normal for them? Were those two friends? Was this how their friendship worked? Sawada-kun tiredly sighed and looked at Redhead, who sighed even more tiredly. I thought we would die. They wouldn't stop talking and asking questions, and I think they are going to hate me. Tsuna-kun, how did he manage to make it sound like a torture? There must some kind of talent or... Sawada-kun clapped his shoulder and looked at the eye patch girl. She just silently shook her head. This is our friends from Class 1C, Yamamoto Takashi. He's the one bothering Gakudera-kun. My brother in misery is Kazato Enma, and you can always recognize Dekuro Chrome by eye patch. Kazato-kun just nodded at his description like it was the most natural way to introduce someone. Dekuro-san started staring at the road instead of meeting their eyes. Only Yamamoto-kun kept laughing, oblivious to awkwardness in the air. Sasagawa-senpai finally had enough and separated Gakudera-san and Yamamoto-kun from each other. Did anyone hear from Haru? I thought she would come with you. Another friend? Sawada-kun really was popular, huh? Izuku could understand why. She said that she wanted permission for some project already and that we should go ahead. Who said that? Wait, was that what Dekuro-san sounded like? He expected a rougher voice for some reason. It was probably the eye patch. It seemed to give her cool and bad aura. Sawada-kun nodded, like that was something he suspected and only needed confirmation, and turned to Izuku. You're going to the station, right? Mind if we tag along? He was already nodding before Sawada-kun even finished his request. Honestly, it would be more like Izuku and his two classmates tagging along with Sawada-kun's friends. He never walked with such big group before. It was pretty exciting. His life at UA was going to be awesome. On the way from the station to their shared home, Tsuna jumped when he heard familiar ringtone of a new message. It wasn't the time for a checkup from Kyoko and others yet, and the rest were with him. Reborn would just appear out of nowhere to tell him whatever he wanted to say. That left only. 10th, is that Dash? Gakudera-kun was also looking at Tsuna's phone in suspicion. He didn't want that person anywhere near Tsuna, and it was hard to blame him. Tsuna didn't really want to be in contact with that person either. It probably is, Enma-kun echoed his sigh. At least he didn't have to deal with those messages. Then should you check what he wrote? You know he only starts messaging you more if you don't reply. Yamamoto had a point. What did it say that it hadn't been that long since they were introduced, yet everyone could already tell that much? I know, it's just... He opened the message, resigned to whatever rant it was this time. Shigaraki Tamura. Holy shit, Hero School really think they're salt of the earth. Check out the schedule. How the hell can you fit so many hero subjects in 1 week? And people call me deranged. Tsuna looked at attachment with dread. Shigaraki hating heroes was nothing new, but this schedule? It belonged to Class 1, Midoriya-kun's class. And Shigaraki somehow got his hands on it. His sensei was probably already plotting how to use it for some evil plan. Where did he get that? It's not a public information. And even Reborn-san can't sneak into. Yue unnoticed yet. Does he have a mole? Gakudera-kun was already deep in theories, each scarier than before. Tsuna felt lightheaded. He had to talk to Reborn about this. He had no idea if he could manage to warn Midoriya-kun and not bring suspicion to himself. For all Yue boasted about its teachers being pro-heroes, the lessons weren't that different from those in normal school. Mathematics with Ectoplasm Sensei was a way more interesting and understandable subject than with Nizu Sensei back in Namamori, but Tsuna was pretty sure it was just him still riding the flow from Reborn's cram course. It would fade and then everyone would see that he wasn't actually that smart. Then Ectoplasm Sensei used his cloning quirk to help several students at once, and Tsuna felt that his imposter days would last longer than he anticipated. Or he will give in to the temptation and let Gakudera-kun do his homework for him. Or Reborn would actually make him good at math. Who even knew at this point? It was nice that Ectoplasm Sensei didn't get annoyed whenever any of them didn't understand something. He did seem ticked off at whatever Kamuri-kun wrote, but it wasn't about not understanding the material. He even told Inui-san to slow down when she asked him for the next set of problems to solve. She seemed pretty high-strung for someone who solved all of them so fast. Gakudera-kun was usually relaxed, and Tokihakuri-san was bouncing her leg up and down while waiting for more math. Tsuna didn't get it, but at least she enjoyed herself. Inui-san didn't, and that's what made it confusing. Hitoshi glanced at his new classmates out of the corner of his eye. He didn't trust any of them, middle school has beaten it out of him, and he needed to know who was going to be problem when they learn about his quirk. Probably not Kazato. The guy was so lame it crossed right into depressing. Hitoshi had an urge to pat his back and tell him that things weren't that bad, that's how sad and awkward he was. It should have made him feel better to not be the only one expecting shit from his class, but instead he only felt very awkward. Agoyamato already seemed like a judging type. During class introductions, he pestered students to tell their quirks up until he tried that on Dekuro, and Yamamoto shut him up with a scary smile. He cringed whenever he found someone's quirk not cool enough for him, and Hitoshi was sure that this attitude would win him no favors. He was probably rejected from Hero Course and bitter about it, but he was far from the only one and shouldn't lash out at his classmates. Dekuro could fall either way? Hitoshi had no red on her. At all. Not even what kind of shy she was. She may as well be air for how much presence she had. The only reason anyone in the class even noticed was because of her gaudy eye patch. It felt really out of place on someone like her, and Hitoshi wondered if it meant she had more to her than meets the eye, or if she just had it. Ridiculous taste in eye patches. He prayed that she wouldn't turn out to be a Chuyuni. Yamamoto was cool. In the age of quirks and naming their kids after them, Yamamoto was a ridiculously normal-looking guy with a ridiculously normal name. Literally the only thing of note about him was his love for baseball. He was nice and easygoing, and Hitoshi doubted he could ever be any kind of threat. He didn't plan to stay in this class for long, but until sports festival he needed to keep his head down and not make enemies. Stigma around his quirk was enough of an obstacle as it was. Izuku stared at the menu in awe. Half of the dishes there were actual delicacies that he only heard about on the internet, yet cost about as much as a normal bento. As expected of UA, its chef was also a pro-hero, Lunch Rush. Izuku knew he was vibrating out of excitement, but couldn't stop himself. Uraraka-san chuckled good-heartedly at the sight, but neither she nor Ida-kun reprimanded him. They took some rice and curry, opting for something safe and familiar. Main cafeteria was huge, having more than enough tables for everyone. There was one almost empty table with only one person. For some reason another person stood guard nearby, and didn't let anyone close? Just so one student could eat alone undisturbed? Izuku couldn't get it. But that wasn't the person Izuku was searching for. Midoriya. Wanna join us? There they were. Sasagawa-senpai was waving at them, while Dekuro-san was ducking away to not get hit. There was also a new girl he couldn't recognize, nose deep into the documents, absently trying to eat. He could see lapels of support course on her jacket. Sawada-kun introduced her as Miura Haru, support course first year and a cosplay enthusiast. She seemed to love costumes as strongly as Izuku himself loved heroes, fishing out multiple notebooks when she heard that Uraraka-san was in hero course. He wasn't sure what it was about, But Miura-san promised to make sure that costumes of all girls would be actually good. Uraraka-san didn't seem to understand it either. I mean, our costumes are done by hired designers, right? Surely professionals know what they are doing. She didn't stop working with her chopsticks, and Izuku was kinda scared of her eating speed. The world isn't fair, and being a professional doesn't mean being good. A few girls of your class share one designer, who is infamous for being horrible with female costumes. We were shown final designs during orientation, because Power Loader Sensei wanted us to know what we will be helping with, and Haru can't believe some of these were allowed. For minors to wear them, no less. How was that guy not fired yet? Miura-san was viciously stabbing into her lasagna. Izuku was half sure that she was imagining that designer on the sharp end of her fork. Sawada-kun's group seemed to be eating Italian cuisine, from some weirdly named pasta to lasagna to stuffed rice ball called arancini. Izuku wasn't even sure how to pronounce a few of those dishes. Tamaki mitula? Carne pizza? So you learn how to make gear at the same time we learn what gear we may need. Sounds very efficient. Did you have any specialized lessons yet? Ours don't start until after lunch. Ida-kun was looking at unfinished sketches with curiosity. We had modern hero art history already. Next we will have practice and workshop, so any heroics-related theory starts earlier. Miura-san started making another sketch only to frown when she realized she was drawing on a napkin. We're in general education, so after lunch we just have home economics and health. I hope we will be cooking. Yamamoto-kun stole another arancini from incredulous Gakudera-san. I hope not. I'll just cut all my fingers and everyone will call me loser Enma all over again. Kazato-kun was more picking at his food than actually eating by now. Loser Enma? We have basics of hero management and ethics. Our ethics teacher is Aizawa-sensei, and I'm kinda worried. He won't lower Gakudera-kun's grade just because they argued, will he? Izuku doubted that. Aizawa-sensei was scary and kinda ruthless, but he didn't seem like the type to hold a grudge against student. Can't be worse than Nizu-sensei from middle school. Remember how he tried to get us expelled with his time capsule plan? So glad he was fired. Gakudera-san was smacking his elbow into Yamamoto-kun's side to no effect. You know, Gakudera-kun is right. At least we know that he won't call me no good Tsuna. What? Why would anyone call Sawada-kun that? How could they? He was kind and nice and anything but no good. That's horrible. How could a teacher do that? First Midoriya-kun, but Kazato-kun and Sawada-kun too. Ida-kun gaped in horror. He probably never had to deal with bullies. People could do that so easily when they wanted to. Izuku knew that much from experience. 2. Midoriya-kun, were you also called names? Sawada-kun didn't look in the least surprised. He just patiently waited for the answer. Oh. Kaken calls me Deku to make fun of me. It wasn't something Ida-kun and Uraraka-san didn't know. Sawada-kun already knew about the notebooks. But somehow, when Sawada-kun asked him like that, Izuku felt like this wasn't something minor. Your notebook? It was him, wasn't it? It didn't sound like a question. Izuku could only nod. For some reason, seeing Sawada-kun's expression stay the same made him more alarmed than any look of worry could. Maybe it was time for his relationship with Kaken to change. Sasagawa-senpai abruptly stood up, done with trying and failing to follow conversation. Have you guys decided on clubs? You'll always be welcome in my extreme boxing club. Especially you, Midoriya. I'm gonna play baseball. Yamamoto pretended to swing a bat. Everyone nodded like it was expected. Considering his nickname, it probably was. I was looking for something occult or UFO related, but no luck so far. Gakudera-san didn't seem like the cryptid-loving type, but who was Izuku to judge? Haru will join theater or gymnastics. Our class has a lot of projects ahead, so I don't think I can do both. Theater? Was she going to make even more costumes? Or did she want to be an actress? Hero Corps students aren't allowed to join clubs, so we will have to decline. Ida-kun bowed in apology and gestured for Izuku and Uraraka-san to follow suit. Sasagawa-senpai didn't mind and just told them to visit from time to time. But boxing club doesn't sound bad. Yamamoto is going to have baseball practice, so he won't be able to leave with Enma-kun and Chrome. But if you two join boxing club, Big Brother can walk you to the station. Sawada-kun was musing aloud, but didn't mention joining any club himself. Were they trying to make sure that no one would have a chance to bully Kazato-kun? Gakudera-san stuck to Sawada-kun like a glue, but without Yamamoto-kun, Kazato-kun's only company would be Dekuro-san, who looked like a breeze could knock her over. Sawada-kun was looking after everyone. Like a big warm something. Izuku couldn't find a word that would fit Sawada-kun. Mother hen wasn't big enough, babysitter didn't quite fit, leader wasn't warm enough. It had to be something close but also great and giving a sensation of being hugged. Did a word fitting Sawada-kun even exist? He could ponder it some more after hero basic training. Finally, hero training. That's what Katsuki signed up for. And their teacher was All Might himself. They were doing combat training. Jackpot. He would show everyone his awesome moves. He would win any fight thrown his way. Out of his classmates, the only ones he had to worry about were Icy Guy Extra with his ice and Deku. Sheet, Deku showed a freaking quirk yesterday. He had some kind of enhanced strength now, apparently. Unless he had it from the beginning and was laughing at Katsuki in secret. Nah, that didn't sound like Deku. Except super strength also didn't sound like Deku until yesterday. Except he was nothing but a hero nerd until that shitty day a year ago. Except he was always. Did he even know Deku anymore? Did he know him at all? All Might was smiling at them as they came out in their gear. His hero costume was exactly what he wanted and more. Which was more than he could say about some of his classmates. Infinity Extra was obviously embarrassed by her skin-tight bodysuit. Spiral Ponytail Extra's leotard looked like it would fall apart any moment and didn't have any protection. Color scheme of pink horns made him want to gauge his eyes out. Icy Guy's costume was so generic it felt like an insult. Tailed Extra wasn't much better, but at least it didn't look like normal shirt and pants. And was Grapes Extra wearing a bowl as shorts? Infinity Extra was talking to other girls about some support course nerd extras remaking costumes to be less stupid. Maybe it would be worth it to look at people who actually had eyes. If nothing less, they would get the urge blow up the idiot that made some of the costumes. They were fighting each other in pairs as villains or heroes. Katsuki and Armored Glasses Extra were supposed to guard some fake bomb as villains, while Deku and Infinity Extra played role of heroes. Katsuki didn't want to play a villain. Even if it was play pretend, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. So he decided to ignore the roles and just focus on beating Deku. But the DMN nerd knew his moves. He could predict his attacks. He even punched him a few times back. Wrote them down into that DMN notebook. Katsuki didn't know that. That's why I'm going to UA. But out of all the times, why was this the one time he could do it? He never could before. You looked like you needed saving. Are you okay? He was sick of Deku reaching out his weak, useless hand. It was time he would stop trying to do stuff he could never do. Found him. Kakin. He still called him his old nickname. He still refused to use his quirk. I'm not scared of you anymore. Was he really? He should be. But Deku could be stupid when it came to stuff like that. Katsuki used his half-loaded gauntlet. It blew a hole in the building. It didn't hit Deku. Stupid hit and run tactic. All Might said to not use gauntlet explosions anymore. Deku could predict his moves, but he wasn't fast enough to compare with Katsuki's reflexes. He would just need to not let Deku think. Have you been underestimating me since we were kids? Deku said it was the other way around. Katsuki wanted to say he was wrong. But what did he know? Nothing made sense anymore. Deku countered his explosive punch and threw another one, stronger than anything he saw during quirk test. All windows shattered. Glasses shouted about weapon. I wasn't going to use my quirk, because I can't use it against you and handle the impact. I had to win against you, Katsuki, he wobbled. Deku never called him Katsuki before. Not once. All Might was declaring winners of the fight, but Katsuki couldn't hear him. His ears were ringing. This wasn't the punch weak useless hands could make. Those weren't the words weak useless Deku could say. But he did save you, didn't he? Shut up, stupid voice. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. He knew it already. He knew Deku could do it even before he learnt that they would go to UA together. He knew. Even as far back as that shitty day, he wasn't Deku anymore, was he? Back when they were 4, Bakugo Katsuki had a grand vision. He would be the best hero ever, even cooler than All Might. And Izuku would be his number 2, and they would be on all magazines together, and there would be much fanboying over best hero duo in history. And then Midoriya Izuku turned out to be quirkless. He could never become a hero. He could only be Deku. Just weak, useless Deku. And he was just a little kaken, lashing out at anyone he could. Every time he saw that person who could never be anything but Deku, he saw red. He wasn't old enough to get that it was out of Deku's hands. He just knew that Deku wouldn't be a hero like Kaken wanted, and got angry at him for it. But he wasn't little forever. He kept raging and burning and exploding and lashing out at Deku. His tantrum lasted years, transforming into something uglier and stupider. He became too old to have an excuse. But no one stopped him. Deku still called him Kaken. And like an idiot, he thought it was fine. And now Midoriya Izuku would become a hero, but that childhood vision still wouldn't come true. Because Katsuki himself burned it to ashes. He watched Izuku walk away. Izuku felt exhausted. Recovery Girl managed to mostly heal his broken arm, but not completely. Then, Katsuki was so strong. And here I thought you could handle this quirk. Honestly, what is All Might doing, letting his students injure themselves like that? She was grumbling, mostly in worry rather than anger. Izuku still thought that her later conversation with All Might was going to be scary. No, it's on me. I knew I couldn't use that punch without breaking anything, but nothing else was strong enough even with Sasagawa-senpai's guidance. Was he making excuses? Probably. Sasagawa? The infamous boxing club captain? I heard he once punched a hole in the wall to stop a fight. Energetic but problem child, judging from what other teachers say. Infamous? Other teachers say? It sounded like she never met him despite the fact that he once. Wait, he once what? A hole in the wall? Was he okay? Was he hurt? Well, I didn't heal him that day, so he was okay enough. Honestly, I thought he would be sent to infirmary during the sports festival, but there was no need. Never met him, actually, despite all the trouble he gets himself into. Which is more than what I can say for troublemakers that got caught by our new disciplinary committee. Weird. Maybe he had some kind of regeneration quirk? And Izuku didn't know that they had a disciplinary committee. He was let go with a stern warning and greeted back at the training ground with worried questions and exclamations about his fight with Katsuki. Teams B and I already had their match with Todoroki-kun getting his team effortless victory. Izuku ended up quietly discussing matches with Ida-kun. Katsuki was standing away from everyone else with tense shoulders. Izuku couldn't bring himself to look at his face just yet. His classmates were so cool. The way they used their quirks, their personal skills, all the different strategies, as expected of the Hero Corps students, they were all amazing. At the end of surprisingly proper lesson, All Might said that he would check with Recovery Girl about Izuku's injuries and ran. His time for today was up, huh? When they came back, he barely had time to put his things away into backpack before Katsuki abruptly left. Izuku had an idea what it was about. He had a stupid idea. Katsuki. His once childhood friend flinched. Izuku didn't know how to react to that, so he ignored it for now. Izuku told Katsuki about One for All. He told about it still being a borrowed power. About wanting to surpass Katsuki. Katsuki didn't believe him, accused him of laughing at Katsuki and reminded that Izuku won. And as Izuku finally looked him in the eye, he listened to Katsuki declare his goal. Katsuki was on the verge of tears. Yet there was fire in his eyes. He called Izuku by name rather than by that old nickname. It should have made Izuku feel better. Instead he only felt more confused. They weren't Kaken and Deku anymore. But who were Katsuki and Izuku to each other? He had no idea. Midoriya Izuku. We are choosing class representative. Sawada Tsunayoshi. Stu. It's a war. Td. If hero students wanted the seat because it would give them opportunity to be leaders of the class, then so would business course students whose job would be to manage people. Just how bad was it in business course? In a span of one small homeroom, Izuku became a representative of class 1A. Today was really weird so far. First, all the journalists hounding everyone over leak about All Might teaching at UA. Then Aizawa-sensei was really kind in his critique. He did say that Mineta-kun didn't show anything to make him rethink that expulsion, but Izuku noticed girls subtly relaxing at the news. Was it related to his comments? He kept playing out the days so far in his mind on a loop while stiffly standing with Yaoyorozu. She seemed vexed and determined to do her job. He really hoped she would because Izuku himself felt like crying out of stress. When lunch rolled around, he wanted to join Sawada-kun and others, and ask him if Izuku would make a good representative. Yet when he saw Yamamoto-kun and others, Sawada-kun wasn't there. Yamamoto-kun just gestured at the small crowd in cafeteria with what looked like flags. They all had business course lapels. Izuku decided he didn't want to know. Gakudera-san would never leave Sawada-kun to suffer alone anyway. That didn't explain where was Sasagawa-senpai. Yamamoto-kun just snickered and said he was making sure none of them would be bitten to death. At least Kazato-kun and Dekuro-san seemed to get the joke. Uraraka-san left them to join the table where Miura-san was surrounded by other students and frightening amount of paper. He saw some girls from their class, a few from others he couldn't recognize with hero lapels, fellow support students, a chatty girl in goggles and what was definitely not a school uniform, and Katsuki. The air around them felt like precipice of the revolution. Or at least a coup d'etat. Even with fewer people, it was still lively. Izuku didn't know that Ida-kun's family were all pro-heroes. His big brother was Turbo Hero, Ingenium himself. That was so cool. Yamamoto-kun mentioned knowing how to ride a motorcycle. Enma-kun complained that he once again wasn't allowed to keep a stray cat. Dekuro-san apparently made a new friend in class. It was exactly the mundane lunch with friends Izuku used to dream of. And it was real. "Oh, I got chosen as student representative," he said when asked about his day so far. He didn't want to mention anything about his fight and talk with Katsuki to anyone but Sawada-kun. "Really? That's cool, man. Good Lou Dash." Alarm bell rang through the cafeteria. A robotic voice announced, "There has been a level 3 security breach." Yamamoto-kun and Dekuro-san tensed and turned to look in Sawada-kun direction. It was kinda scary how in sync they were. Enma-kun whimpered and slid under the table. "All students please evacuate outdoors promptly." Izuku noticed Gakudera-san running towards windows and Sawada-kun nodding at Yamamoto-kun and Dekuro-san. Miura-san was shoving all the papers into her bag, Katsuki helping her fit everything in. He heard someone say that security breach like that never happened before. And that's when pandemonium began. Tenya couldn't see beyond the students pressing from every side. He wasn't small or weak, and yet he was so easily swept away from Midoriya-kin and Uraraka-kun by the flood of the students. The air smelt of rain. People around him got slower, quieter. There were still panicked screams, but further away than before. Out of the corner of his eye, Tenya saw Yamamoto-kun holding his hand up, standing still despite the push of the crowd. Blue shimmer seemed to spread from him in waves, and with each wave the students looked less scared. A calming quirk? "Everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time to ish." Someone with a loudspeaker quirk tried to address the crowd, but had no luck. Something vague and roundabout wouldn't work. It would only agitate students further. He got separated from Yamamoto-kun too and felt window glass press into his cheek. Without his glasses on their proper place, his vision was blurry, but he could make out Aizawa-sensei and Present Mix's unique hairdo. And the crowd of what appeared to be reporters in front of them. The breach was media getting into UA and not a villain attack? Just a bunch of stubborn journalists? All that panic over nothing. Someone far behind him was trying to tell everyone that the only intruders here were reporters, but they couldn't get enough attention for their words to have effect. He saw Kirishima-kun and Kaminari-kun fail to slow people down. Truly, a relentless flood of people. And then he heard Uraraka-kun yelp. He saw a space above the emergency exit sign. What would Midoriya-kun do? What would his brother do? What would make him succeed where other brave and smart people couldn't? He asked Uraraka-kun to use her quirk and used his engines to slam into the wall above the exit. "Everyone, everything is fine. It's just the media." His legs shook from effort of trying to not fall. If even that wouldn't be enough. How do you know? What if it's not? Oh no. The silence of confounded students was about to go back to panicked noise. You can see them through the window, idiot. That was Gakudera-kun's voice. From his awkward position, Tenya could see him pushing students to walk back to Sawada-kun and a few other business students from the group with flags. It looked like they came to a truce for the emergency. Murmurs of confirmation spread into the crowd. Thank you, Gakudera-kun. A girl with her white hair in a bun near Sawada-kun raised her hand. We need second and third years and help guide first years through emergency exits. Go in small groups and wait until previous group has passed. No need to rush, we know there's no danger. Sawada-kun talked to another student, who ran to wake up a sleeping classmate. He stared at student with black smoke hair yawning like nothing happened. Someone slept through the alarm? Just the thought nearly gave Tenya a heart attack. Sawada-kun talked to a few more classmates and ran up to the table where Tenya ate with everyone. He was coaxing Kazato-kun out. Other students were gathering people who also hid under the tables, were pushed back into cafeteria and just plain froze up. Yamamoto-kun lifted a girl into his arm. Tenya had a bad feeling that she fell during the crowd rush and may have injured something. He couldn't see Dekuro-san anywhere. He hoped she was okay. Now that the worst was over, he could stop gripping the pipe he used to keep himself in place and jump down. His legs didn't listen to him. Embarrassed over so many students seeing him, Tenya fell. Ida-kun. Ah, so that's where Midoriya-kun was. Tenya huffed and smiled. He wondered if Midoriya-kun found his plan cool. While people were no longer pushing and no one got any injuries, a few students fainted from lack of oxygen. Once they left the building, dozens of students were breathing heavily, including Midoriya-kun. Tenya felt like they dodged a bullet back there. Police sirens blared in the distance. Took them long enough. Himiko looked at her students with relief that no one ended up in infirmary. She hoped that evacuation crowd rush, as someone had already dubbed it, wouldn't haunt them for long. Ectoplasm was busy patrolling and couldn't run homeroom. She was pretty sure today would give him as many nightmares as it would give her. Kamuri in particular almost gave her a heart attack. Sleeping through alarm. And not following evacuation. He said that the war between Fujiwara and Sumireiji got too tense for him, so he took a nap. That habit of sleeping off stress could have killed him if it was a villain attack, and not just a bunch of reporters getting in. She needed to send him to Hound Dog for his stress coping mechanism. And the war for position of class representative was getting ridiculous. As glad as she was that they kept cool heads during that disaster of evacuation, Fujiwara and Sumireiji still trying to score points with their classmates by how they calmed people down during that mess was going too far. Judging from what Minamoto mentioned to her when complaining about the war, the only ones not swept up in this stupid conflict of egos into choosing a side were Sawada and Gakudera. Gakudera because he was apparently trying to promote his friend, and Sawada because he was the only one to try to de-escalate. I know everyone just got out of awful situation, but I wanted to remind you that we still need to choose class representative. I'm going to give you slips of paper to write your vote on and collect them after 10 minutes. Choose carefully, think of the person who you think will be best of the whole class, because this person will be your representative until the end of the year at minimum. Okay? Well, it's obvious I'm the winner. Sumireiji only managed to get crowd under control after some weirdo crashed into a wall. And she had her authority to cheat. Fujiwara didn't get the hint and was still hostile. It was wrong of her as teacher to think that, but Himiko wanted him to lose and lose badly. Really? At least I guided people at all. All you did was tell Iwatsuka-kun to use loudspeaker to calm people for you and did nothing when he failed. Sumireiji touched her hair bun, as if to check that it was still perfect. To us. Was it that hard to not add fuel to the fire? Maybe we should just wait and vote? Bless Sawada for trying. Nizu knows Himiko would have just banged their heads together if she had to deal with this for the whole day. Kamuri made another scribble on his note. She looked at it when giving him his slip. The note was full of numbers for every classmate. Tallying points? Was this how he was going to decide who to vote for? She memorized the classmate he gave biggest number to and kept going. She would check if her theory was right in 10 minutes. And you can't vote for yourself. Himiko took some amusement at the face Fujiwara and Sumireiji made after announcement. For 10 full minutes blessed silence reigned. No ego clashes, no journalists asking stupid questions, no class clowns trying to become infamous. Just sounds of thinking and pen scratches. Finally, everyone laid their pens and sat up. She made sure to not let anyone see what was written on slips while gathering them. Part of the appeal of voting was anonymity, after all. And she didn't trust those two to not cause trouble. She counted votes carefully, smiling at the name in Komuri's handwriting. Looks like she was right after all. By results of the vote, the class representative is Sawada Tsunayoshi. The boy jumped in surprise. Gakudera loudly cheered and a few of the students followed after him. She noticed Inui breathe out in relief. For someone so obsessed with academic progress, possibility of representative that would antagonize others and disrupt education process was probably nerve-wracking. Why me? Yeah, why him? Sawada looked around with big eyes, then squeaked when Fujiwara loudly protested. Accept defeat with grace, fool. There's a reason you lost 1 vote to the 3rd place. Because he kept the whole class from blowing up while you and Sumireiji just kept adding gunpowder. Oh, and I asked guys about lunch incident. He reacted before everyone else, sent Gakudera to know what is actually going on and helped people who didn't leave cafeteria yet. Meanwhile, you just told Ayadasu to calm people one time and then gave up. When eyes turned out him, Komuri just shrugged. I kept tally. So, Sawada showed that he puts well-being of the class above his ego and his competency in emergencies. Not bad. Himiko felt the need to agree with Komuri before Fujiwara dismissed him. Now, onto deputy class representative. Second biggest number of votes belongs to Sumireiji, so she gets the position. Don't let it get to your head. Sumireiji clenched her fists and nodded. Apparently she helped organize evacuation once the panic subdued. That's what most likely got her votes. She still didn't understand how did Gakudera get enough votes for the 3rd place. The guy would have just given up position to Sawada. Was it his so-called bad boy appeal? Sawada was the only boy to vote for him. Midoriya-kun resigned. And since Yaoyorozu-kun was now class representative, they needed new deputy. And somehow Tenya got the most votes. Kirishima-kun said that he was cool back at the evacuation crowd rush. Was that the reason? Either way, Tenya was honored. Aizawa-sensei decided to let them go with other courses after the evacuation crowd rush. And then they spent the rest of the lessons learning about crowd collapses and crushes, about possible injuries and causalities, and about crowd control methods to prevent that. If Tenya wasn't going to have nightmares about being stampeded and suffocating in that hall before, he certainly did after those lectures. Hagakure being in the infirmary because of the crowd collapse didn't help. It was also probably the reason they only had a lecture today. At least it was nothing serious, and she would be all right by tomorrow. At the end of the lessons, Aizawa-sensei sent Yaoyorozu-kun and him to the student council to let them know representatives of Class 1A. He wasn't quite familiar with Yaoyorozu-kun and wasn't sure how they would split up the workload. They were in the middle of deciding who directs the students during school trips when someone called out Tenya's name. Sawada-kun. Why was he here? And with the white-haired girl from before. Did that mean that he was also? Ida-kun. And you must be Yaoyorozu-san. Sawada Tsunayoshi, Class 1J, nice to meet you. Tenya could tell the moment Yaoyorozu-kun warmed up to Sawada-kun. It was a bit funny. And I'm Sumireiji Mikoto, same class. From today onward, Sawada-kun is class rep of Class 1J, with me as deputy class rep. She politely bowed. They had no choice but to bow in return. Yaoyorozu Momo, class rep of Class 1A, and this is Ida Tenya, our deputy class rep. Nice to meet you. Yaoyorozu-kun introduced both of them while Tenya was busy gaping at Sawada-kun. Midoriya-kun and Yamamoto-kun. Both mentioned that 1J had very tense election campaign that they even called a war. And Sawada-kun won? That was really impressive. Tenya looked forward to working with such an amazing person. Tsuna tried to not look at the destroyed UA barrier. He had a pretty good idea about possible culprit. Even too good. Sawada Tsunayoshi. I didn't know you were in the area, underscorch. Shigaraki Tamura. Just a detour. Did you get ambushed by mass media or SMH? Sawada Tsunayoshi. Or something. Got caught up in the evacuation crowd rush disaster. Shigaraki Tamura. F in the chat. Shigaraki Tamura. By the way, I've got a full raid party now. Ready for the boss fight. Sawada Tsunayoshi. Make sure you all won't just kill each other before that. And when you come back, I get the right to say, I told you so, and Shigaraki Tamura. Sure. But you won't get the chance. Tsuna couldn't wait to rub it in his face. Oh no. Reborn was rubbing off on him. Speaking of Reborn, the tiny hitman looked smug at the news about class representatives. Something about it being a good practice. Something about making a deal with Xanxus to handle a Varia squad as a test later. Like Tsuna wasn't in enough danger of being shot. Hibari-san was on the phone with Kyoko-chan, listening to her updates on Namimori and giving advice. His advice mostly amounted to bite them to death and do this kind of paperwork, but it still meant that he trusted her to do a good job. Big Brother was demanding to give the phone to him, so Hibari-san lazily swiped at him with a tonfa. One could say that it was a Hibari equivalent of flicking someone's forehead. Haru was still out with Better Costume Squad. Tsuna was a bit wary about Bakugo Katsuki joining them, considering his history with Midoriya-kun. But his fellow hero students Yayarozu-san, Uraraka-san and Kendo-san were also there and would be able to stop him if things escalated. Besides, Tsuna trusted Haru to know her limits and be able to handle things by herself. Worst come to worst, she brought that huge suit of armor with her in case of a fight. Gakudera-kun, Yamamoto and Tsuna himself were looking through the documents Chrome copied from one of the computers in the teacher's lounge. During evacuation disaster, she slipped away to investigate the school and look for anything suspicious. Principal's office was too heavily guarded to sneak into on such short notice, but she had no problem with teacher's lounge. He would need to thank Spanner and the rest for the flash drive that could copy stuff unnoticed. One detail Chrome noticed during her investigation confirmed his suspicions. Someone broke into the teacher's lounge before her. Shigaraki, or most likely his sensei, really did have a spy in UA. We're doing rescue training with All Might, me and one other person. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Katsuki grinned and looked at Ponytail and Froggy. Here it was, the moment of truth. Idiot. Extras gaped at updated costumes. Pervert Extra looked like his dreams were crushed, which he definitely deserved. Katsuki was especially proud of color schemes, since he helped choose them. Let it not be said he learnt nothing from old hag. Ponytail now had actual protection and hidden slots and pockets for her quirk. Infinity's bodysuit was looser and had padding to help if she fell. Tail had a few armor pieces that made him look like a guy from martial arts fantasy. The only exceptions were Izuku, whose costume was sent to designers directly and they couldn't reach, and Icy Guy, who said his costume looked fine as it was. Katsuki honestly thought that Miura would strangle him. He knew he would. This time training ground was outside the campus, so they had to take the bus. Glasses tried to order them around on how to sit, but joke's on him, it wasn't that type of bus. Everyone were chatting with smiles on their face. Katsuki felt his stomach churn. His quirk was destructive. He was destructive. He remembered his entrance exam. He remembered everyone whispering after his fight with Izuku during combat training. He knew that they thought him wild and angry. They weren't exactly wrong. Did 13 call the whole thing USJ as a joke? But it really was impressive. Katsuki was kinda excited to learn about rescue now. All Might was late. 13 showed Aizawa-sensei 3 fingers when whispering between themselves, and Katsuki wondered what that meant. It looked like All Might wouldn't make it to this training. A part of Katsuki was disappointed, while another part was relieved that All Might wouldn't judge him. Please don't forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. His excellent quirk only made things harder for himself and others. The destruction from his gauntlet, even half-loaded. Katsuki could never forget. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. Yes, that was what he needed right now. How could he become the strongest, if he couldn't save a single person. He looked Izuku, sparking with excitement, and reminded himself how far behind he was. That's when a black blotch appeared on a square before them. It grew and grew, 2 lines of light shining through like eyes. And then people started stepping out. Aizawa-sensei put on his goggles. No. Katsuki had sludge covering his mouth and nose, not letting him take a breath, unable to move and get out of slimy binds all over him. None of his explosions did anything, he was gonna suffocate. Those are villains. Uneasy voices of his classmates sounded just like the crowd with heroes back then. Katsuki was 14 and trapped in sludge all over again. Happy Clappy Clam Clan. Hibari 2.0. Everything is nice and quiet at school. What about you? Any luck with finding the mole? Yuri's scratching post. We managed to narrow it down to 1 class of students. But still, a lot of people. Designer Overlord. Haru can look after the ones in my costume squad. We already decided to hang out during the weekend. Die for roll. I can bite to death a few more until they talk. Extreme Box Kangaroo. Hibari no. We're supposed to keep extremely low profile. Sparkles. Big brother, please turn off caps. Batter and pitcher. I think I can talk to a few more, no biting to death needed. Rebecca, don't forget to talk to class reps. Fish out as much info as you can, Tsuna. Earth Emperor. Wait, who's Rebecca? I don't recognize the profile pic. I don't roar. I'm not interrogating Class A representatives. And why did you change your name to Rebecca? Confused face. Rebecca. Catfishing, Omega. I don't roar. Reborn and O. Rebecca. Reborn yes. Designer Overlord. Hi? I tried asking everyone from Class A how they like the costumes, but they didn't answer in the chat. And trying to DM only got me this. Yuri's scratching post. They should have gotten messages even if they left their phones. Are they out of service area? Designer Overlord. They shouldn't be. UA keeps service everywhere in their facilities. I don't roar. Guys? I think I have an idea. Screenshot Shigaraki.jpg. Rebecca. Starting the boss fight, wish me luck? It appears he decided to act on his vow to kill AM. Straight face. I don't roar. GDI Shigaraki. Next time they met, Tsuna was going to ask Kurojiri-san to put a leash on Shigaraki. It probably wouldn't happen. The misty babysitter had too much of a soft spot for his charge, but it would make Tsuna feel better. To be honest, Tsuna was mildly scared for Midoriya-kin and his class. Who knew how long it would take teachers to notice and send help? Would All Might be there to face off against that Nomu Shigaraki mentioned? Would Class A be able to hold on long enough for Hibari-san to arrive and bite everyone to death? He didn't doubt Hibari-san himself. That man would sooner die than let someone wreak havoc on his territory unpunished. And he did already claim UA as his territory. Disciplinary committee was proof enough. Tsuna himself couldn't escape from classes without destroying his hopes for normal student life. Maybe he could send Chrome to that USJ place? That's where they were supposed to have their lesson today, right? I don't roar. Chrome, can you sneak out and check where Class A is supposed to be? I think it was USJ. Pineapple 2. Panabus. Midoriya-kun, please, be okay. Haru Costume Squad. Haru the Great. DMs don't work either. Machen, what's on your end? Baby's inventions. Same thing. Training grounds are supposed to still have service, IIRC. More than a handful. That's SUS. Should I bring it up with teachers? I think they'll forgive messaging for this. Haru the Great. Please do. I'm getting worried. Sensei, something is going on with Class 1A. I can't reach them. Kendo, you're not supposed to text during lessons. And neither are they. Just wait until the lesson is over. But my messages don't even send. You said that service works everywhere, UA, so why can't I reach them? You said messages won't send? Wait here, I'll be back soon. More than a handful. Done. Haru the Great. Thanks. I hope it's nothing but more than a handful. Better be safe than sorry. The teacher did not, in fact, come back soon. Tashinori listened to Principal's long-winded lecture when Cementos nearly took the door off its hinges. Principal! And All Might is here too? Kendo from 1B informed me that she couldn't contact anyone from 1. Messages couldn't reach through. Can any of you try? Tashinori's mouth went dry. His old injuries ached. I have tried to call Aizawa-sensei and 13, but my call also didn't reach them at all. This was bad. Something was wrong. Principal frowned and went to check cameras around USJ. USJ security sensors aren't working. Neither are cameras. Communications aren't working either. Tashinori felt shiver of fear crawl over his spine. UA had safety measures against various accidents and spare generators, so that couldn't be the reason for USJ not responding. It could only be on purpose. It's safe to assume that USJ is either hacked or under attack. Call every teacher you can. This is urgent. Cementos nodded and got to work. Meanwhile, Tashinori was left feeling useless and stupid. If only he didn't waste precious time and came here sooner. His 10 minutes wouldn't be enough to get to USJ and deal with unknown threat. The only thing he could do was wait and ask to be taken along. He was truly, and young Midoriya was in danger, yet Tashinori couldn't help him. He could only pray, like a useless, damaged skeleton he was. He looked at the feed of the working cameras. Wait, is that a student? What are they doing here? Why aren't they at lessons? Are they moving towards USJ? He couldn't remember any class or club having red armband over the school uniform. HM? Ah, that's our newest transfer, Hibari Kyoya from Class 2C. He started a disciplinary committee and got permission to patrol for any disturbances with teachers' consent as long as he keeps up with his studies. Tashinori has so many questions he had no idea where to start. Disciplinary committee? Patrol? Why would someone transfer into hero school and not go into hero course? He decided to put his questions on the back burner as teachers started coming into the lounge in various states of alarm. While actual villain attack never came up, Tenya and Yaoyorozu-kun did discuss what do in case of emergency. If separated, main goal would be to keep fellow students safe and reunite. Taking into account their quirks and specializations, the overall plan was for Tenya to run and find classmates and get help, while Yaoyorozu-kun would organize the students and keep them safe. This wasn't how he thought they would try out that plan. But with Aizawa-sensei busy and buying them time, all communications cut off and that black fog villain being able to teleport, he had to trust that Yaoyorozu-kun would fulfill her part of the plan and do his part. Villains appeared to be everywhere and he couldn't find his classmates without being noticed by black fog and most likely being teleported. Which meant that he had to leave USJ, leave the area where communications were blocked, and find help. Easier said than done. Uraraka-kun and the rest were covering his back. 13-sensei was making sure that black fog wouldn't reach Tenya. It should work. It had to work. Tenya ran. Are you kidding? Those are villains. Real actual villains. And you want to fight them? Mineta-kun was screeching so loudly. Izuku was scared that villains will hear them. They kept their distance so far, but who knew for how long that will hold? When will they get tired of waiting and attack? They had to make their move now, while they had an element of surprise. Azui-san was good in the water, but she would be alone against several villains. One for all was only good in close combat and he still broke legs while using it. He could punch them all he wanted, but that wouldn't make difference unless he could close or increase distance at will. If Azui-san would use her tongue or Mineta-kun his ball to help Izuku with mobility, they would have a chance. He wished that Mineta-kun was right to wait for the teachers, but knew that they didn't have that luxury. If they didn't act now, there would be no one left for teachers to help. Their main advantage was the weird fact that villains were informed about zones of USJ and their schedule, but not about quirks of students. Then Mineta-kun almost lost it by throwing his ball at villains. He was panicking too hard to keep his head in the game. And trying to calm him down didn't work. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? I could have at least touched Yao Dash. You know that this kind of attitude is exactly why you're about to be expelled? Azui-san's question shocked Mineta-kun enough to stop ranting. He just froze and stared at her. You harass your classmates, you always take easy path, you cower when there's danger. That's not what heroes do. You have only 4 days to prove that you have what it takes to be a hero, and you're squandering it by being a coward and pervert. We're all scared here. You're just the only one to do nothing about it. Azui-sen really spoke what was on her mind without hesitation. Izuku thought that she was harsh, but she didn't lie. Being a target of Mineta-kun's comments, she was probably even more uncomfortable with them than Izuku, who only heard it from the side. Mineta-kun was trembling. If he broke down right here, they would be doomed. All 3 of them would die. Izuku had to snap him out of it, somehow inspire him. What could he say? Mineta-kun. You know, someone told me that being a hero is about having a kind heart and enough skill to help people. We all came to UA to get enough skill. But if you're here, then you should have a kind heart too. This, here and now, is your chance to be a hero. He hoped that Sawad-kun's words would work. If Mineta-kun would get only more scared. I do want to be a hero, but I don't want to die. Midoriya, please tell me you have a plan. Mineta-kun still had tears in his eyes, but he stopped trembling and stood straighter. Like he found his ground. When the enemy becomes certain of their victory, that will be our chance. That's the only way to win. He told them what they needed to do. He would act like Katsuki and draw attention. He needed to make one for all flow through him without breaking his arms while keeping enough power for the punch. Die! Shouting it was kinda cathartic. He could get why Katsuki did that. 1 punch, 2 punches, until the energy flows on its own like worn-down path, and then Delaware smash. Water exploded in all directions. He couldn't stop his fall. And that's where Azui-sen came in. Her tongue caught Izuku, and her jump carried all 3 of them far enough from the point of upcoming whirlpool. Next, Mineta-kun. He was throwing his ball with such abandon that Izuku worried he would start bleeding. Unable to unglue themselves, villains got stuck together and couldn't leave the whirlpool. Izuku, Azui-san and Mineta-kun won their first real fight. Momo didn't know that fighting and creating at the same time would be so exhausting. She would need to work on her stamina. She gave a weapon to Jiru-san and got a staff for herself, but left Kaminari-san to rely on himself. She needed the energy for something that would turn the tide of this fight. Kaminari-san couldn't use his quirk in full without hitting them, so she had to ensure their protection first and foremost. An insulation costume? No, that would take too much effort. An insulation sheet? Yes, that could work. Thankfully, despite the arguing, neither Jiru-san nor Kaminari-san were taken down before she was ready. Mentally thanking Miura-san for cleverly covered slit on the back, Momo created the sheet big enough to cover 2 people. And then Kaminari-san could go wild. Now, with their enemies down, she could focus on the backup plan she discussed with Ida-san. 2 students here, 17 more to find. Before leaving, she asked Jiru-san to listen closely and make sure they wouldn't be ambushed. Kendo-san was right, villains really do play dirty. She was glad that Jiru-san's sonic attack was enough to beat that electric villain, but now she had to take into account their vulnerability. Or, to be more precise, Kaminari-san being in not state to do anything but show thumbs up. The closest zone to them was the one on fire. None of them had a fire weakness, but Kaminari-san being temporarily unintelligent could slow them down. She let Jiru-san go ahead and attack, while Momo herself looked after Kaminari-san. Unfortunately, they were still sneaked up on. One of villains got a hit in, separating her and Kaminari-san. Fortunately, that's when they found another one of their classmates. Ojiro-san announced himself by knocking that villain out. What a relief! It seemed that their armor measurements were a perfect fit. 3 down, 16 to find. Now that she didn't need to watching everyone's backs, Momo could focus on making more elaborate plans and figuring out potential weaknesses of their attackers. She trusted Ida-san to do his part and go for help, which meant both that they needed to hold on long enough and that they should be able to provide teacher with as much information on enemy as possible. Landslide area glittered with ice. It seemed that Todoroki-san wasn't defeated so far. They moved closer to the central square, ready to assist teachers or move into any direction. It seemed that Aoyama-san and Hagakure-san had the same idea. Not quite 6 down, 13 to find. She hoped that everyone were okay. Katsuki was glad that he got stuck with Rock Guy. He didn't know how to really stop collateral damage from his explosions yet, so anyone less tough would have been a liability. Katsuki would have needed to hover over them instead of getting rid of the threat. He had hard enough time blinking away sensation of sludge. All these so-called villains were so weak it was laughable. If the rest of them were the same, then he didn't need to worry about his classmates. Hey, Bakugo? Rock Guy followed him like an overgrown puppy. If puppies had a mean hook and styled their hair in spikes. Katsuki grunted to show that he was listening. What's up with you and Midoriya? Back at the quirk test you called him Deku, but after our lesson with All Might switched to Izuku. Everyone noticed. Why? It was too much to hope that no one would pay attention, huh? He kinda wanted for time to pass and everyone forget that he ever called Izuku that nickname. At least then he could pretend that he wasn't a complete a-hole to his childhood friend. Were they friends? Could you be friends with someone who stomped on your dream? Katsuki thought not. But Izuku thought yes. He was weird like that. It's complicated. Before UA, I called him Deku to make fun of him. Treated him like shit actually. And I only realized that, like, this week. Didn't want to slide back into old habits, and he kinda isn't Deku at all anymore, so. Izuku it is? It wasn't that complicated actually. It's just that Katsuki hated the thought of being a villain of Izuku's story. He wanted to turn the other way and pretend that it wasn't that bad. And Izuku himself didn't help. Katsuki was sure that the idiot would have still thought of them as actual friends if someone didn't sit him down and say that this wasn't what friendship looked like. Rocky was quiet. You know, I always hated bullies. Got into fights because of that. I also thought that you're a pretty manly dude. So I'm glad that you're getting better. Not even a single punch? Katsuki could take punches better than mushy words. No one in his family was good at feelings. DCher fine. I'm gonna go and beat that warp gate. He's the enemy's way in and put. I'm gonna cut off their getaway route for when the time comes. He told Rocky his plan. What he would do after that wasn't Katsuki's concern. He had to take a breath to stave off sludge. It was harder when no one talked to him. But Rock Guy decided to follow Katsuki for some reason, and though the Bakugo family SEGD at feelings, he did manage to mutter thanks. He couldn't tell that it was more than thanks for more manpower, though. If he ever mentioned it in the group chat, Goggle Girl would never let it go. That's why he would never mention it to anyone. Shoyuta was starting to slow down. He really wasn't made for long fights against crowds. The best option would be to defeat the leader of the group, and soon. He jumped towards the guy with hands all over his body. 20 seconds. You really are cool, Eraserhead. The big bad was a fan? Flattering. But standing still and letting Shoyuta do his job would have been a better compliment. The demon villain was very agile and perceptive for someone with hand covering his whole face. 11 seconds. What was he counting? Shoyuta tried to hit him in the solar plexus with elbow, but was caught. You're blinking more often. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. That's what he was counting? If Shoyuta wasn't screwed before, then he definitely was after villain's quirk disintegrated skin and some muscles on his elbow. It hurt like hell and he now had trouble moving his arm. But he couldn't fail just yet. By the way, Hyo, I'm not the last boss. Shadow fell on him. Shoyuta looked up to see villain with bird-like beak and exposed brain. And then he took a hit. Calling it a hit was like calling ghost pepper a bit spicy, to be honest. That was bad. Shoyuta couldn't get away and he was losing too much blood. Plus, this giant bird was holding him with some kind of super strength. He couldn't lift his head enough to make sure. He couldn't afford to die here. He needed to make sure that his students were safe. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. Anti-symbol of peace? Bioengineering? Nomu? What the hell? And he was definitely erasing his quirk, and yet that monstrous grip wasn't getting any weaker. Was all that just his base strength? What the hell was his quirk then? The Black Mist villain came back. The hand guy was mad that one of students managed to escape. But Shoyuta was glad. He hoped it was Ida. Then other teachers would arrive sooner. But any students getting away was good. It meant that his efforts weren't wasted. Shoyuta looked at the entrance. They were too far to really see if they were injured, but he couldn't find 13th spacesuit. There was someone walking through the gates. They weren't big enough to be All Might and anyone. else wouldn't be enough to turn the tide on their own. Not only are you intruding, but you're also crowding. I think I will bite you all to death. It was a student. It was then that Aizawa noticed the red armband. A member of brand new disciplinary committee? Wait, was this the already infamous transfer student? His name was Hibari, right? Small fry villains were jeering at some lone student. And then they didn't. Transfer student wasn't just fast, he also hit hard with his tonfas. Shoyuta couldn't notice any quirk usage, but maybe it was passive. Nevertheless, even if it wouldn't free Shoyuta himself, it would help make sure that his class was safe. What is this? Random event NPC? Nomu, get rid of him. Heavy weight disappeared from his back. No. Oh, so you're the strongest here? Hibari evaded the punch. And then DMN idiot hit Noma back. At least it wasn't with bare hands? Nothing. Not even a grunt. Not even a scratch. Some kind of punch nullification quirk? You erase quirks, right? Shoyuta wondered how Hibari knew. He didn't exactly have a big media presence to be easily recognized. Did someone tell him? Do it. What? You won't be able to use yours too. He didn't seem to use one so far, but it could a passive one like Danger Sense. Shoyuta didn't want to have a student's death on his hands because the students couldn't his quirk to save himself. Against those herbivores? I don't need one. It's your funeral. He would stop the moment it looked like the kid would need help. Shoyuta looked at Hibari and Nomu and focused. Erasure did nothing to Nomu's speed and power. But the same also applied to Hibari. Shoyuta didn't know what he did, but his tonfas got covered in spikes, shredding Nomu at contact. What a nightmare child. Shoyuta was so glad that he didn't have to deal with this particular headache. Without his blocking quirk, Nomu stayed stumbling, precise hits turning his arms into a bloody mess, breath coming out haggardly like Hibari managed to break a rib, spots that looked like bruises blooming on dark skin. He also lost teeth to a kick when he tried to bite Hibari. His eyes felt so dry. He had to keep it up. At the rate this was going, they had a real chance. Shoyuta blinked. In the span of less than a second, Nomu healed half the damage. He faintly heard Hibari click his tongue in annoyance. Nomu has not only a shock-absorbing quirk, but also a regeneration quirk. Who said he only had one? Hand guy lunged at Shoyuta. Sheet, he forgot about him. It was 2-on-1. It was 2, no 3-on-2. Hibari barely blocked Nomu's punch as he jumped out of the warp trap. Damn it. If only they had more people. Someone jumped. Midoriya? That moron, he would just be caught in a warp. Whatever punch Midoriya was going for was swallowed by black mist of a portal. Where was the other end? Hibari jumped onto Nomu's arm. A warp gate behind him showed Midoriya's fist colliding with Nomu's. Sheet. He couldn't. Erase hand guy and warp gate at the same time. A tongue wrapped around hand guy's wrist and tugged it away from Shoyuta. Azui? Not important, what mattered is that it gave him opportunity. He erased Nomu's quirks just as Hibari dragged spiked tonfas right across the exposed brain. Disgusting. Midoriya got his hand out of the warp gate, so Shoyuta was free to erase that too. In a corner of his eye he saw Mineta throw his ball at the black mist, almost all of them just passing through. Almost, but not all. A couple got stuck around a metal collar, right where his neck was supposed to be. He wasn't all mist. He had a body they could capture. Shoyuta. What else did they know? Nomu had shock absorption, not nullification. There should be a limit to how much he could absorb. Hibari probably didn't have raw strength to go over that limit, but Midoriya's quirk was literally super strength. Hand guy's quirk only worked if he touched you with his palms, everything else was fair game. They had a chance. It was pretty bare bones, but Shoyuta had a plan. Hibari, can you catch Black Mist one? Midoriya, how fast can you punch? I need you to use as much of your quirk as possible and try to overwhelm the Nomu. Azui, cover Midoriya. Mineta, try to glue the hand guy. Hibari threw him a displeased glance but dropped from Nomu and made way for the warp gate villain. Hibari? He heard hand guy whisper in shock. Judging by how prepared they were, it was safe to assume that they had names for every student of the class. But Hibari wasn't one of them, and Hand Guy would have no idea who he was. Aizawa-sensei. I can't do this without breaking my bones. Damn it. Midoriya's was having trouble, but at least he wasn't injured yet, thanks to Azui. They needed to change plans. But what would work? Katsuki saw red. It was nothing like sensation of sludge, but he was reminded of that terrible day anyway. He and Rocky, Kirishima, finally got out of that dump and got to the central square, only to see their teacher, some random extra with Tonfaz, Froggy, Pervert Extra and DMN Izuku fighting against 3 villains. The leaders of this whole attack, apparently. Just like that day, Izuku was trying even though he couldn't actually do anything. He even had the same face. But he did save you, didn't he? That's right. Izuku saved him that day. Katsuki owed him since that day. It seemed it was time to pay his due. The bird brain never got the chance to hit Izuku, because Katsuki blasted him right in the face. The BSTRD swayed a little but didn't even have burns. What the hell? Rocky tanked the next hit. Katsuki? Izuku sounded so shocked that Katsuki was a bit hurt. Was it so hard to believe that he would help him? Get a rotation or whatever and keep punching him. I'm going after Warp Mist BSTRD. Katsuki used explosion to propel himself forward. He didn't want to know what face Izuku was making, so he didn't look back. The rando with Tonfaz was good, evading all traps. Black Mist A-hole tried to catch him with. His reflexes were just as good as Katsuki's own. Where was this guy hiding? What class was he in? Even Katsuki was having trouble, but this guy made it look like a walk in the park. Katsuki wanted tips on how to do that. What's his weak spot? Holy shit, there was a lot of disdain in that look. Katsuki didn't think he ever saw a look like this at all, much less directed at him. What the hell was this guy? And why was he only using Tonfaz? The metal collar hides his real body. So they had to get to the BCD and hold him down by that collar? Got it. Katsuki blasted himself upward to evade new warp. He felt the temperature drop. So, Icy Guy got here too? Katsuki couldn't look at them to check, not if he wanted to get to the Black Mist. DMN portal traps were everywhere. What the? He's regenerating. Izuku was shouting about 2 quirks, which was absurd, but that's what their lives were now, apparently. Rocky was shouting something too, and the air became even colder. The hand BSRD was hysterically laughing, ranting about how things didn't go according to plan. Where was All Might? Why won't these kids just die already? Katsuki didn't know how Aizawa-sensei could deal with that bullshit. It's game over anyway. Sheet, he's gonna rub it in my face. Kurogyri gets us out of here. And that's when the doors of USJ opened. Everyone froze. I came back with everyone I found. Glasses was loudly panting and gesturing to a whole army of heroes beside him. All Might, Present Mike, Midnight, the Rat Principal, literally every teacher and faculty member at UA was here. Oh, are you kidding me? We finally see the last boss, but it's with a whole freaking school of pro heroes. What the hell? Take that hand a-hole. Shigaraki Tamura, we should leave. What kind of lame name was that? Katsuki pitied the hand guy for having to live with that name. Hey! Wait a minute. Hibari! What the hell are you doing here? Is that what you skipped my lesson for? I'm giving you double homework, you hear me? Tonfa guy just shrugged. What an icon. Sorry for being late. But now we are here. All Might smiled his signature smile. For some reason, Katsuki wasn't as reassured as before. It was the second time in his life All Might was almost too late to save him. He didn't fail yet, but that didn't stop Katsuki from being rattled. Why was this Hibari guy there with them, skipping English, apparently, while All Might took so long? Kurogyri gets us out of here. Katsuki never caught in BSTRD in the end. Black Mist just warped away to Shigigai and opened another warp gate for half-frozen and rapidly healing Nomu. Black Mist near Nomu started distorting, getting Esikidi into 13. Rescue Heroes Black Hole was sking the mist and Nomu, not letting them escape. Sheet. We'll have to leave Nomu. You will pay for this, heroes. We may have lost now, but next will be your end, symbol of peace. Shigi and Black Mist. disappeared. Nomu roared and freaking jumped. What the hell? Why was its jump strong enough to break away from Black Hole? All Might met it halfway, using one of his smashes. Both Izuku and Aizawa-sensei started shouting about absorption and regeneration once again. Seriously, how many times did they have to recap the sheet? In the end, All Might punched the bird brain 300 times to break through the quirks and send Nomu flying. At least, that's what All Might said, because Katsuki couldn't see the blows well enough to count. No wonder Izuku's punches couldn't work when they weren't as strong. As it turned out, the only ones seriously injured were teachers. The whole class had scrapes and bruises, but they just got band-aids and were told to go home. Hibari guy didn't even look winded, the BSTRD. He was also unrepentant in face of present mix lecture. Teachers counted that as a win and told them that they did a good job. Katsuki wished he could believe them. Tamura resisted the urge to scratch himself until he was bleeding. Kurogiri brought him back to the bar, but they lost Nomu. And he didn't even see All Might in action. He already knew that Tsuna would say, "I told you so." He had an uncanny sense for stuff like that. If Tamura didn't know better, he would have confused it for Tsuna's quirk. Speaking of Tsuna, Tamura checked his phone, now that he finally was in a place with service. So many messages. Tsuna usually didn't text him that much. What was that about? Tamura opened the chat. Tsuna was angry. Kurogiri. Tsuna's gonna come soon. I think he's mad at me. He was sweaty. Maybe he should put on a new shirt? It seemed like a pain. This one had holes and was dirty, but it was already on him. Understood. You will contact sensei later then. Kurogiri took out juices and sodas to mix them the way Tsuna liked. That was the one cool thing about him. Sensei was so wrong. Like he told us the game would be in easy mode, but it was actually hard mode. And that Hibari guy. Wasn't that what one of Tsuna's guardians was called? But why would he fight them? What a pain. He wanted to scratch himself and roll on the floor until Tsuna came. But he didn't want Tsuna to see him like this. He was mad at Tamura already. Tsuna looked furious when he came to the bar. Shigaraki, what was that? Did you see that All Might wasn't there and just decided to kill a bunch of high schoolers instead? Wow, he knew a lot. The red eye and blue eye a-hole entered right after Tsuna and sat at the bar with a smirk. Oh, kinda? If the kids he's supposed to teach will die, it would hurt his pride, right? By the way, there was a guy named Hibari with Tunfas. Was he yours? He couldn't remember exact point he was trying to make when he ordered death of those hero brats. He definitely had a point, though. Yes, Hibari-san is my cloud. No, I didn't order him. Hibari-san does whatever Hibari-san wants. Think of him as, one of those wandering mini-bosses that attack when you get too close. And All Might has been a hero for decades. He definitely lost people before. If he didn't give a sheep before, why would he do that now? Tsuna twirled a straw in his hands. That's true. Hibari always attacks me on sight even when Tsunayoshi-kun shouts at him to stop. No one asked the pineapple hair, but the a-hole talked anyway. Shigaraki. I know exactly how your so-called raid went, because Chrome worked herself to the bone watching over everyone. So, please, explain to me your exact thought process before I get even more mad. He couldn't. Words poured out of Tamura before he could realize. That kind of power was one of things Tsuna and Sensei had in common. He wondered how they did it. The more he talked, the deeper frown on Tsuna's face became. The a-hole was poorly hiding snickers. He could hear Kurogiri mixing a new drink in a silent not-quite judgment. In Tamura's defense, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I'm very much against everything you did today. But your sensei is just as much to blame. So, right now, you should focus on, what's the point you're trying to make? Part. Because you can't just go on inventing excuses to murder and say that you had ideology. Tamura wanted to blow up, destroy something. But then the a-hole would mock for it. And Tsuna normally didn't get mad at him for throwing a tantrum, but today he was already angry. DCher, fine. Just don't leave yet. Tamura was going to do better. Don't be so mad. Let's play some games instead. Don't put him on mute or ban or... I'm not putting you on mute, Tsuna said. Oh thank F-. Tsuna wasn't leaving. He would still talk to Tamura. He would still be his friend. He wasn't leaving. Tamura felt his whole body turn to jelly from relief. Then he scowled because the a-hole was still there watching. All Might didn't stay long enough for Izuku to talk to him, only leaving a message about meeting up tomorrow. Teachers told them to go home and rest. But how could he rest after what happened? He could barely get a bite in at dinner. Despite his exhaustion, Izuku couldn't sleep at all, staring at his All Might memorabilia in his room. It didn't bring him the usual comfort. All Might wasn't there. They were attacked, they nearly died, and All Might wasn't there until last minute. Izuku and his classmates fought as hard as they could, and turned out that they couldn't do much. Sure, they won against small fry villains, but Izuku's punches did nothing against that Nomu even with help. All Might beat the same Nomu all on his own. And yet the villains left not because All Might was there, but because all their teachers were there too. Number 1 hero wasn't enough to chase them off. There was so much Izuku wanted to ask All Might about, but he ran away. It was probably the time limit. Still, it stung to be left in the dust. Izuku never felt the chasm between him and All Might so starkly before. It needed to get stronger. To learn how to use one for all without breaking any bones, how to make his punches just as strong, how to smile widely in face of danger. To not need to be rescued. If Nomu hit him, it would all be over. But Katsuki saved him. Even gave him advice about rotation. What the hell? Since when did Katsuki save anyone? He had always been amazing in his strength, but saving people? That didn't sound like Katsuki. Did he seem that weak? Katsuki didn't even look at him after that blast. Did he think that Izuku was still just Deku who couldn't do anything? Did he think that Izuku was still the same person that needed All Might to save them both? Would he be wrong to? Even now, a year after and with a powerful quirk, Izuku still felt like a burden. Ochako couldn't stop trying to look at the arrested villains. She didn't know why. What would recognizing any of them do? It would only make her feel worse. She almost died today because of them. But she had to. She couldn't tell any names, but she thought that she saw the shark-like guy around the neighborhood before. She knew she would never see him there now. It wasn't even that her neighborhood was a bad or dangerous one. It was pretty nice, actually. It's just, she doubted that her classmates saw nearby apartments change residents so often. Or change at all. Most of them probably lived in houses. Yairozu-san seemed rich enough to live in a whole mansion. Ochako wasn't bitter that they didn't. She was glad for them. But it meant that there was something else she saw far more often than her classmates. She saw villains go from normal people she would greet regularly to criminals desperate enough to use their quirks. She didn't lie. Number 13 really was a hero she liked. She liked rescue heroes a lot. But she couldn't bring herself to like more combat-focused heroes. Not after seeing one of her neighbors being beaten on live TV by some hero. She remembered watching news with horror as her kind neighbor that always gave her candy was bleeding. Hero that caught her declared her evil. The same day police came to search the apartment her kind neighbor lived in. Something like that never happened again. Or, at least, she never knew names of familiar faces being arrested in news. She just wanted to make enough money to support her parents. Not get fame. Not risk her life in deadly fights. Not emulate All Might and his overwhelming power. Just make her family's life easier. She wanted to blame villains for that. She did blame them a little. But mostly she just wondered how many of them were fired from the only job they could get before that hand guy made him an offer. Haru Costume Squad. Bomberanian. Oi, our great and all-powerful founder. Acid Trip. Hey, where's your respect? You forgot, Sama. Sad face. Can't see this. Yeah. If you don't, you won't get perks of Haru Minion when our great wise and all-powerful leader Haru-Sama takes over the world. Creative name. Girls please. This world domination joke isn't that funny. Phony. Speak for yourself, I think it's hilarious. Haru the Great. Back to the topic. Bomb, what did you want to ask? If it's about reinforced silk, I think we're still at stalemate. Bomberanian. Told you to sick those minions on them. But that's not why I called. Haru the Great. Bomberanian. You said you knew the disciplinary committee guy? The one with tonfas. Haru the Great. You mean Hibari? Yes, we're from the same town. So I know exactly what his biting to death entails. Space Cadet. He came to our rescue during USJ. We was so cool. And so fast. Is that his quirk? Haruharu the Great. No idea. We didn't have heroes at home and he beat up all the criminals by himself and police couldn't arrest him for vigilantism BC. He never used his quirk. And whoever tried to ask got bitten to death. More than a handful. Till, Dr. He's strong AF and maybe quirkless. Haruharu the Great. Something like that. Bomberanian. Do you know how to contact him? Haruharu the Great. Hahi. Since when do you have a death wish? Ide, wasn't that traumatizing, was it? Bomberanian. That's not it. I wanted to ask him for tips or SMH. Haruharu the Great. Like I said, a death wish. Baby's inventions. There's a reason I haven't asked him about his tonfas yet. They look awesome and I'd love to upgrade them, but I wouldn't survive the conversation. Haruharu the Great. I can ask Sasagawa-senpai for contact info, they are in the same class. But the rest of it is all on you. I warned you. In a few minutes, Katsuki got a message from Miura with a number. He stared at it with trepidation. Hibari was strong. Even without his quirk, he fared far better than Katsuki did in that fight. If they fought, Katsuki would lose. A part of him, pretty huge one actually, wanted to scoff at losing to someone who didn't even use a quirk. The better quirk you have, the stronger you are, the better you are. That's the truth he knew his whole life. He saw it at school, saw it through All Might's fights on TV, saw it in numerous stories of heroes beating evil. And then USJ happened. All Might wasn't there. Hibari was, and he was strong. The reason they were still alive and well wasn't because All Might came with other teachers and smiled his iconic smile. It was because Aizawa-sensei, 13, and Hibari kept them safe until then. And out of those three, Hibari was the only student and the only one to not use a quirk. The truth he knew his whole life was so true anymore. And he could wallow in self-pity and try to make it true again like a weakling, or he could adapt and be strong and learn the new truth. Katsuki's first step to becoming strong was looking at the strong people. He needed to be strong enough to beat anyone. To be able to save anyone. He had no idea how to save because that's what USJ was supposed to be about. He didn't even know if he really saved Izuku. But saving could wait until they worked with pros. For now, he had to become stronger. He pressed the call button. Who is it? You have 1 minute before I bite you to death. Class 1A student, Bakugo Katsuki. The explosion one from USJ, that should be easy to recognize, right? You're the one Sasagawa Ryohei said he gave my number to. Speak. I don't have all day. That guy was really intense and everything, huh? I want to become stronger. You're strong. I want to learn how to become stronger from you. Katsuki had a feeling that if he blew his lid, Hibari would actually come to his house and beat him for the insult. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Come to the parking lot at this address in 2 hours. If you're late, I will bite you to death. And then Hibari hang up. Bakugo stared at the address. Wasn't that an abandoned mall? Were they going to fight in an abandoned parking lot? They wouldn't be fighting with quirks, right? That was illegal and Hibari was never caught breaking law, according to Miura. So it would be just a normal spar, right? Hayato couldn't believe Hibari was dragging him to their sparring parking lot at this hour. He had better things to do. He had make sure Chrome was okay, make sure Makuro wouldn't cause trouble for sheets and giggles, go over the stolen info with Yamamoto again with new knowledge. But instead Hibari came, said that Hayato was needed because he knew how to tutor people, and dragged him off to the abandoned mall they used for training. What the hell? Chrome was still tired and in no condition to hide a fight from possible witnesses. Waiting for them here was a guy from the costume group with blonde spiky hair. Wasn't he from Class 1A? Shouldn't he be resting after what happened at USJ? That's why you dragged me here? Seriously? Hibari, what the hell? Hayato couldn't believe the cloud. Did he want Hayato to tutor some arrogant snooty brat from heroics? He only knows one strength. Teach him other. And then Hibari turned around and left. Knowing him, he would be on the roof napping. Hayato and the student, Bakugo, if he remembered the name right, incredulously stared at each other. You can't just leave. Why should I learn from some extra? So that's what Hibari meant. He got it now. Learning from Hibari wouldn't do Bokugu any good. Hibari does whatever he wants. It's yourself you should worry about, Dandelion. Hayato lit the first 3 sticks of dynamite behind his back. Then he threw them. Bokugu jumped with a boom. Using his explosions as a dash? Not bad. Dandelion got his cheek grazed, but didn't get caught in explosions. Good reflexes could be better. But the most important part was his reaction. Is that a dynamite? How the hell you have it? Jumping right to anger? Not good. Depending on how big his ego was, he would be laughably easy to provoke. Damn it, Hibari, did you have to give him a problem child to tame? What's wrong? Did I hurt your feelings? Just the beginning. Hayato grinned. Underground parking lot muffled all sounds of explosions. Tenya woke up with his glasses on the floor and his phone having about 100 new messages. Did he fall asleep in his glasses? He kept discussing potential threats and how to counter them with Yaoyorozu-kun until late into the night. Judging by the messages, she didn't go to sleep at all. He couldn't blame her. He got up to get ready for school, getting all the way to the tying his tie on the uniform when he remembered that they got a day off. A time to rest after being attacked while teachers investigated. Tenya wasn't sure what to do. He was supposed to relax, but how? What was he supposed to do to get nightmares out of his head? The images of villains catching him. The images of him bringing teachers for help only to see his classmates already dead. The images of what ifs. What if he was too late? There was a breakfast waiting for him at the table with a note. Since you have a day off, we decided to let you sleep in. Good morning, Tenya. Oh gods. Yesterday could have been the last time he saw his family. He heated his breakfast. After one of the bites, memory of 13 being SED'd by black hole came with all the horrible noises of costume being ripped apart. He couldn't finish his breakfast. Honestly, just holding it in was so hard. He came back to hear his phone buzz. Several new messages. All from Yaoyorozu-kun. Was she still awake? Yaoyorozu Momo. Vida-san, are you awake? Yaoyorozu Momo. Have you read my suggestions? Yaoyorozu Momo. Are you okay? Yaoyorozu Momo. Please, answer. She was just as haunted as he. Ida Tenya. I'm here, just ate some breakfast. How are you? Yaoyorozu Momo. Couldn't sleep. Every time I close my eyes. He understood the sentiment. Ida Tenya. I think had enough nightmares yesterday to last me a lifetime. Yaoyorozu Momo. Can you stay for a little bit? I would feel better if I knew someone was okay and here for me to make sure. Ida Tenya. Of course. He watched his message get a read, marking, and waited until Yaoyorozu-kun was listed as offline. He had no better idea how to spend his time anyway. Thursday was declared a day off because of the villain attack. Reborn said it was a good opportunity. He gathered everyone in the living room. Even Mikuro came, claiming that it was to mock Hibari-san. He knew that Shigaraki wasn't free. And Midoriya-kun and his class would be in danger until Shigaraki was free and preferably in therapy. Years of dealing with Mafia showed Tsuna that possibility of therapy was pretty low, but he still held hope. But if he wanted to keep everyone safe, he couldn't afford to just let things happen. Everyone, I need your help. I don't know if we'll be able to live normal school lives after that. And our enemies won't be just Mafia, but also villains and heroes. I want to stop all for one. Even if I'll have to shake hero society to its foundations to achieve that. You can refuse, you know? You don't have to dash, and that's when Reborn kicked him in the shin. You already said what you needed to, didn't you? His tiny tutor hitman gestured at the people in the room. Hibari-san was smiling. Big Brother and Yamamoto were even grinning. Haru clenched her fists tightly, but Tsuna knew it wasn't out of fear. Both Chrome and Mikuro had their tridents out. And Enma-kun looked him right in the eye. Gakudera-kun was already thinking something through. None of them were going to leave. All of them were ready to go against the world with Tsuna. Here's what I have in mind. Don't you dare. Shoyuta was being ganged up on. Recovery Girl had already healed him. He was fine. He should go and do his job. All Might. Please help us. This idiot can't even use his eyes but doesn't want to go back home. Shoyuta would strangle Kiyama one of these days. Isn't that a little? I mean, it's just one short homeroom? And this was the man that charmed all of Japan with his confidence? Unbelievable. He's still injured and should be resting at home. If Shoyuta didn't know better, he would have thought that Kiyama was the one with loud voice quirk. Yeah, and here was his reminder. Are we already going wild over festival? Ken immediately asked as he entered the teacher's lounge. An opening. Shoyuta ran while they were greeting Class B homeroom teacher. Wait, get him. Too late for that. He wondered about Nomu. What did Shigaraki mean by bioengineered? And what was up with Shigaraki himself? No one else treated the attack like a game. And Kurojiri? Something was up with that mist. Shoyuta was sure of it. When he erased his quirk, there was a ripple throughout the foggy body of the villain. What was hiding underneath? His students were also worried about his wounds, but at least they have the common sense to not pry. They all looked like they had nightmares. He could relate. Being suddenly confronted with their mortality was traumatizing. Shoyuta knew that from experience. That's why he insisted on coming. The kids needed to see for themselves that he was alive and recovering. Plus, Demon Mineta showed some potential during USJ attack, and now Shoyuta wasn't completely sure if expelling him would be the right choice. That awful behavior needed to stop though, regardless of what conclusions Shoyuta came to. Looking at his students, Shoyuta was glad about the news he was bearing. They needed something exciting like sports festival. Even if UA Sports Festival would put pressure on them. Izuku didn't expect Uraraka-san's reason to become a hero to be money. But he couldn't understand why she was so embarrassed about it. Wanting to support her family was admirable. His own reason was nothing so concrete. Even though All Might himself approved of Izuku, he couldn't help but feel like he was taking the place of someone more determined, while Izuku himself couldn't articulate his feelings beyond, I wanna save people with it. Smile. He only knew he wanted to be like All Might. All Might wanted that for him too. He said that the sports festival was his chance to declare himself the next coming of All Might and get attention of the hero world. The second step towards Izuku becoming the #1 hero, if you count entering UA as the first step. Izuku had no idea if he could do it. His control over One for All was still half-baked, and the fight against Nomu showed just how far he was from mastering it like All Might. All Might reassured Izuku that he could do it. Said that he hoped that Izuku would remember his feelings back at the beach park. His words stayed with Izuku until the end of lessons, filling him with unease. Why couldn't he be reassured by All Might anymore? And then they were ambushed by other classes. Katsuki explained it as them scouting their class out. Purple-haired guy from General Studies said that it was declaration of war. Izuku desperately looked at Yamamoto-kun behind that guy, silently asking to de-escalate. Sorry, but he's right. You may be heroes that survived an actual villain attack, but we won't lose. And then he grinned like he found the thought fun. Izuku wanted to cry. You just made us more enemies. Mineta-kun already was crying. He was trembling the whole day, since before the homeroom when he apologized before the girls. Aizawa-sensei had just let him stay, and here came a new threat of being removed from the course after the sports festival. He's right actually. 1,000 more words, Dandelion. Gakudera-san. He was here too? And who was he calling, Dondeli Dash? No. Go to hell. Katsuki shouted back. Izuku wasn't sure where that nickname came from. His hair didn't even look that much like a dandelion. And since when did they know each other? What was that about? What 1,000 words? He had so many questions. 2,000. Katsuki gritted his teeth and glared at Gakudera-san. Oh, Gakudera? You're here too? Yamamoto was still grinning, but didn't feel so friendly anymore. Well, of course I am. Get ready to lose so thoroughly you'll cry in shame, baseball freak. Gakudera-san was making the exact same grin. Izuku thought they were friends? Sure, their banter was weird, but this felt way more hostile than usual. Challenge accepted. Get ready for devastating defeat. Why were everyone making enemies out of everyone? Gakudera-kun Yamamoto both sheepishly grinned at Sawada-kun's reprimand. He was here too? He wouldn't join in on the madness, right? Izuku tried to find his last hope, but Sawada-kun wasn't tall enough to be seen in the crowd. Hey, don't forget about us. We're Class B and we're just as much heroes as Class A. Don't think you're better just because you were in the news. A guy with weird eye markings was jumping to be seen in the crowd. Yet another person making more enemies. The most important thing for all of us is to enjoy ourselves at the festival. If you can't smile and say that it was fun at the end, what's the point? Sawada-kun was an angel, a savior, the only sane person in this mad school. The crowd started murmuring, but at least no one declared any wars anymore. Hitoshi walked back with the rest of his class. Hey, Yamamoto. Back there, that Gakudera guy. Are you guys rivals or something? Hitoshi was curious too, actually. He thought that Yamamoto was so chill he thought of everyone as he friends or some tooth-rotting fluff like that. Me and Gakudera? Yeah, since middle school actually. So you know his quirk? And there Aguamato was again, jumping straight to question about quirks. He can light stuff on fire. Not make fire, just light it. Yamamoto kept his hands behind his head like he didn't agree to any challenge and was just going to hang out with friends. Though he probably was. They still had 2 weeks before the sports festival. That's it? What a lame quirk. Aguamato could shut up any time now. He also knows how to make bombs. Oh, that's what's cool to do. What? So, to sum it up, he can make bombs and he can light them on fire too? They had hell waiting for them in 2 weeks, hadn't they? We will all die. Not helping, Kazato. It's a sports festival. Teachers won't let anyone die. We won't even get to die. Seriously, Kazato, what the hell? Don't worry, Tsuna wouldn't let him use anything really dangerous. That was still too chill of a statement after dropping that kind of scary info. Hitoshi wished that Yamamoto would take this more seriously. And that Kazato would take things more positively. Who is Tsuna anyway? Is that Tsuna dangerous? What's his quirk? Hamato, for heaven's sake. Tsuna? Dangerous? He's the one who told us to focus on fun first. He won't care about winning. Yamamoto didn't answer any of the questions. But at least they would have one less opponent? Maybe we can work together? At least until the tournament. That was a sweet thing of Dekuro to say, but no. Nah. Of course not. I won't get into hero course by pulling your lame weight. Sorry, it's every student for themselves. Hitoshi didn't trust any of his classmates. He would do this one his own. During sports festival, he would prove himself and get that permission to transfer. Shoto left the building before the crowd could notice him as hero student. All these people were nothing but trouble. That was the only thing he agreed with Bakugo about. Nothing would matter as long as he won. He would win, and he would do it without using his fire. He knew he was the strongest in the class. Class B could cause some trouble, but Shoto was confident he could defeat them too. The rest could be written off. Unlike Bakugo, he didn't antagonize people, so he wouldn't have problems getting people for the team part of the festival. He may as well have this victory in his pocket. He didn't want to go home yet, so he walked slowly. There wasn't really anything else for him to do. Out of the corner of his eye, Shoto saw another student walk closer to him. Small, fluffy brown hair, business course lapels. It was the one who talked about having fun at the sports festival, wasn't it? Why did they think it mattered? What was even the point? Shoto never really participated in festivals in his middle school. Same with elementary school. His father wanted him to train, not waste time with his not-as-special classmates. Was fun important in those festivals? You, business student startled before turning to Shoto, you said that we should all have fun at the festival. But is it important? For a moment the student stared at Shoto with expression he couldn't read. You're supposed to make memories at the festivals, you know? That you accomplish something, that you got into some funny situation you can later tell to your friends as a joke, something you can, look back on and say that you don't regret it. But if it's about winning, if it's about being strong and not about being happy, will you even remember it later? Sorry, it's just, I never really liked UA sports festivals. It was the first time Shoto saw someone not talk about the sports festival with stars in their eyes. I think my father would hate you. That wasn't what he wanted to say. The student laughed. He didn't seem upset or angry at the remark. Should I take it as a compliment? Shoto didn't say who his father was, but the reaction was surprisingly pleasant anyway. He wants me to be the best. To win and surpass even All Might. I think I hate him. What if the student would connect the dots and try to tell Shoto that his father is a good hero? Why was Shoto telling him all this anyway? Why was this guy listening to him? I'm not sure All Might is a good measuring stick. I mean, I don't ever hear anything about him that isn't about being #1 hero. It sounds like a terrible life to me. And I think I wouldn't like your father either. He sounds awful so far. All Might having a terrible life? The idea sounded absurd to Shoto. He wouldn't smile so widely if he was miserable, would he? He wanted to ask the student why he thought that way. He said instead. Shoto really was terrible at conversations. He didn't even ask the student's name. Introductions. I'm Shoto. Todoroki Shoto. He reached his hand out like he saw his father's associates do. That's how he was supposed to greet people, right? Sawada Tsunayoshi, Class 1J. Nice to meet you. Let's have fun at the sports festival. Sawada shook his hand surprisingly firmly. Was it because he was in business course? Shoto nodded. Maybe he should try having fun. Ijiro once again stood before the door to the boxing club. Come on, man, get it together. He came here from the first day, and still didn't dare to step inside. Now wasn't the right time. Hero students couldn't join clubs anyways. The club had their hands full already. He just kept making excuses even though the first thing he did after USJ was come. He spent 10 minutes with his hand raised and ready knock before giving up that time. Just do it already. He lightly knocked. No answer. Well, that was it, he tried. Hello. The door nearly went off its hinges. Ijiro stared at Sasagawa Ryohei, the club's captain. Hello? I heard there's a boxing club here and wanted to check it out. Where did his resolve to be manly and confident go? Sasagawa-senpai was awesome and extremely manly, but that shouldn't be enough to turn Ijiro into some blushing maiden. Do you want to join? Sasagawa-senpai lit up like a Christmas tree. And no, I'm from Hero Course, but I wanted to get some tips anyway. Don't finish the sentence with question mark, idiot. Pull yourself together. Square your shoulders. Act manly. That's extreme of you. Senpai grabbed him by his arm and hurried inside. Then he froze mid-step. What's your name? It's Kirishima Ijiro. Extremely nice to meet you, Kirishima. I'm boxing club's captain, Sasagawa Ryohei. Ijiro knew. But being actually introduced felt good. Everyone, meet Kirishima. He's from Hero Course so he can't join, but he will be coming here to train with us. Sheet, so many eyes on him. Act manly, you promised to do better. This is Kirishima. Nice to meet you. He didn't stutter. Chorus of hellos was friendly enough and everyone went back to doing what they were doing. Phew. So, Kirishima, why do you want to learn boxing? Sasagawa-senpai was still looking at him. Well, I was there at USJ when all this shit went down. Being there was scary. I saw limits of my quirk. I saw my classmates try their best while I could only tank hits. I know you taught Midoriya, and he was so cool back there. And I, maybe, wanted to see you boxing since the sports festival last year. Well, there went his progress. At least he got to the point. But, pull yourself together, Ijiro. Sasagawa-senpai was nodding. Ijiro wondered if he really understood Ijiro's ramblings. So you want to protect everyone, right? Yeah, that summed it up nicely. Sasagawa-senpai grinned. That's extremely good. Let me see what you can already do and we'll go from there. And Kirishima? Sasagawa-senpai was close enough to whisper. How did Ijiro not hear him get closer? I lost my voice from all the shouting at that festival. But if it means that kids like you come here for my help, then it was extremely worth it. Ijiro didn't think that senpai could be so quiet. Holy shit, that's so manly. Happy clappy clam clan. Hibari 2.0. All of you better have spare beds and everything clean by the time of UA Sports Festival. I refuse to clean up after you when I'm supposed to be guest. Yuri's scratching post. You don't have to sleep at our place, you know? Just saying. Hibari 2.0. You think we have money to get hotel rooms for the whole Shimon family, the Sawada house, Irie and Sasagawa? Remake, rebirth, restart. Enma, just because you're not my student doesn't mean you're off the hook when it comes to providing for your family. Upsilon Omega Upsilon. Earth Emperor. Tsuna-kun, help. Your tutor is bullying me. I don't roar. I'd love to, but he's bullying me about the exact same thing. IR, Omega, Upsilon. Remake, rebirth, restart. I'm a master of multitasking. Sparkles. Back to the topic. Ipin-chan, Limbo-chan and Fudo will need their own room. I can share with Haru-chan. Bianchi-san and Adele-san can share, if they don't mind. And I think that Irie-san will just fall asleep at the table in the middle of working on something. Back to the future. I will try not to, but no promises. Spanner has an idea for X-Lenses upgrade and I have to check so that he won't put any weird stuff in there. Designer Overlord. Haru will be happy to share with Kyoko-chan. And Irie-san, punctuation is a thing, you know. Supana. Shoichi is lying. My upgrades never have weird stuff in their \000. I don't roar. They do, and what kind of emoji is it even supposed to be? Supana. Indignation. I don't roar. Straight face. Mukral. Set aside a place for me too. I want to cheer on everyone as well. I don't roar. You do know that none of the first years here will try to win, right? Even Gakudera and Yamamoto will probably try to have their duel right at the start instead of getting to the tournament part. Mukral. I will cheer for you all anyway. Die for roll. Even for me? Mukral. Kufufufufufu. Die for roll. That's it. I'm biting you to death. Batter and pitcher. Here we go again. Anyway, did you ask Pops if he'll give you sushi to celebrate? Sparkles. He said he'll send a whole feast via Dielvoy. Batter and pitcher. Ooh, cool. Extreme box kangaroo. Why is Hibari running? I don't roar. Hibari-sen no. Being the class representative meant that Tsuna was supposed to keep track of all stalls his class had set up. Even with Sumeragi-san taking on most of the work, it was still a lot. It didn't help that Tokahakari-san, who was in charge of their budget, and Sumeragi-san kept arguing about how much money they could spend on literally anything. And, of course, resolving those arguments was Tsuna's job. Then there was Inui-san overworking herself and staring at Kamuri-kun with fury, Kamuri-kun trying to get out of helping because he was an ideas guy, Fujiwara-kun still being mad that he lost and making things harder with his underlings, Jiru-kun trying to sneak Fog Machine into the budget. The only people who didn't give him a headache were Minamoto-kun, Nobesu-san and Gakudera. The last one was too busy with tutoring to escalate against Fujiwara-kun. Tsuna counted it as a small blessing. If being class rep was meant to be a practice at being boss, Tsuna shuddered to think what it was like to make the whole Vongola function. No wonder Nono had trouble with his health. By the end of the week, Tsuna had a headache coming up, but at least the class managed to decide what they wanted to sell and make a list of everything they needed. He ended up putting Nobesu-san into looking after Inui-san to prevent overwork. Jiru-kun wasn't actually bad at telling what would and wouldn't be worth spending money on, and the outlandish equipment he wanted to add was banned by Tokahakari-san and Sumeragi-san both. Even Kamuri-kun was happy with his final role, making sure Fujiwara-kun wouldn't cause actual trouble. The second week was marked by a lot of carry. They could have paid for DLVRY and construction, but Sumeragi-san somehow managed to convince Tokahakari-san that doing everything themselves would not only save them money, but also be fun. Tsuna disagreed. Fujiwara-kun tried to recruit more athletic classmates into advertising his stall during the sports festival events. Tsuna had to stop Gakudera from pulling out the dynamite. Minamoto-kun laughed at him, so now he was a target of stupid revenge plans too. At the rate this was going, Tsuna would have to bring up his behavior with teachers. At least Uruk-san helped plan out the best routes. The day before the sports festival was spent checking and rechecking that they put everything together correctly, that everything was in right places, that they didn't miss anything by chance. It was boring, but it was also the most relaxing part for Tsuna. Finally, the day of the sports festival came. They had to come early, and yet there already was a crowd. Tsuna spotted some reporters and cameramen waiting in ambush for heroes and, probably, Class 1A. Being famous for villain attack came with downsides. Students wouldn't be manning the stalls themselves, but they still had to make sure that sellers did everything according to plan and that their pay was fair. UA was scary about stuff like that. After that they had to go change into gym uniform. At least so did hero courses, or they would have been screwed. He heard enough about hero costumes from Haru to be glad that they weren't allowed here. Shoto couldn't understand why others were so wound up after his declaration. It was between him and Midoriya. Why would they care? Was he ruining their fun? But Midoriya himself looked more determined than upset. So it was fine, right? Present Mic announced beginning of the sports festival. Shoto's class came first, both because they went in alphabetical order and because they were the most famous so far. The crowd was going wild and the noise was getting onto his nerves. He could spot his father from here. His classmates talked about pressure and being nervous or excited because of the crowd. There's no way it could be worse than his father's training, so Shoto couldn't relate. Other classes coming out were chatting too, but he paid even less attention to them. If they didn't pass into hero course, they weren't dangerous enough to worry about. This year's chief umpire was Midnight, R-rated hero. Who let her announce anything not just on live TV but during one of the most watched events in Japan no less? Representing the students are Yayoro Momo from Class 1A and Gakudera Hayato from Class 1J. Alright. The gray-haired one did come to complain to Aizawa-sensei that Yayorozu didn't show up during entrance ceremony. Shoto actually thought that he was just a delinquent yesterday. Both representatives bowed in sync. Did they practice that? I pledge to fight fairly. I pledge to create memories that will last. I pledge to do my best. Be it fame or victory, I pledge to share it with all participants, for they work just as hard. That was weird. Sharing victory? Why would you do that? Is it about fun? But how could it be fun when someone else won? Students were whispering among themselves, but Shoto couldn't tell if they were confused or upset or encouraged. Midnight enthusiastically announced the first game of the festival, an obstacle course race. Shoto hoped it wasn't the same as the one he did during his entrance exams. Race entrance had huge red gates with light on top to signal start of the game. But the actual entrance was more narrow and didn't have any roof. So that how it was. The competition began from the very start. If you get through first and don't get squished, you get an advantage at the beginning. Freezing everyone and running forward was easy. More people outside his class overcame his ice than he expected, and one of them was just running on ice while carrying a girl on his shoulders. Even if she looked frail and had an eye patch, surely he didn't just pick her up out of goodwill when victory was at stake? Explosion nearly sent Shoto flying. He stopped just in time. What did they do to make those huge columns of fire out of nowhere? Did they have intervals? He wasn't sure he could freeze that. He still tried. No dice. Something wasn't right here. A guy with girl on his shoulders caught up to him and ran past mini volcanoes, seemingly not bothered by the heat. Girl was looking right at Shoto. Okay, that was definitely suspicious. Shoto tried cooling the fire columns again. It felt like his ice went right through. He couldn't even see it evaporating, much less melting. It didn't melt, because the fire wasn't real. The reason the girl was looking at him was because she had some sort of illusion or hallucination quirk and used it so slow Shoto down. Smart. But not enough to stop him. Shoto ran into the fire, telling himself that the heat wasn't real and he would be fine. He was right. Shoto had trouble leaving the guy with the girl behind him. Not just because of illusions, but also because the guy wasn't affected by cold and slippery ground at all. That required control over your body that Shoto himself had trouble keeping over long PRDS of time. A long-time sportsman or something. He still didn't seem to use a quirk of his own. Speaking of coordination, the group of 20 or so people behind him was too coordinated to be a crowd. He could make out of the corner of his eye someone melting his ice to make way for the rest. No matter. He was stronger than all of them combined. His old man's hellish training made sure of that. Izuku stared at the group not so slowly but surely making its way forward. Wasn't that Class 1J? He thought he recognized quite a few people from there from the war over class representatives. Sawada-kun was right at the center of the group, though it was hard to see because literally everyone around him were taller. and he saw Gakudera-san throw some kind of heaters at ice. Izuku himself could only walk and hope to not slip on ice. And then freaking 0.4 villains from entrance exam appeared. And the first obstacle appeared. Starting with Robo Inferno. The name was very apartment. Izuku heard non-hero students panic. Todoroki-kun just froze a whole robot and kept running. He really was that strong. Yamamoto-kun and Dekuro-san didn't even slow down, and the robots just let them pass. Ooh, looks like our robots weren't a challenge to Todoroki. But he's not the only one easily bypassing them. But how did Yamamoto and Dekuro do it? Present Mike was voicing Izuku's questions. Isn't that obvious? Dekuro made the two of them invisible to robot sensors with her illusion, just like she made Todoroki slow down earlier. Aizawa-sensei deadpan voice echoed through the speakers. Dekuro-san had an illusion quirk? Izuku didn't know. Come to think of it, he still didn't know what quirks Sawada-kun and any of his friends had. He tried asking Sasagawa-senpai, but only got a lecture about quirk ban in boxing. Class 1J seems to have united for the sake of a common goal. So far they are doing alright, but will their efforts pay off? And Mummy Man, I really don't want to ask, but what Gakudera is throwing, aren't those bombs? Wait, what? Izuku turned to where he remembered Gakudera-san being, and sure enough, he was throwing small bombs at robots' legs to make them stumble and give opportunities to his class. He asked for permission to bring expendable support items before the festival. As you can see, it was granted. Are you telling me that our school allowed one of the students to use explosives? Present Mike sounded so calm that it felt alarming. A bit deadpan, like Aizawa-sensei himself. It felt out of character or something. Our school has a student with explosive quirk. Never mind, Aizawa-sensei was unparalleled when it came to deadpan tone. There was a tangible silence over speakers while Class 1J made their way through robots. One of them, a girl with ponytails, kept either teleporting or accelerating before robots could hit her. She already pressed one turn-off button. Another one, with hood-hiding canine mutation head, just punched them really hard. Izuku didn't know whether to wince or be impressed. You know, I can't think of a retort to this one. Izuku watched with worry as Kirishima-kun and another guy emerged from mangled metal of robots. He watched as Sawada-kun's class went forward. He watched as his own classmates dealt with robots. He was wasting time and losing his chance. Izuku ran forward. He couldn't use one for all to jump higher, but he could punch harder. He had to be careful enough to not damage the robot too much. He wanted to use one of its panels as a shield for future obstacles. The first obstacle was beaten so easily. Then what about the second one? It's the fall. It was a huge canyon with rocks and ropes. But Izuku had no chance of crossing it faster than normal person. He was going to fall behind. Todoroki-kun was sliding first when a bomb flew his way. Gakudera-san? How did he make it fly and not just be thrown? Bang! Todoroki-kun's rope blew up. He used ice to freeze himself to the rock remaining part of the rope carried him to. But the precious time was lost. Yamamoto-kun was already catching up, just walking the tightrope with Dekuro-san on his shoulders. Katsuki jumped over, throwing himself higher with his quirk. Class 1J were crossing together, using same route. But, oh come on. I know we said that anything goes, but that should be cheating. Present Mike? What was he talking about? It's a perfectly logical course of action. Since the whole class teamed up, it's only natural that a Rook would use her Trailblaze to find the best way for them to use. Unlike Hero Course, they don't have flashy powerful quirks that could let them cross fast. There was at least another obstacle ahead. How was Izuku going to catch up enough to make All Might proud? Katsuki was lucky he was resistant to explosions, because a freaking minefield wasn't on his bingo card. Being first SED sometimes. But he needed to keep going before ice and fire a-hole caught up. Was he like that too? Just letting people fall and suffer for his success? Katsuki knew he used to be awful and was still kinda awful, but seeing someone else do the thing you stopped doing for a reason gave quite a perspective. No wonder people compared him to villain. He could feel chill in the air. The BSTRD was getting closer. The piggyback pair slowed down to not trigger any mines. He couldn't blame them, but seeing them beat Ice and Fire JRK would have been nice. Gakudera's class was catching up thanks to Gakudera himself throwing some smoke bombs or something to trigger chain of explosions. It was pretty cool. Not that Katsuki would'll ever say it to his face. He was still angry at having to write a goddamn 10,000 words essay. Pink smoke from explosions and screams of people sent flying made up the music of Katsuki getting closer to victory with each blast. Something boomed behind him, starting a wall of pink smoke. What the hell? Izuku flew overhead on a DMN robot panel like it was a snowboard. That genius BSRD. How did that nerd think of something so cool? Katsuki wasn't the first anymore. But he wasn't about to give up so easily. Katsuki added more power to his blasts, getting faster at the risk of maneuverability. Could hear Ice and Fire sliding up close. Oh no, he wouldn't. Katsuki sent an explosion his way to slow the BSRD down. He would rather let Izuku win than let Ice and Fire win. He wasn't ready to go up against Izuku so soon yet. Fire and Ice barely slowed down, so Katsuki had to get faster. But that was his limit before he lost control. In the end, he came third. But at least Ice and Fire A-Hole didn't win. Izuku did. Hibari 2.0. Enma, we can all the way here to support you. Why did you do this to us? Yuri's scratching post. Did Kato steal her phone again? Hibari 2.0. My point still stands. Earth Emperor. We need to keep a low profile? Hibari 2.0. Try a better one. Designer Overlord. Haru was so close. Makes me want to scream in frustration. I don't roar. The only one who passed from support course was Hatsum Mei. Didn't you mention that she's ahead of all of you in engineering? Designer Overlord. Yes. But Haru still wants to scream. I don't roar. Chrome, how are you? Pineapple 2. I can keep going, boss. Batter and pitcher. Should I keep looking after her? Yuri's scratching post. No, get some rest. Then we're going to have a showdown, baseball idiot. Batter and pitcher. Got it. Next round was cavalry battle. Yamamoto teamed up with a guy from his class, but Tsuna wasn't sure that Shinso-kun would treat him well. His use of brainwashing didn't exactly show him as caring for people he brainwashed. Tsuna himself teamed up with Minamoto-kun and Kamuri-kun to hold Chrome up. Gakudera, Inui-san, Sumeragi-san and Jiraiya-kun formed the other team. If by some luck Tsuna's team would pass, he would give up his place in tournament and let Gakudera or Yamamoto go instead. Midoriya-kun looked one step away from panic attack. No wonder 10 million points on your head meant that everyone were going to target him. But why such a points difference? Even if you collect every band except number 1, you wouldn't be able to win. So why this stupid rule? Sometimes Tsuna thought that Reborn and Shigaraki had a point when they called heroes self-absorbed idiots. The best strategy would be to just collect headbands without bothering with number 1. They wouldn't get first place that way, but they didn't need to. Judging by the stress of people from 1B class, they thought the same thing. Tsuna didn't need to worry about them, Chrome would handle it. Midoriya-kun was walking towards them. He wasn't that desperate yet, was he? Sawada-kun, do you want to be in my team? It sounded like Midoriya-kun was close to crying. Now he felt bad. Tsuna wasn't particularly strong and his registered quirk would be useless for Midoriya-kun. The only thing he could contribute would be strategy, but Midoriya-kun could do that much himself. Joining Midoriya-kun's team wouldn't help him. But Tsuna had an idea who could. Hatsum-san. You want to be seen, right? Tsuna could see her move in their direction. He turned to Midoriya-kun. I think I know someone who could help your team better than me. It was unfair comparison, but at this moment Midoriya-kun looked like a confused puppy. And then Hatsum-san barreled in. You're Haru's friend, yes? What do you have in mind? Tsuna pointed at Midoriya-kun and watched her face light up. Team up with me, person in the first place. And now Midoriya-kun stared at Tsuna with even more confusion. This is Hatsum Mei, best of the best in support course and unparalleled when it comes to engineering gear. And since you stand out as the one with the biggest amount of points dash, then teaming up with you means that big companies will see my babies. Marketing lessons were terrifying for several reasons, but they helped in cases like this. Babies? Yeah, her terms for inventions was pretty interesting, but Tsuna couldn't judge when he knew a few mechanics who were just as weird. Hatsum-san held up her suitcase and started talking about what support course did. Tsuna could see the moment it clicked for Midoriya-kun that her babies were inventions. I'm sure there will be something you can use. Good luck, Midoriya-kun, Hatsum-san. It was almost time for cavalry battle to start. Shoyuta looked at teams with an appraising eye. Most combos weren't bad, but there were only 3 teams that mixed people from different classes. Half of Shinso's team seemed to be under mind control, so Shoyuta wasn't sure how much it counted. Adding Hatsum to Midoriya's team gave them more of much-needed maneuverability, plus her inventions meant versatility for any plan Midoriya would make. But the only team member Midoriya actively chose was Tokoyami. Hatsum asked to join herself after Midoriya tried to ask that business student. Sawada, was it? Now that was a tricky one. Sawada seemed to be the actual brain behind the obstacle course strategy, and he was the one who divided resulting members into 2 teams, Gakura's team with most defense, and Dekuro's team with everyone else and Dekuro. At first glance Minamoto was the only one in that team worth worrying about, since the rest had no offense or defense to speak of. Shoyuta knew better. Their main strength was Dekuro with her illusions. Why bother with attack power when you can just sneak around? Really, Dekuro's stealth team and Shinso's mind control team were going to be most dangerous in this game. The game began and Shuta's prediction immediately became true. B-class teams kept attacking Class A and didn't even notice how their hard-won bands disappeared, or how the field had one less team than there was supposed to be. And really, it took them until Tetsu took a hit from Gakura's bombs that they realized that other classes existed. Hero course students always forgot about the rest. Shoyuta would know he was one of them once. The battle proceeded mostly how he expected. The unexpected part was when Midoriya took into the air on a jetpack and Bakugo followed. As their homeroom teacher, Shoyuta knew it was significant. Bakugo was always competitive. He obviously aimed for the first place, even blasting himself into the air for that 10 million points headband. And yet, Bakugo stopped the moment he got close enough to Midoriya. Tokoyami threw him back to the ground, and Shiro caught Bakugo just in time. Why did he stop? It was obvious that those had history, and the combat training on the first day showed that it wasn't a good one. What changed? What happened that during this whole sports festival so far Bakugo couldn't fight Midoriya even for the sake of the first place he strived for? Meanwhile Class 1B showed their hand and stole Bakugo's headband. Shoyuta was this close to tiredly sighing. If Bakugo blew up now, was he gritting his teeth? Probably, if Shoyuta knew anything about him. Bakugo was definitely angry, but he didn't take the bait. Interesting. Shoyuta focused more on trauma from USJ and making sure their skills would be enough for the sports festival, so he didn't do enough to address Bakugo's anger issues. Someone else did. He would need to check who it was later. Just because Midoriya got away from Bakugo didn't mean they were safe. Todoroki had a good team. Thanks to Yaoyorozu's creation they had solid defense, and Todoroki even took into account more people evading his ice than expected and had Kaminari shock them all with electricity first. Add Ida giving them an edge when it came to speed and you get one fearsome team. Shoyuta couldn't wait to see how they deal with bombs. No, seriously, Gakura made it clear he would be gunning for Todoroki, and Sumireiji with her authority was in the same team. Shoyuta himself could think of a few reasonable suggestions that would open Todoroki's team to attack. And yup, there they were, Gakura pulling out sticks with some markings, Shoyuta couldn't see what kind from here, and Sumireiji ready to shout, "Duck!" and Gakura threw the bombs. Todoroki's team ducked before they could realize it was trap. Bombs blew up right over their heads, spreading out some sort of gas. Tear gas? Normal smoke? Shoyuta couldn't tell, but Todoroki's team had to stop and cough, not able to see a thing. They lost a headband before Todoroki managed to retaliate. He missed and Gakura's team got away. Shoyuta could see that their next target was one of B-class teams. Well, that was bound to be fun. Shinso's team kept quietly taking headbands without anyone noticing that they were brainwashed, and Dekuro's team was still invisible. Shoyuta could guess how many points they had, though. With 8 minutes remaining, current rating showed quite a few teams with no points at all and a huge question mark where Dekuro's team's points should be. Shoto finally cornered Midoriya. He didn't know why Bakugo hesitated, but he wouldn't make the same mistake. He was going to win. Ice walls wouldn't let Midoriya's team run away. Tokoyami's defense against Kaminari didn't cancel out that they couldn't go on a fence and that support gear was too damaged to help them jump out of the way. But Midoriya wasn't going to give up so easily. That position, he put Shoto into ultimatum, either risk getting Ida hit with ice, or not use his ice half at all. Smart. It wouldn't be enough to stop Shoto, but it bought him time. Now, how to circumvent that? Everyone. You won't be able to use me after this. I'm counting on you. Ida? Torque over. Recipro burst. They flew forward. Shoto could hardly see from the force of acceleration. But Ida gave them this chance. Shoto grabbed the headband. He felt like lightheaded from the speed boost. Ida's new technique was incredible. Ida's engines were smoking. He did warn about it. Now they just needed to guard well enough for Midoriya to not get his points back. Speaking of whom, Shoto blasted a wave of cold in Midoriya's direction. Every meter of the distance was precious. Cack. What? Shoto turned in the direction of the noise. A team appeared out of thin air. A guy with 4 arms, another one with smoky hair, Sawada? Was that Sawada? And their rider was the eye patch girl? What a turn of events. Dekuro team, undetected throughout the whole game, suddenly appeared. And they got quite a number of points. Dekuro. That was her name, then? She was clutching, was that Shoto's headband? When did she? Cack. Dekuro coughed again and again. A coughing fit? But blood. Dekuro was coughing blood. Shoto could see red drops get on the headbands on her neck. What? Was it because of his cold blast? Chrome. Sawada was already lowering her to check her condition. His teammates' eyes were blown wide. Due to Kuro-san? Shoto heard Midoriya's voice tremble. Did they know each other? What the dash? Shoto could feel his own teammates tremble as well. What is going DMN? That's medical emergency. Send for recovery girl. Present Mike didn't sound excited anymore. Shoto had trouble telling more than that, because the world was graying at the edges and all sounds came through like muffled by pillow. Sheet. Chrome doesn't have her inhaler on her. I don't have the spare too. That sounded like a very stressed Sawada. I only know how to make gas masks. Yayarozu? Weird, Shoto thought she already knew everything. There was a blast in the distance. Shoto could hear ringing in his ears. If she had such a bad health, how did she pass practical? And then Shoto remembered 2 very important details. First, that only hero courses had to pass practical exam. Second, that this Dekuro girl was with general education class when they were introduced for the festival. Oh no. Shoto had no one to blame but himself. He felt numb. Chrome. Another voice? That was the bomber from earlier. His back was smoking, and he held a small device in his hand. He was running towards them. But it was a cavalry battle. I have spare inhaler. Bomber guy shoved his way into the circle around Dekuro and brought the device up to her mouth while Sawada and 4 arms guy kept her upright and sitting. Bomber's back was charred and smoking. Did he blast himself to get here faster? Shoto didn't understand. Gakudera left his team and touched the ground. But man, his explosive run was something. Team Gakudera disqualified. And due to medical emergency, Team Dekuro disqualified. So Bomber's name was Gakudera? Why did they disqualify Dekuro's team when it was Shoto's fault? Gakudera glared at Shoto, then turned in other direction. Yamamoto. Gakudera and Yamamoto, weren't those 2 the ones to challenge each other in front of Class A classroom? What did he want? We'll have to settle our challenge later. Give them hell for me. What? At that moment Shoto felt like he was having a glimpse of a completely different world. Nothing felt real. He felt sick. He didn't know enough about first aid for such occasions. He was to blame. He was useless. Less than a minute left. The cavalry battle didn't stop. Why didn't they stop? There was an injured student bleeding. Why didn't they stop? He felt like he should hear noise from the rest of the stadium. But all he really heard were coughing fit from Dekuro calming down while her team was carrying her away to infirmary and ringing in his ears. Shoto hoped she would be okay. Someone moved out of the corner of his eye. Midoriya? He lifted his ignited arm to intercept Midoriya's grab. Midoriya slapped it away, fire spilling into the air, and took one of the headbands. Fire! Shoto stared at his left arm. What was he? Midoriya realized he held the wrong headband. Shoto couldn't really hear his words. Only seconds left. Half and half yesterday. Bakugo? He was soaring through the sky towards them, blasting himself forward. Time's up. She's going to be okay. Tsuna collapsed into the nearby chair. He wouldn't forgive himself if she wasn't. Plus Mikuro would finally make good on his threats. Gakudera got a scolding for blowing himself up like that and a kiss on the cheek from Recovery Girl. He heard the cavalry battle end in the distance. Oh, Sumeragi-san and others were probably going to be mad. Gakudera did drop out and ruin their chances. He wondered if Yamamoto got into the next part of the festival. Judging by the time, either the next one would be short as well, or it would be final, which meant some kind of tournament. They were lucky that Gakudera had spare inhaler with her. But Chrome herself didn't. Tsuna wasn't sure if it was a remnant of the times when she relied on Mikuro's illusions and lived in Kokuyo land with teenagers whose only knowledge of medicine was applying band-aids, or if she thought she would be able to make one if needed. Tsuna was just glad that she could still keep her illusory organs. There would have been a lot of questions and even more problems if Recovery Girl saw Chrome not have any stomach and the like. Hey guys. Yamamoto. He was smiling, but it felt strained. But Gakudera glared at him like normal, and Tsuna felt the tension lessen a bit. So, what are the results? Oh, yeah, Yamamoto did promise to kick butt on Gakudera's behalf. We got 3rd place. How's Dekuro? Shinso-kun walked right after Yamamoto and stared at Chrome with exhausted expression. Tsuna knew he was also worried even without hyper-intuition telling him so. She's going to be okay. Congratulations, you too. Shinso-kun looked confused. Was it that hard to believe that Tsuna would be glad for someone he barely knew? He saw during the cavalry battle that Yamamoto was fine, so he had no reason to not be. That's good. When she started, why was she participating if her condition is that bad? Shinso leaned on the wall, trying to look uninterested. He wasn't doing a very good job, but it could have been Tsuna's experience with better poker faces. I doubt she had a chance to before, the way she was unused to kindness. Tsuna knew that Chrome Dekuro wasn't her birth name. But people didn't leave their old lives behind so completely without a reason. Whatever Chrome's life was before meeting Mikuro, it wasn't something that made her feel happy and cared for. Oh, indeed. I'm more worried about why Chrome. Gakudera shot up from his seat. Everyone's eyes went to the figure lying on the bed. Chrome looked at them back. Sorry, we lost? Lo, that's the least of our worries. Why didn't you have your inhaler on you? Do you have any idea how much we all panicked? Look at the purple there. He's worried too. Gakudera was starting to rant again, hiding his concern under irritation. It didn't work well on Chrome, who getting more and more distressed, so Tsuna had to intervene. What's the most important is that you're going to be okay. Take your time and rest up, we will retell you what you missed. I'm sure that Lumbo would love the chance too. Chrome stopped tearing up, so Tsuna counted that as a win. She hesitantly nodded at Tsuna, then at Shinso-kun. Shinso-kun looked awkward. I'll go then. Cheer on me, or something. And then he ran away. The door opened again, and Todoroki-kun walked in. He looked distressed in a stony way at the sight of Chrome in the infirmary bed. His eyes went over everyone, lingered on Tsuna and returned to Chrome. Then he just stood there, not saying a word. But what did you come here for? Gakudera, no fighting in the infirmary. Tsuna held him by the shoulder and shook his head. Gakudera clicked his tongue but visibly relaxed. It didn't actually mean much, but at least that would put Todoroki-kun more at ease. After a few more seconds, the silence was finally broken. I wanted to apologize. It's my fault you're hurt. I knew that my right side could hurt, but I didn't think it would happen. I was wrong. Sorry. No. I was at fault too. Chrome tried to sit up, but Gakudera didn't let her. She shook her head. I wasn't prepared. Thought I wouldn't need my inhaler. That my illusions would be enough to protect me. Still, Todoroki-kun didn't seem convinced. Hey, you didn't mean to do it, right? And Chrome herself doesn't hold any grudge, so it's all okay. Trust Yamamoto to soothe the tension. Todoroki-kun's back stopped being so rigid. Yeah. All is well that ends well. Tsuna felt like they were defusing a bomb. Considering how his last conversation with Todoroki-kun went, it would be pretty close to the truth. But you wanted to have fun, and I ruined that. It was touching that he remembered Tsuna's words, but that wasn't the point at all. You forgot something? When I said, let's have fun, I included you too, Todoroki-kun. So stop beating yourself up and do something that would bring you joy instead. I bet it would infuriate your father too. Tsuna took Todoroki-kun's hand and wrote fun on his palm with his flames. He used the barely hot version like the one Nono signed documents with. Tsuna hoped he wasn't overstepping here. Todoroki-kun stared at the flame on his palm, then at Tsuna. He looked like he was on the verge of revelation. Oh no. Tsuna didn't do it again, did he? You have a fire quirk. But it doesn't burn. Yeah. That's why it was registered as Deku Flame. Sorry I wrote it without asking. I can put it away if you want. Todoroki-kun now looked at Tsuna with wonder. Tsuna did it again. Was Midoriya-kun not enough? Why was this his life? No. I want to keep it for now. Gakudera was making exaggerated glances like Todoroki-kun was the weird one. Knowing about everyone in this room, Tsuna thought that he was actually the least weird one here. You know, my father is Endeavor. Well, that was sudden. And really? That guy had children? You mean the BSTRD with fire beard and an oversized ego? Gakudera, please tone it down. It's a good description. He married my mother just so that someone like me, who had both of their quirks, would be born. Just to surpass All Might. I'm sure he would hate you. It's pretty great. Todoroki-kun smiled for the first time. He bowed to Chrome and left with promise of showing them on her behalf too. The next and final game was a tournament. Midnight was about to announce the order of the fights when Ojiro-kun asked to drop him out of the tournament. What? Izuku couldn't understand. Why would Ojiro-kun do that? I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until near the end. Ojiro-kun said it was probably because of his teammate's quirk. Besides Aoyama-kun, teammates were Yamamoto-kun and that purple-haired person. Yamamoto-kun didn't seem to have a quirk like that, so did that leave purple-haired guy as the culprit? The girls tried to reassure Ojiro-kun. Mineta-kun pointed out that at least he got that far at all. I didn't even get to cavalry battle. I mean, I could, but then Yaoyorozu would have a full right to murder me. Yaoyorozu-san nodded without hesitation. She would. You don't get it? I'm talking about my pride. Here, Ojiro-kun was covering his face to hide how close he was to crying. Is it though? Your pride, is it about doing everything yourself? At this nonchalant question, Ojiro-kun froze. Everyone held their breath, staring at Yamamoto-kun. How? Why would he ask something like that? Sure, they were on the same team, but couldn't Yamamoto-kun see how distressed Ojiro-kun was? How can you say that? Don't you think it against the goal of this festival for someone who didn't do anything to move forward? Some boy from Class B took Ojiro-kun's side. No, he's got a point, actually. And I doubt that didn't do anything is the actual reason here. A girl with her white hair in a bun stared at Ojiro-kun with judgment. Wasn't she on Gakudera-san's team? What? Izuku felt just as confused. My quirk, authority, doesn't leave memory gaps, but it's still about making people do whatever I tell them to do. Mind control quirks can't make you do something you can't do on your own. They can't give you skills or power-ups. Whatever you did under mind control is on the same level as what you can do yourself. So the question is it about your agency or about your ego? Ojiro-kun gritted his teeth instead of answering. Either it's about the fact that someone controlled you and you can't even remember it, or it's about your pride, and it's just like that guy said. Don't make up excuses. Both the girl and Yamamoto-kun watched Ojiro-kun with unseeable faces. It was unnerving to see Yamamoto-kun not smile. It's about agency. I still want to withdraw. The girl nodded. With the argument resolved, everyone turned to look at Midnight, who seemed to enjoy the drama. Now, if you're finished, Ojiro, I accept your withdrawal. In that case, we need to promote someone from the 5th place. Leader of the 5th place team suggested Tetsu team, and its leader Tetsu to go forward instead. After that, they finally drew their bracket placements. Izuku's fight would be the first one in the round. And his opponent was someone called Shinso, the purple-haired person. Ojiro-kun was gravely serious when he told Izuku to not talk to that Shinso person. But Yamamoto-kun didn't seem bothered at all, and they were in the same class. Whose opinion should Izuku trust? Before the tournament itself was, as how Present Mike put it, an interlude of several smaller games closer to normal sports festival. While tournament participants were free to decline, the rest of them were stuck being cheap laugh before the big finale. Or maybe Tsuna was just cynical and irritated. They were on a scavenger hunt and he had to find a very loud person. The only one loud enough to qualify seemed to be Present Mike, because all Tsuna's attempts so far weren't loud enough. If Gakudera's loud arguing with Yamamoto didn't help, he had no idea what could. He could ask Big Brother, but apparently the crowd got too much for Hibari's liking, so both Sasagawas left to do damage control. On one hand, Tsuna wouldn't embarrass himself before Kyoko-chan. On the other, she wouldn't cheer on any of them. He would still embarrass himself before his family though, and Bianchi was even filming everything on camera. He would need to sneak out later to check what she filmed and burn it if necessary. Reborn would approve of destroying blackmail material, even if the tiny hitman menace would show his own copy right after. Speaking of whom, Tsuna couldn't see him anywhere. Not with the rest of the family like he was supposed to be, not pretending to be a commentator with Present Mike, not pretending to be a student, not even pretending to be an object anywhere. It made Tsuna's paranoid anxiety go haywire. At least his hyper-intuition was silent, so there was probably no immediate danger. A headache for later, though? That was fair game. Out of the corner of his eye, Tsuna saw Midoriya-kun nervously fidgeting. It seemed like his heart wasn't in the game. Not surprising for someone who had the first fight of the tournament. Tsuna turned around, deciding to look for a very loud person one more time, and bumped into Todoroki-kun. Poor guy looked distinctly lost. At least he wasn't panicking? Sawada? Do you know how this game works? Tsuna really didn't like Endeavor. Sure. What do you need to look for? Todoroki-kun showed him his card with ball of yarn written on it. Well, that was simple enough. It's a scavenger hunt, so you're supposed to find whatever is written on your card and bring it to judges. There are no other rules. Have you tried asking Yayarozu-san to make one? She's the one with creation quirk, right? And she won't refuse? It's not against the rules. What were they even teaching kids? How come a freaking hitman taught more about relying on allies than heroes? Or was it Endeavor's fault again? I doubt it. Let's go ask her. Of course, Tsuna was never lucky enough for things to go his way. The moment he tugged Todoroki-kun's hand in the right direction, a cow pattern caught his eye. Tsuna glanced at his family, trying to assure himself that it wasn't what he thought. There were 2 empty spaces now, instead of 1. With growing horror and embarrassment, Tsuna turned back to where he saw a cow pattern. Just as he feared, it was Limbo in his favorite hoodie. Why was this his life? Sorry, wait here. Or go and talk to her. Tsuna ran, hoping that no one else noticed Limbo just yet. They had a chance of being electrocuted if they spooked the little kid. And that was the moment Limbo saw him. Tsuna, sheet. Please, no, I want to play too. Students started turning to look at the loud little boy amongst them. Tsuna wanted to cry. Or scold Limbo. Hope that someone else would solve this for him was gone years ago. Limbo, what are you doing here? Todoroki-kun followed him, staring at Limbo's horns with curiosity. It looked like you had fun, so I came to play. That kid, he sweared. Tsuna didn't sigh, but it was a near thing. He wished he could get Limbo back quietly, but knowing how loud the boy could be. He could be very loud, couldn't he? And Tsuna had to find a very loud person. Plus, That should get Lumbo to behave at least until he could get him back to his seat. Okay, we can play. I need to find a very loud person and bring him to those people. Think you can prove to those people that you're the loudest? Tsuna hoped that would work. If Lumbo decided to be a menace now. Sure can. There's no one louder than Lumbo-san. Todoroki-kun was still here. He looked at Lumbo, who was happily hanging off Tsuna by now. You have a sibling? There was something choked up in his tone, for all his face didn't show much emotion. Did Todoroki-kun have siblings? Did he get along with them? Would his father even let them get along? A few, actually, none of them by blood, but what else was he supposed to call Lumbo, Ipin and Fuda? They lived under the safe roof, he helped them with homework as much as he could, he bought them ice cream, his friends helped babysit those little terrors. Tsuna couldn't imagine his life without them. Tsuna is the best brother. Lumbo was being weirdly nice. He should check if it was just a mood or if the little gremlin did something and was now trying to butter him up. Todoroki-kun stared at Tsuna with wonder again. It wasn't something worth of wonder though. Was his family situation that bad? Lumbo kept babbling the whole way and even gave Todoroki-kun a grape candy as a gift. Tsuna tried to warn that Lumbo wasn't above conning people into accepting hollow wrapper, but the little menace shushed him. At least the candy was genuine. Either Lumbo was learning to be better or he liked Peppermint Guy that much already. The judges accepted Lumbo in the end, after a pretty long wail. Tsuna wished he could say it was his loudest one, but it really wasn't. Tsuna stared. The outcome of Midoriya-kun's fight against Shinso-kun seemed to depend on the simple question. Would Midoriya-kun get controlled or not? And yet, despite getting caught, he somehow got free. Midoriya-kun managed to win. But that wasn't the reason why Tsuna stared. The outlines of people in front of Midoriya-kun were. No one else saw them, didn't even mention them. But Tsuna's hyper-intuition was blaring like a city-wide alarm. They resembled the wills of previous bosses in the Vongola ring. Except Midoriya-kun didn't have anything on him except for his gym clothes. There was no object to tie the ghosts to. Nothing but Midoriya-kun himself. Midoriya-kun said he was quirkless during their first meeting. Yet he passed Hero Course practical exam and made a big enough impression that Ida-kun talked about it for the whole lunch once. Both Chrome and Hibari confirmed that he had super-powered punches during USJ. Tsuna saw it for himself today. Shigaraki compared him and his power to All Might. Number 1 hero's obvious favor of Midoriya-kun could as well be confirmation. Tsuna, admittedly, didn't think that the conflict between All for One and One for All would be relevant to him beyond getting Shigaraki out of it before it would be too late. But if All Might really had a superpower quirk that could be transferred, then Midoriya-kun could have a quirk with imprints of souls of previous holders. Their dying will, if you would. Tsuna wished he could talk to Reborn. Tsuna? Yamamoto looked concerned for a bit, but Tsuna just nodded at the empty seat where his hitman tutor was supposed to sit. His friend relaxed and didn't ask further than that. No one stopped Tsuna from leaving his seat. And of course the fun-sized menace ambushed him the moment he was in the hall. What are you spacing out for? That's just asking to be ambushed. Reborn. Tsuna's tutor dropped whatever remark he had in mind and looked at Tsuna intently. He always immediately picked up on any concern or plea in Tsuna's voice. What happened? Reborn listened to Tsuna's recap of the fight with a crease in his brow he had when he was irritated with Tsuna's storytelling skills, but knew that that wasn't the important part. That would explain quite a lot, starting with that late bloomer cover full of holes. We need to make sure anyway. If you're right, then what are you going to do? I don't know yet. Tsuna stared at the floor. What could he do? Confront Midoriya-kun? Confront All Might? Both options would reveal far too much about himself. But he couldn't let it go either. He had to make sure that Midoriya-kun would be okay. Reborn was silent for a few seconds. Then his mouth stretched into familiar mischievous grin and Tsuna gladly took the offer of distraction. Well, we have to go back either way. But I'm going to miss the chair that fit me perfectly. Where would he find a chair his size? Wait a minute, wasn't there someone similar size to Reborn? No way. Reborn, where did you find that chair? His sadistic tutor only grinned wider and hopped back to the stadium. Did he really break into? We wanted to check info in that office anyway. He did. He broke into Principal's office. Reborn. If Midoriya's fight with Shinso wasn't flashy enough to make an impression, then Todoroki's fight with Zero didn't last long enough to make one. Or maybe it was the speed with which the fight ended that made the impression. Shoyuta scowled at the huge iceberg. It wasn't like Todoroki to lose control like that. And here Shoyuta thought that he relaxed enough during filler games before tournament. What happened? What put him off balance so much? The only thing that came to mind was... Shoyuta glared at bright fire red dot that was Endeavor in his spectator seat. No matter the reason, the huge ice mountain was dangerous. Midnight was dressed lightly enough as it was. The cold would be pretty dangerous for her. Recovery Girl said neither she nor Zero got any frostbite, so there was that. But Todoroki was now stiff as a board and mildly haunted. Mildly because Shoyuta was sure that he could go even further. Not good. Shoyuta himself felt tired from his absurd mess. Why couldn't people just leave his students alone and let them be emotionally stable? Now it was time for Kaminari to go up against Yamamoto. Wasn't that the other general studies student? The one who carried Dekuro during obstacle course. Documents had his quirk as Tranquility, giving him calming aura. It seemed to act as sedative, having similar side effects of sleepiness and sluggishness if he made it more intense. Nothing spectacular, but his physical scores without quirk were better than Kaminari's with quirk. Shoyuta wasn't sure how this one would go. Damn it, Kaminari, stop underestimating your opponent. Just throwing small bolts was useless with Yamamoto's speed and reflexes. And he was getting closer to Kaminari with every dodge. Yamamoto had already crossed half of the ring by the time Kaminari realized his mistake. Shoyuta could see the moment he decided to use his tramp card. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volt. Now that was an attack Yamamoto wouldn't be able to dodge. Kaminari was about to turn into an idiot, but he would be a winner. Arg. Yamamoto dropped on one knee from pain. Now was the chance. Kaminari, oh wait. Kaminari had no brains right now to use the opportunity to attack. Shoyuta suddenly felt exhausted. Those kids he swore? Yamamoto didn't fall. That was a big one. Gotta admit that was close. But unfortunately for you, I felt a stronger lightning. A stronger lightning? What did that mean? The whole stadium gasped when Yamamoto got back up. His steps weren't as steady as they used to be, but he didn't have to worry about attack anymore. What the actual? Kaminari, the moron, kept showing thumbs up as Yamamoto pushed him out of bounds. Winner, Yamamoto. Idakuin's match turned into a PR stunt. While Izuku was jotting down notes and warnings, Uraraka-san resignedly sighed. I did try to warn him. Despite advantage in range, Aoyama-kin didn't land a single hit on Ishido-san. Their fight ended with her knocking him out in one punch. Just like with Yamamoto-kun, physical fitness was the deciding factor. Izuku put off the memory of Yamamoto-kun shrugging off Kaminari-kun's attack into the back of his mind. Not now. He could ask later. If Todoroki-kun's overwhelming victory was ruthlessly swift, then Tokoyami-kun's was the opposite. He made sure to not harm Yaoyorozu-san as he effortlessly pushed her out of the bounds. She didn't even notice until it was over. The next match was Kirishima-kun against Tetsu-kun from 1B. Their quirks were pretty similar, so Izuku figured it would be a long fight. He decided to check on Uraraka-san in the meantime. Present mix commentary echoed through the hall. Manly steel versus manly hardening. Which will be the toughest? Ida-kun already was beside Uraraka-san, trying to cheer her up. She was so tense that her face was barely recognizable. Yet she refused to look at Izuku's suggestions and strategies. I want to face him myself. With my own power, on my own terms, that fire in her eyes. It reminded Izuku of Katsuki when he has a goal to strive for. He shivered. He already knew that Uraraka-san was determined to go all out today. And he knew that Katsuki would answer in kind. Their fight was going to be a fight of equals, in will if not in strength. Tetsu throws another punch, but Kirishima blocks it yet again. And now he dodges. Tetsu can't get a single hit in. Present Mike sounded like he was about to laugh. When equal powers clash, the battle is determined by skill. Kirishima uses his power just on his arms and relies on his skill instead of spending all his energy and catching punches with his face. It looks like he took tips from Outboxing Club. Aizawa-sensei's voice was monotone, like he was just explaining the obvious. Or wanted to sleep, which seemed more likely. Boxing club? Did Kirishima-kun get lessons from Sasagawa-senpai? He did seem in the hurry to leave after lessons those past 2 weeks. Bam! Tetsu stumbles from a punch. But Kirishima is holding steady like a rock. Looks like this battle is close to an end. Izuku and his friends got back to their seats just in time to see Tetsu-kun fall. And that is a knockout. Kirishima's fists of stone dented Tetsu's iron skin. Winner, Kirishima. Kirishima-kun waved, walked away and stumbled. He couldn't get his arms to hold him and spectators laughed at his annoyed groan. Stadium was booing. What a bunch of idiots. Katsuki couldn't tell if they were blind, in denial or stupid. Wait, no, definitely stupid. Stop playing? Where the hell did they get that? He was already doing what he could to keep Uraraka safe from him. If she touched him it would be over. His air explosions didn't help when he wasn't the one in control of his own gravity. Sure, he could use them, but the DMN girl could just release her quirk and throw his movement off. The best solution would be to not let her get close at all. And he was already doing that. But Uraraka just kept coming at him, her body lowered and her palms ready. Damn it. Katsuki sent another wave of explosions, sending smoke and debris everywhere. Uraraka was nowhere to be seen. Katsuki stilled. He could barely see her jacket getting singed. Definitely not there then. He doubted she would use same trick twice, especially when it didn't work even the first time. Something flashed in the smoke. Katsuki sent another blast. He heard a grunt. It wouldn't be enough to stop her, but at least she didn't get close. Stupid smoke made it hard to see anything. He waited for another attack. It wasn't coming. Idiot spectators were still booing him, screaming something about holding back and playing with his opponent. They seemed to think that Uraraka was a brainless, frail girl. What a bunch of morons. Aizawa-sensei said so to their faces. The bar was low, but he was the smartest of all those pros. The smoke started clearing. Uraraka was standing away from him, a real grin on her face. Katsuki felt a mirror of it on his face. Thank you, Bakugo-kun, for giving me ammunition. What? He didn't turn away from her, searching for whatever she could use across the demolished arena. Arena without any debris. Katsuki looked up to see singed chunks of the floor floating above him like an asteroid belt. Sheet. Uraraka released her quirk. Debris started falling like a meteor shower. Damn it. There were too many projectiles. If Katsuki tried to evade, Uraraka would be able to catch him. If he tried to use explosions to clear up debris, that would cause smoke again and make him blind to her attacks. And if he tried to focus on not letting her touch him, debris would hit him. He could think of only one way out of this. Katsuki wiped his palm against each other, getting more nitroglycerin sweat on one of them. Then he raised it and focused. Bang bam bam. Upward explosion destroyed falling debris. Sheet that hurt. Recoil went through his arm, nearly tearing it out of the socket. Katsuki slowly lowered his now useless arm, feeling it tremble. Thankfully, recoil went through his whole body into the ground. His legs were still screaming at him to lie down. Spine too, actually. At least the shockwave blew Uraraka away. But if she attacked him again, he wasn't sure he would be able to counter her, let alone dodge. Still, he forced his feet to move. The fence is the best defense, after all. Uraraka got up, trembling with her whole body. So, this was the grand finale to their fight? Katsuki ignored pain in his arm, ready to face his opponent. And then Uraraka collapsed. Her arms couldn't hold her weight. Her legs uselessly twitched. She couldn't get up on her own. Midnight came close to start a countdown. Uraraka was still on the ground. Katsuki won. He walked up to her on unsteady legs while Midnight was calling for bots to carry Uraraka to infirmary. The DMN girl was stubbornly staring at him. He knew it. She just needed leverage to get up. Katsuki held out his arm and waited for Uraraka to grasp it. Helping her get up made his whole body scream in protest. She stared at his arm for a second and then grabbed him above the elbow with a grin. Uraraka pulled, making Katsuki fall onto the ground. Gotcha, she fell again. Here they lay, exhaustingly laughing like a pair of idiots. Good fight, he said as an answer. Shoto couldn't get Bakugo's and Uraraka's fight out of his mind. It was a hard one. Both sides did their best. More than that, they had fun. Shoto didn't know you could have fun in a fight, in struggling to win. That you could smile even when losing. He felt lost in an unknown world. But he felt like he was starting to understand what Sawada meant. He won against Zero in a matter of seconds. It was nothing but a waste of time for him. But Kirishima? Against Tetsu? Bakugo against Uraraka? He could see their fights if he closed his eyes. The impressions of them lingered. If it's about being strong, will you even remember it? He wouldn't. He didn't. To be honest, he didn't even notice Shinso until he was fighting against Midoriya. Because Shoto only cared about strong opponents. He thought that Kaminari would be one of those, but Yamamoto beat him on nothing but physical fitness. Shoto's approach was wrong. But could he stop now? Could he turn back and tell Midoriya to disregard that challenge from beginning of the festival? No, he couldn't. His old man was watching. Shoto felt his gaze on him. He couldn't help but be aware of it. Where are you looking? Even Midoriya noticed. This time he didn't just send airwave from the punch to stop Shoto's attack. He actually broke his finger to send a far, far bigger one and smash all of Shoto's ice. Shoto trembled from cold he didn't dare to get rid of. And Midoriya called him out on it. You want to win with just half of your strength? Shoto didn't get a single hit on Midoriya yet. That broken finger was from Midoriya himself. Shoto was slowing down. His ice only managed to cover one of Midoriya's arms. But Midoriya got a hit on him. I want to smile and respond to people. To be a cool hero. Shoto didn't know how to smile. He couldn't be that kind of hero. He couldn't even have a fun fight. Even after he decided to have fun, the only time he succeeded was during recreation games with Sawada. On his own, Shoto was hopeless. He never had a childhood. Where other kids had fun, he was training. Because he was special. He wasn't supposed to be happy, he was supposed to be strong. So he had no idea how to change that. Shoto spent so much time being angry at his father that he forgot to make memories. He was so busy rejecting his old man's power that he forgot to reject his shitty lessons. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. It's okay for you to become who you want to be. Shoto let out his fire. Midoriya started smiling. What a moron. Who in their right mind would spend their fight helping the enemy? Shoto barked out a laugh. He thought he could hear his old man shout something, but for the first time he didn't care about the BSRD. He felt other gazes on him, the ones that felt like encouragement. Stop beating yourself up and do something that would bring you joy instead. Sawada was right. Midoriya was right. It was Shoto's power, not Endeavor's. He didn't have to punish himself for having it. Shoto let out both ice and fire. Midoriya jumped with his quirk. Shoto thought he heard a crunch. Cementos created walls between them. Bam. Tsuna admittedly didn't pay much attention to Yamamoto's fight with Itakun. The latter was easy to predict and a well-placed strike to his engines would his advantage in speed. Yamamoto's victory was just a matter of time. Gakudera tensed at the sounds of footsteps. "'Twas Todoroki-kun. Sawada, you were right." "About what?" "Thank you, Gakudera, for asking this first. You really should stop beating myself up. I'm still not sure how to have fun, but at least I know better than to listen to old man's voice in my head." Tsuna knew. He saw Todoroki-kun releasing his flames with his own eyes. Was it weird to be proud of someone you only knew for 2 weeks? That's good. He's not worth listening to. His shouting during your match, it really said a lot about him. It reminded Tsuna of his own father in a really weird way. Imitsu was never home enough to put Tsuna through hellish training or prevent him from normal school life, unlike Endeavor. But he did complain about being bored one of the 2 times they fought in the Battle of Representatives. "I got ambushed by him in a hall right after, actually. His face was so funny when I told about forgetting about him for a minute. Todoroki-kun almost smirked. Yeah, it was probably cathartic. But then he became somber again. He also criticized how I use fire. Was it about control? You were letting it out without direction, so I wondered. Maybe you can try letting it out in smaller portions you can control and go up from there? Tsuna remembered his own struggles with hard flames after Vongola trial. Maybe you need help noticing your output? That huge iceberg in your previous fight didn't seem normal either. Shoichi-kun yelped and wilted when Todoroki-kun turned to him. It was sorta adorable. Shoichi-kun is a friend of mine from my hometown. He's good at engineering, so Haru sometimes asks him for help with gadgets. Most of his gadgets were meant for Mafia with dying wolf flames, though. Yeah. I can make something like goggles or lenses to show you how much ice and fire you're making. Sensors will probably need to be placed on your hands. You use your quirk there most of the time, maybe on boots too, and there he went into speculating. Bewildered Todoroki-kun stared at Shoichi-kun until Tsuna just waved for him to not mind it. I may need a new costume then. Haru jumped out to grab Todoroki-kun with a twinkle in her eyes. Finally! You have no idea how much Haru waited for those words. Wait a second, I will warn the group chat and then you should give me your contact info so that I could add you. Poor guy just nodded, obviously overwhelmed with Haru. Which was a pretty common reaction to Haru. Not even a minute after she sent a message, they heard a shout from hero student seats. Took you a dimmin' long time? Gakudera muttered about adding more words to essay, so Tsuna took it as coming from Gakudera's new student. Winner, Yamamoto Takashi. Oh, already? Tsuna turned to the arena. It looked like Yamamoto had busted Ida-kun's mufflers and pushed him out of bounds once hero students couldn't use his speed anymore. You're not surprised. Tsuna could feel Todoroki-kun's stare on him. It made him want to fidget, even if he knew better than to actually do. Should I be? I know what Yamamoto is capable of. And you will have to fight him later, you know. A boy trained from childhood by second-best hero with overpowered quirk against a natural hitman with a baseball bat? Sounded like a headache. At least Yamamoto could explain it away as just being that good at baseball. Tokoyami, victory was devastatingly fast. The fight between Bakugo and Kirishima, on the other hand, went for a while. Keeping to his earlier strategy, Kirishima only hardened parts of himself that would be hit, which was about half of his body, give or take. Bakugo's attack speed was really something else, especially with his powerful quirk. It was turning out to be an endurance battle. Would Kirishima be able to keep himself protected long enough, or would Bakugo be able to break through his defense? Shoyuta would bet on Bakugo, to be honest. Kirishima was already singed in some places he didn't harden fast enough. And hardening himself fully would only make him spend more energy. Just like he predicted, eventually Kirishima couldn't defend himself anymore and lost. He did get a few good hits in though. Man, Sasagawa-senpai warned me that I would have a hard time against someone like you, but that was something. You're so manly. Kirishima carefully touched his jaw. It didn't seem broken. You weren't half bad yourself. At least my face doesn't look like a mess, Kirishima grinned. Bakugo, despite his new shiner, laughed as he was declared winner. Shoto remembered how Yamamoto evaded his ice. He was fast, and that made him dangerous. But what made him even more dangerous was his reaction speed. Ida's recipro burst would be difficult to counter even for Shoto, who had ice to protect him. But Yamamoto evaded it too. Not to mention that his sedative-like quirk was annoying. It wasn't strong, nor did it have big range, but it caused enough lag for Yamamoto to even his chance against much faster Ida. Ice may not be enough. But Shoto wasn't sure he was ready to use fire yet. He still needed to reevaluate a lot of things he used to be sure of. Yamamoto grinned at him from the other end of the arena. Come on, don't be so stiff. It's a friendly competition, not a death match. His laughter was free and light. Shoto envied him. He had no idea how to laugh like that. It's still a fight. It won't end until we detriment the winner. Then how about this? A 10 minutes limit and only to the first blood or injury. Whoever is closer to losing by then gives up. Yamamoto had weird eyes. Usually, when people were joking or laughing, they had a so-called twinkle there. Yamamoto didn't. His eyes were like frosted glass. You could see the light go through, but you couldn't see what was beyond it. Okay, was all Shoto said instead. He hoped a friend of Sawada's wouldn't take it as being rude. Nice. Midnight called a start of the fight. Yamamoto moved. Shoto barely managed to cut off his path, even if he wasn't sure it would do more than just slow his opponent down. Ice being slippery didn't seem to have any effect on Yamamoto, so spikes it was. Even if he wouldn't be caught, Shoto could try to direct and corner him and then push him out of bounds. Yamamoto did slow down to bat his way through spikes of ice. What kind of strength did he have to crush them in one swing? Shoto shot out another wave of ice with his foot and started covering his arms. Judging by how distance between them kept decreasing, he would need it against those terrifying bat swings. Looks like rumors of Yamamoto's baseball proficiency were downplaying it. He's crushing the ice like it's made of cardboard. Can Todoroki win with just ice, or will he need to use his fire again? Present mixed comments were distracting. Shoto couldn't block it out, cluelessly forget about his surroundings the way he did in his fight with Midoriya. Yamamoto was closer than he expected. That was bad. Shoto created a wall before himself and focused on making it thicker. He couldn't see Yamamoto anymore, but could hear crunch of ice and clanking of the bat. And then they stopped. Where was he? Shoto looked around, but his own ice was blocking his view. He needed to move before he became a sitting duck. He was slower than he should be, his limbs feeling heavy. Was he under effect of Yamamoto's quirk already? Crunch. Shoto barely blocked with his ice-covered arm in time. Yamamoto grinned at him and then bent closer to whisper, "Hey, do you actually want to fight right now? I know you have better moves than that." It was true that Shoto was just adapting his plans against Ida to make it work against Yamamoto, but was he really so distracted that it was noticeable? Am I that obvious? Denying it wouldn't win him any points, but getting Yamamoto to talk could buy him time. Nah, I'm just good at noticing this kind of things. So, do you want to fight? Or do you want to take it easy before the finale? You wouldn't be able to win there if you go in like that. He had a point. So you want me to go all out? Use my fire? Shoto didn't know if he could. Yamamoto quietly laughed. He didn't seem angry or frustrated. Still as carefree as ever. What was it with this guy? Nope. It's okay if you want to take it easy. I'm good at going with the flow, so I think we can fool the audience into thinking it was more intense than it actually was. What do you say? Take it easy? He couldn't go all out. Not yet. His head was too full of thoughts he didn't know how to deal with. Taking it easy sounded good. And they did establish some rules to make it easier already. Okay. Yamamoto lightened pressure on Shoto's arm, just enough that Shoto would be the only one to notice. He swung his arm free, making Yamamoto jump out of the way. Take it easy. He should start with more ice, try to freeze Yamamoto in place. His head felt clearer now that he didn't have to worry about the fight. Of course, just shooting straight walls of ice wouldn't work on Yamamoto. How about arcs then? Shoto decided to try. Nothing would happen even if it failed. He could try anything. It was kind of fun. Oh, it looks like Todoroki has switched tactics. Yamamoto has to watch his back unless he wants to be caught. Present Mike didn't see it, but that was okay. That's what they both wanted. Shoto kept trying different things, and Yamamoto kept trying to get close without being frozen until 10 minutes were up. He slipped up a few times, having to use his bats to get his legs free. Technically, that meant that Shoto was closer to victory. Whoops, guess I should have tried to hit you harder back then. It looks like you win. I surrender. Winner, Todoroki Shoto. Yamamoto laughed about his loss. Shoto knew why this time. It was a good decision, Shoto thought as he watched Bakugo expose Tokoyami's weakness. Now that his head wasn't buzzing with worries, he could actually think on what to do with Bakugo. He still didn't know if he could use fire, but at least he wouldn't hold back when the time for their fight came. Katsuki knew that half and half BSRD held back. He suspected that grinning baseball idiot did too, judging by how his tutor sighed and then hissed at the idiot. They did have some kind of 10-minute agreement. Anyway, Katsuki wasn't going to tolerate it if the half and half BSRD kept being so condescending. If Izuku's lesson couldn't stay, then Katsuki would make it stay. Coming across the guy in the waiting room was as good opportunity as any. Half and half a-hole barely even glanced at him. Where are you looking half and half BC? Sheet, he was going to have another 1,000 words on his essay. Seeing the a-hole be taken aback was worth it though. Sorry. That's what Midoriya said to me too. Of course he did. Izuku never knew how to stay out of other people's business. Katsuki hated it for reasons he couldn't quite understand. But it wasn't because he hated Izuku himself. You are childhood friends, right? Was he like that when you were young too? Oh, hell yes. Since they were 4 and Katsuki stumbled into the shallow river. But that was a conversation he wasn't ready for any time soon. When wasn't he like that? Not the point here. It's not about Izuku here. It's about you. Are you going to look me in the eye when we fight, or are you going to hold back again? The BSTRD turned away in silence. Don't ruin it. Keep calm, don't start shouting, and definitely don't start blowing shit up. My family dash. Who cares about your family? I'm gonna fight you, not your family. If Endeavor has a problem with it, that's on him for being a loser. Half and half BSTRD stared at him. So don't you dare to hold back. The a-hole breathed out and finally started looking like an okay guy. Okay. Present Mike was shouting their names for the audience. Shoto could still hear it, which meant that he wasn't focused enough. He breathed in and out, trying to filter out the noise. Intended to go all out just like Bakugo asked him to. Well, Shoto presumed that this was Bakugo's version of a request. It was hard to tell with all the scowling. Bakugo himself was ready for the fight. He liked fighting a lot, didn't he? Shoto kinda assumed that he wanted to win, but demanding his opponents to hit him with full power felt kinda counterproductive to that. Bakugo! His about-to-be opponent glared at him. What? How should he phrase it? Should he even bother? It's not like he was particularly good at talking. Fighting against strong people, against those who do their all to beat you, is it fun for you? There was that feral grin that made him look like a villain. Yeah, it is. The moment the fight began, Shoto put all his power into creating a huge iceberg trap. Trying to deal with Yamamoto was hard enough, and Bakugo was even more mobile with his aerial maneuvers. It didn't hold him for long. Bakugo's reflexes were really crazy. He evaded all Shoto's attacks up close, using his explosions to change directions faster. Ice Slide didn't help. Aizawa-sensei said that there was something missing in Shoto's moves since his fight with Midoriya. He was wrong. It was missing since the beginning, back when he froze Zero of not earlier. This whole time, he was out of control, not matter what side of his quirk he was using. It was just that Midoriya made him forget about it and let go willingly. His father shouted at him to use fire. Stupid. Fire wouldn't help, it would only go wild and make things worse. The most Shoto allowed himself was small burst of flame to protect himself from explosions. Bakugo's eyes were hard. He looked at fiery wisps around Shoto vanishing once Endeavor started shouting. His attacks didn't slow down. But he did turn his head towards number 2 hero. Shut your stupid trap. The stadium went silent. Shoto stared at Bakugo in surprise. That was a very Bakugo move, and yet somehow Shoto couldn't think it would happen. No one talked back to his father, not in public, much less live TV. Even his apparently rebellious older brother Natsuo only cursed at his old man at home. What? Don't listen to that idiot. It's our fight. Don't put your flames out, I want a fair win. Fair win? Bakugo aimed for victory, just like he did the whole time. But Shoto didn't know if he wanted to win anymore. Todoroki-kun, don't lose. Do your best. Midoriya? Why was he so supportive? Bakugo huffed out something between snort and sob and took his fighting stance again. Shoto felt ice on his skin melt. He let the fire come out, flare up, start to gather. His mother's face appeared from memory. Would he really? Stop beating yourself up. No more drowning in guilt. Wondering if his mother would hate him wouldn't do any good. She was far away, in a hospital he knew how to get to. Bakugo was right here, ready to attack and demanding Shoto to go all out. He would apologize before his mother anyway. Focused on his fire. It refused to listen, he couldn't direct it enough to only hit Bakugo. Shoto's eyes went wide with fear. His scar felt like it was boring all over again. Dekuro coughing blood because of his quirk. Howitzer impact. Everything exploded. Bakugo refused to accept his victory until Midnight knocked him out with her quirk. Shouted something about fear and meaning and apparently Midoriya. Todoroki was unconscious and out of bounds. Shoyuta had never seen a winner who would take his victory with such lack of grace. And he saw quite a number of embarrassing winners. Especially take even Yamada. His ears still hurt from their exam during second year. It didn't get better when both of them woke up. Todoroki stared at his hands with fear and Shoyuta felt a headache coming up. The kid not refusing to use his quirk again would already be a win. Bakugo started thrashing and refused to get his award, so they had to tie him up. And then when he didn't get quieter, someone got the bright idea to put a muzzle on him. Hound Dog warned them against it, and the new angry bites on some idiot's hands proved him right. Yamamoto was yawning as if bored. One could argue that he was too relaxed for the ceremony. With Tokoyami not being a cheerful kid himself, the award ceremony was almost gloomy despite Midnight's best efforts. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man Dash. And then she and All Might spoke over each other. A festival of awkwardness. Tokoyami accepted his medal with stoic acceptance, much like he did everything else. Yamamoto laughed, but he didn't look happy to get the medal. Todoroki had a little chat with All Might. Their expressions didn't match, and it was obviously a little awkward, but it was fine in the end. All Might took off Bakugo's muzzle. The problem child immediately scowled and started hissing. Shoyuta could guess the topic. In the end, All Might shoved the ribbon of the medal right into Bakugo's teeth. Shoyuta later talked to his class about free days tomorrow and day after to watch second and third years, about pros starting to recruit them, about resting, and told them that they worked well today. They deserved it. Even if Bakugo still trembled from rage. Originally, Izuku wanted to watch third years more and only watched second day for Sasagawa-senpai. But it quickly became clear that third years were hopelessly outmatched by the absurdity of their co-ace this year. Hibari-senpai was a force of nature, unyielding and unbeatable. The ease with which he passed the group part of the competition reminded Izuku that he led a whole committee. And he and Katsuki worked together well enough during USJ. And when it was time for the battle royale among the remaining second-year students, Hibari-senpai showed exactly why he could hold off actual villains all on his own. Only 5 people remaining. But it doesn't look like Sasagawa can last against Hibari's assault for much longer. It appears that 2 of Hero students still standing are teaming up. Will that be enough against the unstoppable beast that is Hibari Kyoya? Sasagawa-senpai lost, but not without leaving bruises on Hibari-senpai. It was probably the first time Hibari-senpai was hurt today. The roar of the stadium was deafening. Of the 3 remaining Hero students, one of them just gave up when faced with Hibari-senpai. He ran out of bounds with a whimper after a light kick from Hibari-senpai. Izuku couldn't blame him, but poor guy probably wouldn't get any offers from pros this year. The 2 Hero students that teamed up decided to use a pincer attack to catch Hibari-senpai. It didn't work. He turned the ambush into melee fight with the closest one of the 2, and kept going until she couldn't fight anymore. None of the distance attacks hit him. The remaining opponent tried hard, but the end of the battle royals was already decided. Not once did Hibari-senpai use his quirk. Izuku wondered if it was something uselessly weak or if it was far too powerful. It felt like Hibari-senpai would be able to turn even the weakest quirk into borderline lethal weapon. And he didn't seem like the type to hold back. If first year's award ceremony was awkward because of the general mood being down, then second year's one was awkward for a completely different reason. Several second years tried to run away to not stay in proximity with Hibari-senpai. Word was, Sasagawa-senpai and Hibari-senpai were the only contestants to not need a visit to infirmary today. Izuku wasn't sure if he believed it, because Sasagawa-senpai didn't look good at the end of his fight, but Recovery Girl said that he never showed up. This time, All Might's appearance wasn't quite as surprising, but Izuku still felt awe in the air. He knew his mentor enough to notice some nervousness. Was it because he failed to read the mood yesterday? The girl who took the 3rd place clenched her fists and stood stiff as she accepted her medal. The guy with second place started crying into All Might's shoulder the moment he was close enough. After a few awkward pats in the back, All Might tried to get himself free. He managed only after several minutes. Young Hibari, that was quite a spectacle you out up. With a prowess like that, you'll be in a hero course in no time. It was only personal experience that allowed Izuku to notice the strange tone in his voice. Did Hibari-senpai make even All Might nervous? Not interested. For so-called heroes, the course is full of herbivores. Okay, yeah, that felt like a punch in the gut. All Might held well, but it was pretty clear why he felt nervous. I see. Is that why you didn't use your quirk? Even if you feel like you're inadequate, surely you admired heroes when you were little? Was that? Yup, that was a strain in All Might's smile. No. There's nothing to admire in those who leave people behind for glory. Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe. What? But how could he say something like this? Did he meet some bad hero? Surely heroes he met tried their best? This felt more like a sudden break of a bone. I was hoping to meet strong opponents in this school. So far I'm disappointed. All Might stopped trying to talk to Hibari-senpai and hid very well that he ran away the moment the medal was on Hibari-senpai's neck. Shoto didn't know what to tell Fuyune when she asked about his plan to visit mom. That he was tired of feeling guilty? That he hoped that he was wrong and she didn't hate him? That he needed to face her to move forward? He tried to find words to tell his mom when he finally saw her. But even when he reached the hospital, he didn't know what to say. He just knew that she was still bound by him and by Dad. He wanted to tell her he was going to become his own hero. To tell her he found friends. To tell her that a girl he accidentally harmed gave him courage by forgiving him. Mom looked better. She didn't have dark circles under her eyes anymore. Her hair was fluffier than he remembered. Tired lines disapproved from her face. She's still a bit haunted. Mom. She stared at him, and Shoto could tell the moment she recognized him. He wasn't that small, powerless child anymore. He was going to rescue her. Even if she didn't love him anymore, even if she didn't want it, he was going to try his best to help. That was his first step. His mother still loved him. He could see familiar self-loathing in her eyes when she touched his scar. He told her to not feel guilty, to try to move on together. She geared up a bit. Shoto, you grew up so much. Perhaps. But that knowledge was still new. Shoto stumbled over his words, but Mom didn't rush him. She patiently waited for him. He wanted to spend time with her. Find something fun to do together. He wanted to talk to his siblings, to get to know them, for real this time. He wanted to have lunch with friends. To discuss silly things. To do homework together. To catch up on his lost childhood. He owed several something that would bring them joy. It was only fair, after they helped him so much. Haru's costume squad. Thermostat. Haru-sama? Or is it Haru-sama? I maybe have a request. Acid trip. See Bomb? This is how people with manners ask for things. Bomberanian. Sure. At least he actually stopped lurking. Haru the Great. What is it, Todoroki-san? Thermostat. Can you help me exchange contact info with Sawada? Space Cadet. You're friends with him too? Never saw you talking until the tournament. Are you gonna sit with us at lunches? Izuku-kun, Ida-kun, and me sit with Sawada-kun's group at lunch BW. Haru the Great. Of course I can. Gimme a minute, I'll tell him you want to keep in touch. Haru the Great. And we are finally getting that reinforced silk. Bomberanian. Hooray. I was about to go deal with them myself. Or sick my old hag on them. Insert creative name. Once again, this is a very rude way to refer to your mother. Thermostat. We are friends. I guess. Acid trip. 10-minute difference between the question and the answer really sells it. Haru the Great. Sending you Tsuna-san's contact info in DMs. He knows your info too. Thermostat. Thanks. Thermostat. Actually, can I ask for Dekuro's info too? I want to make it up to her. Does she have a favorite food or something? Haru the Great. No problem. Chrome-chan will happy with anything, but how good are you at cooking? Thermostat. Not sure. What do you have in mind? Haru the Great. You already know about Chrome-chan's health. I was thinking of getting together and making a nice dinner for her. You in? Thermostat. Okay. Shoto wasn't sure he would be of any use in the kitchen, what with Fune making all dishes at home, but he wanted to try. Tenya wished he could avert his eyes, but he had to look. The hospital bed, the oxygen mask, the patches and electrodes. They all showed the terrible truth. His brother had almost died. He was conscious but just barely. Tenya couldn't hold back tears. His brother, his hero Ingenium, apologized for losing. For not being able to be a hero anymore. Tenya was just glad that Tensenai-sen was alive. If he was brought in just 2 minutes later, Tenya couldn't think about it. The world without his brother would be a bleak place. It wasn't his brother's fault for almost dying. It was Stain's. His brother was compassionate, brave and always willing to help anyone. Sidekicks at his agency loved him and brought him tons of flowers and other get-well gifts on the next day. And yet, Hero Killer decided that he deserved to die. Whatever were his standards? Why did he decide that his brother was a fake? Who gave him the right? Tenya wanted a hero name to fit his brother. Something like EcoBoost or SmartStream or even Jaguar. But there would be no Ingenium and EcoBoost now. There could be no Ingenium PRD. And Tenya couldn't bear that thought. He would inherit his brother's name and make sure it wouldn't be forgotten. He had to, for his own peace of mind. His brother was in Hosu when he was attacked. Several news of hospitalized and dead heroes also indicated that Stain was in Hosu. Once lessons resumed, his class would know about offers for them from pros. They would be preparing for their first temporary internships and field training. If he could get an offer from a hero in Hosu, he probably wouldn't be able to become a hero after that. He would become a disgrace on his family. He knew his brother wouldn't want him to do it. But Tenya couldn't bring himself to care about that. He knew exactly what he was going to do. He would find Stain and make him pay. Shoto stared at the fruits of his efforts. Or, to be more accurate, at the badly cut charred mess that was supposed to be a dish. He was sure he followed the recipe and did as Miura told him to. But apparently fire temperature at the kitchen and at training were two very different things. In front of him, Gakudera sat with his face in his hands, not even reacting as his cat scratched him yet again. Her name was Yuri, if Shoto got it right. Can I hope that you're not going to give this to dear Chrome? A man with pineapple-like hairstyle and mismatched eyes looked amused from the safe distance. Everyone called him Mukuro, but Shoto didn't get his full name. He was connected to Chrome somehow, but apparently they weren't related. No one even let this Mukuro near the kitchen, so Shoto thought that he had no high ground here. We planned a lot of dishes, so thankfully the feast is still on. Luckily, Gakudera-san noticed the smell. Still, Miura was staring at him, her hands on her hips. Somehow that made her look as powerful as Envier. Todoroki-san, you're going to take cooking lessons. Shoto could only nod in agreement. Izuku didn't expect so many people to know him and talk to him. Everyone watched UA Sports Festival. Everyone saw him. He knew that intellectually, he listened to his mother talk about fainting several times as she watched. But knowing and seeing it for himself were very different things. The class buzzed about the spotlight they were moved into. Air of excitement was infectious and made him grin. Despite his worries, Ida-kun seemed to be okay. Aizawa-sensei showed offers for every student. Todoroki-kun and Katsuki had thousands of them. But Izuku himself had less than 10, the least amount in the class. It was probably because they saw him break his legs and need surgery during his fight with Todoroki-kun, and whatever happened in his fight with Shinso-kun. And then they picked their hero names. Midnight vetoed some of them and squealed over others. She outright banned Katsuki's Explode-a-Murder King nonsense, saying that it was too aggressive. Izuku expected Katsuki to get mad. But he went stiff and said he would think about it very quietly. Todoroki-kun decided to just use his name. That's the hero I want to be. Ida-kun's card had several crossed-out attempts and Ingenium written in disturbingly uneven strokes. He and his brother probably had discussion about this. But that would be a painful reminder anyway. Izuku knew what hero name he wanted. But he couldn't bring himself to write it down. People would actually call him by that name. He didn't want to be called Deku yet. Not even as you can do it, Deku. Midoriya? Midnight Sensei was looking at him with faint worry. Sorry. I know what hero name I want in mind. It's just, I'm not ready to hear it from others yet. She crossed her arms and, after a few seconds, nodded. Then show it only to me and I will comment only to you. She read his hero name with furrowed brows. Are you sure that this is the name you want? Yes. I just think that I need to grow into it yet. Akikawa-sensei clapped her hands. Congratulations. Not only did you go further than other business class, your stalls also did well. I will admit that I'm confused on how you managed to squeeze a fog machine into the budget though. Tokihakari-san and Sumireji-san froze before turning around with a glare. Jirakuen giggled until Nobesu-san slapped his shoulder from behind. Instead of apologizing, he shouted to Kamuri-kun. Told you I could do it? Tsuna didn't know what he expected. At least all that ordeal was worth it. Of course we did well, how could it be otherwise with me here? Tsuna could remember quite a few opportunities for everything to not go well because of Fujiwara. Actually, he felt so exhausted. He was so tired of that guy's scheming and boasting. Bold words from someone who tried to switch out budget at the last day and nearly ruined everything. As much as Tsuna appreciated Gakudera saying that for him, he didn't look forward to inevitable backlash. Akikawa-sensei stopped smiling. She slowly, very slowly lowered her papers. I'm sorry, Fujiwara did what? Kamuri-kun nonchalantly waved, despite the oppressing air in the classroom. Oh yeah, I was on the Fujiwara watching duty and caught him trying to change budgets. Had a laugh with Minamoto later about the budget he tried to replace ours with. The guy has no scale of money, I'm telling you, Minamoto-kun nodded, valiantly trying to suppress a smirk. None of that stopped Fujiwara from glaring at them with fury. I see. Fujiwara, come to the teacher's lounge after the lessons. It looks like we are overdue for a talk. Fujiwara gritted his teeth, but kept silent as he forced himself to nod. During their lunch break, everyone chattered about internships. Uraraka-san wondered out loud if she should go to Gunhead for more combat experience or try her fortune with someone more rescue-focused. Mineta-kun wanted learn from Rocklock. Ida-kun already chose, but Izuku didn't know what agency he was going to intern at. Izuku himself looked at his meager 8 offers when All Might opened the classroom door. The excited buzz quieted down after he meaningfully coughed. Is young Midoriya here? A new offer for him just came in. A new offer? That sounded nice, but why did All Might himself bring it? And why did he look like he was in a hurry? And vibrating? Really? Uraraka-san, Ida-kun, I'll just go check it, okay? Uraraka-san just waved him away, nodding at Katsuki's rant about why Yaoyorozu-san should join some PR-obsessed snake. Izuku couldn't tell what it was about, and at this point he was afraid to ask. All Might and Izuku hid in a deserted corner before talking. The hero's name is Gran Torino. He taught at UA for only 1 year, when he was my homeroom teacher. He probably asked for you because he knows about One for All. All Might's homeroom teacher wanted Izuku to intern with him. And he knew about One for All. Izuku thought he already met everyone in the know. He was active way before me as a sworn friend of my mentor. He retired, so I forgot to count him. Maybe he decided to come of our retirement when he saw my inadequate teaching. It's scary. Stop shaking my legs. It's my duty to train YU, but since Y got an offer. His hand that held the offer was shaking too. Just how scary was this Gran Torino? When Izuku joined Uraraka-san and others for lunch, Yaoyorozu-san was listening to a blonde guy from business course. Wasn't he Sawada-kun's classmate? Since you didn't make it to the top 3 and got eliminated in the tournament so easily, you didn't show enough of your quirk and skills to sell. There's nothing to advertise besides your face. Iwabami's agency can work with that, but expect to show some skin and do a lot of takes during photo shoots. What was he talking about? Iwabami? Advertise? Izuku felt out of his depth after missing the start of conversation. And if I don't want to participate in photo shoots? Yaoyorozu-san seemed tense. Her voice was stiffer than usual. Then what would you even go to Iwabami for? She's a good choice if you want to improve your PR. But, no offense, First years have no material to build PR on. Get more training, get some recommendations from other professionals, build your image foundation. Honestly, do you even watch how pro heroes work? Gakudera-san, who had been watching his classmate like a hawk, snorted and crossed his arms. And here I started to think that you can stop being in but for 5 minutes. It's the truth. For example, you have all seen amount of offers you've got, right? I can bet that second place got more than first place this year. It's because pros look at him and see trouble. They question, how bad is he that they had to chain and put muzzle on him? Although that has its own appeal. Who wouldn't want to claim credit for being a pro that tamed a infamous troublema dash? The girl from business course with a canine head under her hood lifted her hand from the table, leaving a dent there. Please stop talking. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku noticed Sawada-kun making his way to the table. Gakudera-san angled his body to subtly stand between his classmates. What's your problem? The guy who talked about Katsuki like that sneered. They didn't have to. They chose to. Excuse me, everyone watched the girl warily. They could have excused him and gave him medal in absence, like one of third-place guys. They could have tried to talk and convince him. But they chose to make him attend when he didn't want, to chain him to a pillar because they decided that him being there to receive his medal is more important than respecting his freedom. They were the ones who decided that they'd rather show him in a muzzle on live TV than treat him like a person. No matter his actions, he didn't deserve that. And then people like you blame him instead. So, please, stop talking before I punch you in the face. Sawada-kun came up to her and offered her some papers. Inui-san, can you take this to the teacher's lounge, please? Inui-san stared at him for a long second. Sawada-kun stared. But finally, she forcefully grabbed the papers. Which teacher? Present Mike-sensei. Everyone held their breaths until she left. That was a close one. Izuku honestly thought that this Inui-san would punch her classmate in the face. Gakudera-san towered over the said classmate with a glare. Try to ruin the day even further, I dare you. The guy looked at Sawada-kun with a plea. Gakudera-kun, no. Let's just have the rest of the lunch in peace, please. No one objected to that. Shoyuta looked at Class 1J with interest. Their strategy during the sports festival wasn't bad, and broke the overwhelming victory streak of hero courses they had for years. But today it was obvious that they weren't as united as they seemed to be during the sports festival. A few students were glaring at Fujiwara. Inui, who passed Yamada papers instead of their class rep, looked ready to start a fight. Why couldn't he get a normal class without any drama? He couldn't even blame principal for this. Okay, for today's lesson we will discuss the sports festival. Dirty tricks, unfair rules, student endangerment and other pitfalls of the last 3 days. Anyone wants to go first? Inui raised her hand. Shoyuta could see amount of effort it took her to not clench it into fist. Boy. How about chaining and muzzling a student on live TV? Yup. Shoyuta hated his subject sometimes. He didn't want to read a lecture, so he decided on discussion, but maybe he should have just turned on a movie and napped until the end of the lesson. I'm afraid we will have to break that up into 2 parts, the extreme restraining itself, and the influence being on live TV had on it and other events of the festival. Live TV part impacts far more, so let's focus on restraints part. I take it you discussed it among yourselves? Gakudera snorted. More like nearly started a fight. But why did Shoyuta decided to torture himself like that again? Oh, right, pay and making sure those children wouldn't become assholes. It's good to be passionate about those topics, but showing your anger can give people excuse to dismiss you. Double-edged sword and all that jazz. Inui lowered her head. At least there were no surprises here. And Shoyuta could bet his sleeping bag that Fujiwara said something insensitive. Someone needed to teach that boy to filter himself. Back to the topic. What makes restraint so unsettling? Its loss of autonomy, its visible dehumanization in the part with muzzle, and, perhaps most insidiously, it gives people impression that the restrained person did something. There's a reason why police and heroes need to announce and explain themselves during arrests. It's called transparency, and it's meant to ensure that the use of force isn't excessive, fair trial, etc. You get the gist. When there are no explanations, People will make them up. And that's where dehumanization plays part. Any questions? Inui kept nodding and relaxed just enough that Shoyuta stopped worrying about her. Starting a fight. Gakudera was scowling like usual, but Sawada didn't seem worried. Sumeragai's reaction to transparency word was interesting. Shoyuta was just old enough to remember that scandal, so it was quite understandable that she would care about it. Knowing his luck, someone was going to put their foot in their mouth in the next 5 minutes. Sumeragai raised her hand. You mentioned impact of being on live TV. How does that correlate with transparency? He was naive. He thought that someone putting their foot in their mouth would be someone else. But now Shoyuta was trapped. He sighed. Transparency is important, but so is privacy. One of main reason hero names and costumes stayed relevant even to this day is the separation between individual and the job. But during the sports festival, first years don't even have hero names yet, and costumes are banned from use across all years. There's no separation and thus no privacy. Live TV, especially broadcasted across the country, means that there's no script, no editing, which makes it feel more real to spectators, but also makes it impossible to hide any mistakes. So everything I judged harsher, hooray, Sumeragai wasn't going to keep asking him. He wanted to end the lesson already. Sensei, what about keeping broadcast when a student is injured on live TV? And keeping the event going too? Gakudera was menacingly smiling. This was going to be a long class. Tenya left without waiting for Midoriya-kun and Uraraka-kun. He knew it would make them concerned, but he just couldn't pretend to be fine anymore. He didn't want to see them worry about him, but he could at least pretend that they didn't worry when he couldn't see it. Tenya already decided to his internship agency. It would be in Hosu. He didn't write any other options, so teachers would have no choice but to let him go there. Even if they guessed the reason he chose agency in Hosu. Right now Tenya was memorizing Hosu map. Hero Killer had advantage over him when it came to the knowledge of the place, so Tenya had to learn all the streets and routes if he wanted to keep up. Turbo glasses? Are you guys finished already? Tenya jumped. That voice. Gakudera-kun? Yes. Everything is still hectic at home, so I decided to leave a bit early. Gakudera-kun was cynical enough to not believe that he was fine and not nice enough to not ask questions that could make people uncomfortable. Letting him know that Tenya wasn't fine was better than having Gakudera pry even more and find out the true extent of Tenya's feelings. It was bad enough that Gakudera-kun stood close enough to look over Tenya's shoulder. How did he get so close unnoticed? This map, is that Hosu? Gakudera-kun already sounded suspicious. Tenya hoped that he would be able to fool someone that's smart and skeptical. If the worst came to worst, he would just say something about UFO or UMA and hope it would be enough to distract Gakudera-kun. Yes. My internship is going to be in Hosu, so I'm preparing beforehand. Being ready is important. The last part was absolutely true. USJ incident proved it. Really? Then do you have backup or some support? Gakudera-kun was not quite glaring at him, his voice deceptively calm. What do you mean? He didn't need backup for internship. He could only mean backup for when you go to confront Stain. How did he expose Tenya so fast? I don't know what you're talking about. No agency would let a student be alone with a hero killer. Deflect. Pretend he isn't right. Hope he would drop it. I can see killing intent on your eyes. It wasn't there before. The killing intent, huh? Tenya had no explanation for that. He was caught. But no one else noticed, not even Aizawa-sensei. So how did Gakudera-kun know? Tenya's shoulders sagged. No. I don't have any backup. It's not like I can ask Midoriya-kun or Uraraka-kun for help. He didn't want to involve them. If he succeeded, then his life could be ruined. He didn't want that kind of fate for them. So you're what, just going to go after that BSRD and hope you won't die? Because you will die. Send me that map. What? I'll pretend to be sick or something and go with you. Send me text with location if you get a lead. What? What was going on? Sounded like, what? You can't do that. Gakudera-kun couldn't risk himself for Tenya's revenge. I can and I will. That way we have higher chance of surviving this. When are you leaving? He couldn't talk Gakudera-kun out of this. That much was clear. And backup would be necessary against Stain, and Gakudera-kun had advantage of being middle-range fighter, judging by the sports festival. Tenya had no choice but to accept his help. Tsuna didn't want Gakudera and Ida-kun to go alone, and even thought of sending Chrome with them just in case. But apparently teachers watched her like hawks now for any sign of her health issues falling up again. Maybe she wouldn't be monitored as tightly by the time hero students start their internships, but they had to plan with other possibility in mind. Having Gakudera nearby to support meant a lot during classes, but with Fujiwara-kun now being more quiet after the scolding, maybe Tsuna would be able to handle things even alone. Plus, he still had Sumeragi-san to help him. Yamamoto and Hibari would probably be late again, what with teacher interrogating them about changing courses and all that. Big Brother barely avoided the same fate, and everyone knew he only cared about boxing. But people still acted surprised when Yamamoto told them that he wanted to be a professional baseball player rather than hero. Being able to, but not wanting to become a hero just didn't compute in their minds. Tsuna couldn't exactly blame them. In a society revolving around quirks, the only profession that allowed to use quirks was the job everyone dreamed of. It was natural to think that being a hero was the best thing possible. Unless you didn't think that quirks were everything. Tsuna didn't like Mafia, he didn't want to be Mafia, but the one thing he could respect about it was the sheer pragmatism. Quirks didn't matter, they were only one of many means to achieve results. And results and pride were what actually mattered to Mafia. Look no further than Reborn for proof. Still, thought of professional heroes looking at Hibari's victory without a quirk and thinking that this was what they wanted to deal with was funny. Reborn treated it like a funny joke, and Tsuna, who actually had to handle Hibari, agreed with his sense of humor for once. Uraraka-san didn't tell what agency she chose until the very end. Originally, she wanted to go to Gunhead, because he can teach me how to kick butt, as she explained to Katsuki. But she stopped mentioning it after talking with Izuku about Ida-kun, and for the life of him Izuku couldn't tell why. Katsuki loved fighting storing opponents. He respected Uraraka-san for her determination. He talked to Kirishima-kun easily. He was even surprisingly helpful to Todoroki-kun. It felt like he bonded with people he fought with. Yet Izuku could clearly tell that Katsuki refused to fight him. Or with him. It was confusing. Izuku felt a bit bitter. Was he not strong enough? Did Katsuki think that he was fragile? Did Katsuki no longer want to do anything with Izuku now? That nebulous relationship they had now hang between the two of them like undetonated bomb. Maybe Izuku would be able to figure what Katsuki was to him now. But he was scared to make the effort and not like the answer, so he put everything into trying to cheer up Ida-kun instead. Ida-kun decided to intern at Manuel's agency. His work ethic was inspiring, apparently. Ida-kun seemed more relaxed and even outright eager. His eyes lit up in a way they didn't when they decided on hero names. He discussed internships with enthusiasm and gave advice based on what he knew from his family. He seemed to be back to normal. Still, Izuku couldn't shake a weird feeling. He and Gakudera-san started spending more time together. Maybe that's why Izuku felt so unsettled? Was he worried that Gakudera-san would be a bad influence on Ida-kun? But Sawada-kun was friends with Gakudera-kun too, and he was nice and responsible and kind, and the point was, Izuku had no basis for his worry just because his friend made a new friend. That was great. Just look at Todoroki-kun. He was joining them for lunch, and it was never awkward even when he admitted that he didn't know about something that seemed so obvious to Izuku and others. Mostly thanks to Sawada-kun's efforts. Honestly, at times it felt like Sawada-kun took him under his wing. At other times Izuku heard Dekuro-san bond with Todoroki-kun over hard life, which made him realize that Sawada-kun must have a lot of experience in dealing with such people. To tell the truth, Izuku actually felt a little left out when they talked about some celebratory dinner disaster. He wasn't the only one. And Sawada-kun eventually explained what it was, but still. Todoroki-kun being in on some joke when Izuku and Ida-kun weren't felt weird. All he could was that Todoroki-kun shouldn't be asked to cut anything and that Dekuro-san would try to eat anything she was offered even if it wasn't well made. It sounded like they all had fun, though, so it probably didn't end in actual disaster. Probably. Izuku himself decided to take Gran Torino's offer. All Might's reaction to any mention of his former teacher made him very nervous, but who else had experience teaching someone with one-for-all quirk? Sasagawa-senpai's help was great, but he didn't know the truth. And Izuku felt bad for asking for advice yet not joining his club. He didn't want to impose on him even more when there was someone who Izuku could ask. Hopefully. All Might never said he was a bad teacher, so it should be fine. Katsuki stared at 2 offers. These 2 offers were the only offers from the top 10 pro-hero agencies. There were no better agencies. And Katsuki always strived for the best. The first one was from Best Genist. Number 4, right under the top 3. This was as high as Katsuki could get right now. He was popular, efficient, and powerful. If Katsuki just wanted to intern at the top agency, Genist was the way to go. The second one was from Washington number 9 by sheer popularity, not particularly powerful, but beloved by children. Non-threatening. Not even a year ago, even back in April, Katsuki would have scoffed at the idea of interning at this guy's agency. But now, he knew how people viewed him. All the shots from the sports festival that made him look like Rebid Dog were pretty telling. The muzzle was telling. He scared people, even when he didn't intend or want to. So Katsuki wanted to learn how to stop scaring people. How to make them like him, listen to him. And that was exactly what Wash was famous for. You couldn't find a harder audience than kids, after all. But his image, it was so lame, so childish. If Katsuki interned with Wash, he would have to deal with that humiliation every day for a whole week. There was still time until he had to tell teachers his decision. He should think about it some more. Hello, young Vongola, All for One greeted with a smooth voice. With the call being audio only, it was easy to imagine him as an aging businessman with a firm but pleasant features, rather than the eyeless bald mess than his face actually was. Good evening, that was the most polite thing Tsuna could say to him. Words tasted foul on his tongue. He couldn't spare the effort to sound like he meant it. Whenever this man was in vicinity, even just via call, Tsuna felt himself almost go into hyper-dying-will mode, all his emotions put on hold before he showed just how much he wanted to punch the BSRD. Reborn once said that it made Tsuna sound intimidating enough, and the unwilling mafia heir didn't know how to feel about that. Evening. Shigaraki didn't pay attention to Tsuna's coldness, already used to the way Tsuna reacted to All for One. Kurogiri gave a polite nod, already preparing ice cream soda Tsuna wanted to try. That was very thoughtful of him. I was just thinking how fortunate it would be if you were here with Tamura during negotiations. Tsuna didn't trust those words for a second. All for One was too calculative to not wait until he had all pieces where he wanted them. He planned for Tsuna to be there, either as some kind of test or some kind of flex. I see. What kind of negotiations? He didn't want to know, but Shigaraki could be left in danger otherwise. He knew for a fact that All for One would leave him to deal with people trying to kill Shigaraki all by himself and even not let Kurogiri do anything but pick Shigaraki up afterwards. We're gonna recruit Stain. Shigaraki waved his hands in excitement. Damn it. Why was this his life? Now Tsuna had to go to those negotiations, if only to make sure Hero Killer wouldn't stab Shigaraki. Tsuna was sure that All for One saw his scowl through cameras. If he could see. Even if he couldn't, he was definitely able to tell that Tsuna wasn't thrilled. Not a fan, I take it? Stain's power would be most useful, and he is already trying to destroy Hero Society. He's the perfect candidate for the League of Villains. All for One knew how to spin tales. There's no way he, with his 200 years of experience, didn't notice obvious flaw in Stain's methods. Even Tsuna could tell. And since Reborn agreed with his guess, it was as good as confirmed. If he really was trying to destroy it, he would have dug deeper than the surface. This was the most neutral way for Tsuna to put it. Starting to rant or panic or show any sign of weakness would only give All for One something to use against Tsuna. And Tsuna couldn't afford that. Not yet. Not until he got Shigaraki out. Tsuna held the sigh in and stopped himself from gritting his teeth. All for One's laughter was a terrible sound. What an interesting way to put it. This is exactly why I called for you today. Finally. The sooner they would be done with this meeting, the sooner Tsuna can leave and not hear All for One talk. So, do you agree to join us? He was definitely smiling like a smug BSRD. It's not like Tsuna had another option if he wanted to keep Shigaraki in one piece. Yes. But if he tries something, I won't hold back. The match started playing anew, for the 20th time. The screen once again showed relaxed stance and easy smile of a teenager with a bat. With the video on mute, the room was nearly silent. But not for long. Vui! What the hell is that idiot doing? Does he want to go rusty? Is he going to go play with toddlers in the sandpit next? If glares could cut, the TV in front of him would have long been in pieces. Bell sighed. Look at him go again. Hey, Squallow, the swordsman ignored the blonde assassin, staring at the video before him. He's been shouting. And watching this crap for an hour. Should we do something? A toddler shrugged, floating in the air at a safe distance from Squallow. You can try asking boss. This stopped being funny 2 days ago. Both stared at the door to the boss's office. Yeah, no, none of them wanted to deal with glass and alcohol in their hair yet. Not to mention head trauma. Let's wait until he gets fed up with this noise instead. They didn't wonder what kept the boss in his office despite all paperwork being already finished. It probably had something to do with that message from Japan. On one hand, boss usually went berserk at the mention of the boy who stole his rightful throne. On the other hand, it could have been about Reborn, not about Sawada Tsunayoshi. Or even about that age-old a-hole that manipulated Japan's villain scene. They didn't wonder, because they didn't want to deal with the headache the knowledge would bring. Until the boss made it their problem, Varia was free to ignore it. When everyone were leaving for their internships, Tenya didn't think much of Uraraka-san sitting on the same train as him at first. But when she walked out with him at Hosu, he started feeling suspicious. Uraraka-kun, is your agency around here? Please let it not be what he thinks. To tell the truth, I decided to go to boxing club with Kirishima for fighting skills and chose manual agency to learn more about rescuing. Sheet. That would make coordinating with Gakudera-kun harder. Why did you choose manual? As I recall, 13 also had offered internships. Tenya adjusted his glasses a couple of times. It felt like they didn't sit right at all. To be honest, it's because I was worried about you, Ida-kun. Deku-kun thinks you got better, but I think you're just trying to make us worry less. So I thought you could use a friend right now. Uraraka-kun tried to look him in the eye. As much as Tenya appreciated her sincerity, he was worried that she would notice his murderous look ever since Gakudera-kun mentioned it. That's unnecessary, but I appreciate the support, Uraraka-kun. He could already feel Gakudera-kun glaring at their backs. Things were about to get more complicated. Katsuki tried to not show he was nervous. He was too cool to be nervous around a walking washing machine. Washa. He couldn't tell if it was a greeting or shock or if Wash was angry at him. Why did he choose a guy whose only vocabulary was Washa again? And nice to meet you. Bakugo Katsuki, I'll be in your care for a week. He even bowed, feeling ridiculous the whole time. Welcome. We saw your performance at the sports festival. This kind of confidence is very admirable. The welcoming manager didn't even seem to lie. Wash nodded in tact with those words. Pretty much everyone called his behavior at the festival rude. What the hell? Are you bullshitting me? There went attempt to be nice. Everyone already knew he was terrible. Why did he even try to hide that? Of course not. Confidence is very important for heroes. How can people feel safe if you don't act like you can do it? As manager kept speaking, Wash puffed up his chest and put his hands on his hips. Or at least that's what it probably was supposed to be. Katsuki still felt like they were lying but kept quiet this time. He was starting to regret his decision. The manager guy was walking him through the agency office and explaining the layout when Wash patted Katsuki's arm. Don't worry about sounding rude. Making people like you is a skill you came here for, right? The laundry hero winked at him. So he can talk normally. Izuku stared at the worn-out, welcome sign. Was this really the place? Did All Might give him wrong directions? Gran Torino was supposed to be retired, but surely he would live better than that? So, there was only one way to find out. There was a dead body. With blood and entrails and all that stuff. I'm alive. The body talked. Oh, it was ketchup. But the guy was completely senile. He mistook Izuku for All Might. What could Izuku learn from an old man like that? And then the gust of wind hit him. The moment Gran Torino called Izuku a DT, it became obvious that he really is All Might's teacher. No matter how fast Izuku moved, no matter if he could predict Gran Torino's movement or not, Izuku couldn't land a single hit. "You're too stiff," was what Gran Torino said as he dodged Izuku's punches with ease. And also something about Izuku's mind being a mess. Which fair. His mind tends to be a wandering mess. "Your punches aren't too shabby, but you're slow and not agile enough. I know it couldn't have been Toshinori who taught you how to fight like that. Did you tell outsiders about One for All?" If the old man treated All Might the same way, then it's no wonder even number one hero trembled at the memory of Gran Torino. But first things first, Izuku had to clear misunderstanding. "I didn't. I just asked a senpai from boxing club for help. A few of my classmates did the same." He wasn't sure if he should mention Sasagawa senpai's name. Gran Torino still looked skeptical. "You build your skills from many sources, and yet your admiration for All Might is still such a shackle." The old man sighed. "I'm gonna go buy some grub. You clean up here and think on how to use One for All better. It's not as special as you think." And then he just left Izuku alone in unfamiliar apartment with his thoughts. How could admiration for All Might be a bad thing? Stain looked at the people that invited him to this place. He doubted it was an actual bar despite all the alcohol on the shelves. A guy with a hand on his face and a walking fog machine claimed to be the villains behind the USJ attack. The voice from the call on the monitor introduced himself as their teacher. So far connection was clear. But how did the younger person in fedora fit into this? They seemed young, most likely male, but no matter how many times Stain looked, he couldn't make out their face. He could feel some other presence near them, but his eyes, ears, and nose insisted that nothing was there. They didn't introduce themselves or explain why they were here. All Stain got was this sensei's request to not mind young Vongola. He did know about the so-called royalty of the crime world, but highly doubted someone that young could be part of it. "And you want me to join your League of Villains?" Stain came here in the first place because he was interested in their actions, but if by some coincidence they did ally themselves with Mafia, his blade would taste blood tonight. "Please lend us your hand, senpai in villainy." This Shigaraki Tamura acted way too casual for his tastes. Since no one reacted to such familiarity, it must be normal for his to act like this. "What are you after?" Stain was genuinely curious. Most villains started out small and wanted just money or power. They didn't have guts to go after hero schools, and would only follow someone already confident in such goal. Why did Shigaraki attack USJ? What did he want to achieve? "For now, I just want to kill All Might. And then I'm gonna destroy the stupid facade he built and make everyone see what a farce this society is. All of it." "What? I was foolish to be interested. You're the type of person I hate the most." He had no time for edgy brats that hated on All Might. "You want me to go along with your tantrum?" As he slid his blades out of their sheaths, the Vongola kid scoffed. "As if your murders are any different." Mistman rippled and worried, but Sensei told him to not intervene. No one else seemed to care about being attacked. "I am cleaning the streets of fake heroes." Stain took his fighting stance. He only needed one scratch. You kill people for not being pure enough, like a rabid fan canceling celebrity for one remark. It felt like air itself was laughing at him. Was it the hidden backup? No matter. Stain would never lose to the likes of Shigaraki. He only got one hit in. The fog guy would not be able to get rid of him anymore. But as he lunged for Shigaraki himself, that's enough. A gloved palm caught his knife. Its edge was sharpened to cut through hero uniforms, and still the hand that kept him from striking had yet to bleed. Stain dropped the blade just as something flashed along it. His fingers burned. A single glance showed his whole palm being encased in ice, just like the knife he was holding moments ago. That was not good. Sure, he got Shigaraki with his remaining arm, but having to dodge dusting on contact left him with no time to paralyze the brat. And then, despite a hand on his face, the demon brat touched his knife and destroyed it. Sure, Stain had more, but no, he was disadvantaged. "It seems that our goals oppose each other," Stain stepped to the exit while Vongola was busy taking care of Fogman. Unknown person still didn't act and Sensei was quiet. But there's one thing we agree on, to destroy the present. Go home. Die. Shigaraki Tamura just had to be a brat. That's it? You realize you can't win and immediately badly try to butter him up. Vongola stopped talking when Stain's ticket to Hosu started moving again. Your conviction is still immature. But it's worth seeing what it will grow into instead of disposing of you now. Kurogyari, I don't want a crazy guy like that in my party. Stop being a brat and accept an olive branch, you idiot. Shigaraki Tamura, he will be a great asset if he joins us. The negotiations were successful. The teleporter's actual job was babysitting, wasn't it? Sometimes you have to team up with people like that. Even if they tried to kill you a minute ago. Despite their words, Vongola didn't stop watching Stain even after he relaxed. Get me back to Hosu. There are still things I need to attend there. Tsuna turned his head to greet still invisible Chrome. The girl breathed in relief after another infiltration of Teacher's Lounge. How did it go? Gakudera already had a notebook open to write her reports down. It was a police officer leaking information about Nomu. They found evidence All for One is active. And All Might Sensei was at first shocked and then became very angry and turned into his big form. Big Brother frowned as he always did at reminder that All Might's manager was actually All Might himself. He shouted a lot about health back when they first learnt about his forms. But Tsuna was focused on a different part. He could feel Reborn stare on him as his hands clenched into fists. Shocked, then angry? Are you sure, Chrome? Chrome nodded with confused face. Is that important, Tsuna? Yamamoto kept his tone light, but his relaxed stance was a lie. Not that this much could deceive hyper-intuition. If he's shocked, that means that he had no idea All for One was active. It seems that the reason All Might passed One for All to someone as unprepared as Midoriya is because he thought there was no danger anymore. I don't like giving that buffoon more credit. Reborn calmly drank his tea like he wasn't frustrated about this. He didn't mean to make Midoriya-kun already fight for his life. He didn't know Midoriya-kun's life would be in danger or he would become a pro-hero. Perhaps his image was closer to the truth than Tsuna thought. It was one of normal patrols when Manuel suddenly said, "You guys are going after the hero killer, aren't you?" He wasn't even looking at Tenya and Uraraka-kun. Up until now, he openly wondered why would younger brother of Ingenium intern here, in quiet town with not many famous heroes. Manuel himself was only number 222 in rankings. Of course it seemed suspicious. But there was one thing he got wrong. That's not it. Tenya didn't want to admit that Manuel was right about him, but he couldn't stand and let Uraraka-kun get in trouble because of him. No. It's just... Uraraka-kun paused and started twiddling fingers. Even caught, she didn't. Want to snitch on Tenya? He really didn't deserve a friend like her. I just couldn't think of another reason you would come here. Manuel easily smiled, probably trying to make them relax. But soon he looked serious again. You shouldn't act on personal grudge. Or encourage it. It's not like I'm saying the hero killer is justified. But you look like good kids. I just don't want you two to ruin your lives. What? No, I'm not helping Ida-kun commit crime. I just wanted to make sure he'll be okay. Uraraka-kun and Manuel were anxiously waving hands like in a feedback loop of reassuring each other. Tenya used that moment to check his phone. Gakudera-kun was checking the alleys from rooftops but had no luck so far. Well, it's not like they expected it to be that easy. He put the phone away. Thank you for the warning. That broke up the conversation, and Manuel smiled. Tenya clenched his fists as he followed after Manuel and Uraraka-kun. He felt guilty for making them think that he was going to give up on revenge. But no matter how their concern made him feel, he wasn't going to back out. He needed this. He wouldn't feel at peace until Stain was stopped once and for all. Kurogyari, bring Nomu out. Instead of listening, Kurogyari kept looking at him. Shigaraki Tamura, do you understand that this will only make Sawada Tsunayoshi even more mad at you? He explicitly requested that you stop taking your anger out on random civilians. Again. He did not like the amount of judgment in Miss Nomu's tone. Who was he? Tamura's parent. As if his parents had terrible end. It's not random. I'm sending them after Stain, and then they'll make example out of him for everyone to see. Tamura scratched his neck. Tsuna would get it, right? Sensei was not under such impression. Tamura hated when Kurogiri was right. Sensei laughed about destroying everything you don't like when he gave Tamura these nomas. Tamura didn't bother to correct him. Just get them here already. This time Kurogiri obeyed with a sigh. 3 man-made monsters looked appropriately menacing. Tamura felt smile stretch the skin on his face. It felt itchy. Not going to dirty your own hands, sir? Kurogiri knew him well enough to feel the glare even without seeing his face. You just had to get the last word, didn't you? Never mind. Nomu, find and kill Stain. Tamura couldn't wait to destroy that arrogant senpai of his. Remembering how everyone used their quirks in many different ways helped Izuku realize what Gran Torino meant when he called him stiff. But even after he tried to move like Bakugo and cover his whole body in one for all, Izuku had nothing to show but eye bags and bruises the next morning. Gran Torino said that he was doing well and progressing fast. That was why a couple of days later they were going to Shibuya all the way in Tokyo to practice. Izuku was vibrating in his seat as they boarded the bullet train. The bullet train. He never rode those before. But looking through the window only reminded him that they would pass Hosu on their way. The very town where Ida-kun and Uraraka-san were in right now. He hoped they were all right. The train shuddered and stopped. What? Smoke filled the windows. The train's wall exploded inwards, filling the car with smoke. Izuku squinted at the figures in the hole, some hero and long hands holding them in a chokehold. The owner of the hands moved, showing exposed brain and eyes without intelligence. That's Dash. Gran Torino already kicked the Nomu-looking villain. Suddenly freed hero coughed and tried to get up. Kids, sit down. And then Gran Torino and Nomu disappeared through the hole. Izuku stared at the smoke and fire in the distance. Right now they were near. Oh no. Ida-kun and Uraraka-san could be in danger. Izuku jumped out of the train, disregarding Gran Torino's orders. Ochako would have followed Manuel-san the moment they heard explosions if not for Ida-kun standing still. He was looking at his phone, his expression unreadable under the helmet. And then he took off towards the alleys. Minute. She had to catch up to him. We'll go call for backup. She shouted to Manuel as she turned around. There was one problem: Ida-kun was so much faster than her, even without using his quirk. She would have better chances to find him if she could use her quirk. But that would get her into just as much trouble. Wait a minute. She could hear explosions in direction of Manuel-san and the places she could see smoke and orange light from. But why would there be explosions in alleys? Could it be? Ochako ran towards the sound. Another explosion boomed up ahead. Ochako turned another corner, nearly stumbling in hurry. Ingenium, brother. Left alive, rumors. She couldn't recognize the voice, but that was Ida's hero name. Or did the man mean his older brother? Ochako hurriedly typed a message and ran into the smoke-filled alley. Boom. A tall man jumped away from the explosion. And on the opposite side she could see a lying pro-hero, a bleeding Ida-kun without his helmet, and Gakudera-kun. What was he doing here? Uraraka-kun. Ida-kun seemed to be under some kind of paralysis. An effect of Stain's quirk or something else. Take the big guy and get out of here. I'll buy you time. Gakudera-kun didn't even turn to her, keeping an eye on the blade in man's hands. The man had a red bandana, wrappings for a mask, and no nose. One of his hands held the blade, and other was frozen solid. There was no doubt. Kids just keep appearing out of nowhere. Said Stain. Shoto was listening to Endeavor when he got a ping from the costume chat. Haru Costume Squad. Space Cadet. SBC here SAPI I need hello Cyan. Space Cadet. Sent location information. What? Shoto. Endeavor stopped and was now glaring at him. Don't look at the phone. Look at me. Shoto ignored him. What did Uraraka try to tell and why was she in such a hurry? Was likely Ida, but what did they need? Hello? No, that didn't sound right. Maybe if he could decipher the next word? What could be mistyped as Cyan? Saying? Swain? His blood went cold. Stain. And the first part was, damn it. Where are you going? Shoto already turned away and started running. There wasn't much time left. An alleyway at April 2nd, 10 Iku Street. Send back up there as soon as you can. I know you can resolve things here quickly. What Ash? That alleyway is where Stain is. Shoto didn't turn to see his father face. He needed to get to Uraraka and Ida before it was too late. He put his phone on silent to not get distracted by pings from the costume chat. The alley was easy to spot with how much smoke was in it. It was kinda hard to make out who was who, and Shoto was high on adrenaline already, so she sent a stream of fire at the silhouette that seemed to be the most aggressive. Sorry I'm late. He looked at Ida, Uraraka, and Gakudera. What was he of all people doing here? It would explain all the smoke though. But explanations could wait until they all were safe. What's the situation? He distantly kept an eye on Stain. The villain only had weapon in one hand, so that made things easier. But the narrow space of this battlefield was surprisingly clean for something was presumably blown up several times. Native and I are injured and can't move, but Stain himself has frozen arm. His quirk activates when he licks your blood. So far Gakudera-kun kept him at a distance, but we can't get closer without being stabbed. As expected of class vice representative, Ida already answered all his questions. Except one. Why was there no debris? Gran Torino looked pretty angry when Izuku butted into his fight with Nomu lookalike. I told you to sit down. Why do you youngsters never listen? Despite complaining, Gran Torino sent Nomu right into Izuku's punch. Sorry. They reminded me of you and I just dash. Izuku swung his fist again. Get away! And jumped to the side. Flames engulfed the villain. These guys have the worst timing. I do not know who you are, honored elder, but leave the rest to me. Endeavor walked forward, pointedly ignoring Izuku. That was probably meant as some sort of petty insult, but honestly not having to deal with Endeavor himself sounded pretty good right now. And this was the moment number 2 hero actually looked at him. You would let a student into actual fight? Izuku could feel the judgment radiating from the fire hero in waves. The kid has my permission. Izuku very much did not have Gran Torino's permission. But Endeavor didn't know that. And now Gran Torino would have to let Izuku help. A groan alerted them to villain getting back on their feet. Endeavor set them ablaze before they could make another step. I didn't go all out as a warning, and yet this guy is still conscious. Curious. Nomu exploded in fire again. Except this time they did so on their own. Izuku and Gran Torino had to get farther away, but the heat didn't seem to faze Endeavor. You may absorb my attack, but with all that damage it's nothing but a small fry quirk. It couldn't be that easy. Not if this villain was anything like... This villain looks like one from USJ with multiple quirks. This one is probably the same. Izuku could feel heroes glance at him, but their attention didn't stray from Nomu lookalike. Even so, seeing them expand muscles and leap high into the air was a surprise. Now. Gran Torino smashed through the villain's expanding tongue. Which was really gross. Izuku jumped with a punch a moment later, feeling ribcage crack on the hit. Then Gran Torino landed on them with so much force it broke not just the villain's spine, but also the road. Izuku knew how hard the small old man could hit from experience, so there was no way this Nomu guy would get up anytime soon. Not bad. Get the kid to restrain this one, we need to go help elsewhere. Honestly, it's been a few minutes, they should have already solved things with so many heroes there. Endeavor stared at the smoke covering the city skyline. On his way here Izuku ran across manual saying something about interns going for backup, so hopefully Ida-kun and Uraraka-san were fine. But the sight in the distance didn't reassure him at all. Hayato needed to buy time for Uraraka without Stain noticing. Sure, he could probably kill the guy if he used System CI, but that would also likely kill the hero students too in such narrow space. And like with every self-righteous a-hole, the best way to do so was by making them talk. You have so many good friends, don't you, Ingenium? Too bad they only came here to die with you. Stain couldn't sound any more pretentious if he tried. He slashed through the ice barricade hot and cold setup, but a couple of bombs stopped him from getting closer. The ice lied in ruined chunks, just as planned. Now they needed Hot and Cold to keep Stain from noticing Gravity Girl. Without telling Hot and Cold any of that out loud. Somehow, Hayato already missed his famiglia, and it's only been a couple of days with non-stop texting. Killing people over trying to help? What's with this self-contradiction? If Hayato got Stain to slow down, Hot and Cold should be smart enough to use the opportunity. And if Stain tried to go after Hayato or paralyzed people again, that was his funeral. Didn't you say that heroes should be selfless and save people first and foremost? One bomb to knock away the thrown knife. Honestly, this guy could swing his knives all he liked, but that didn't make him a good swordsman. For starters, Yamamoto would never let his blades be in such horrible condition. Those who side with fakes are fake themselves. This was no serial killer. This was a stupid clown with a murder fetish. Ida owed him so much for dealing with this kind of bullshit. That's not how reality works. Hot and Cold sounded about as done as Hayato felt. What does fake even mean? Chasing? Clout? Scamming innocent people? Hiding normal human flaws from journalists? What? Unlike hero students, Hayato knew about hero rackets, buying silence from scandals, and many other fun things Mafia used to get heroes under their thumb. And none of Stain's targets were anywhere that bad. Hell, the worst they did was skip cultural sensitivity training like this native guy. Only those of pure intention deserve to be called heroes. Fakes chasing after fame and money must be called. That was his definition? Seriously? Hayato hoped Uraraka already had enough ammo. Why wasn't she moving? Were those tears? Ochako knew that her motivation for being hero was selfish. But it was one thing for people to assume her reasons were nicer than they actually were. It was another to hear the hero killer say that she deserved to die for wanting to provide for her family. Before she could notice, she started crying. It wasn't fair. But what's wrong with wanting to make sure your family can live well? Are you supposed to be that heartless to be a hero? Her voice was wobbling, she couldn't move and couldn't see through the tears, but she had to let it out. Even if she felt Gakudera-kun's "move and finish your super move" glare on her. Ice wall blocked a hit from Stain. No, you are not. Only caring about your job doesn't make you a better hero, it just makes you a terrible person. I would know. Todoroki-kun sent another wave of fire into Stain's direction. His words felt bitter. That's right. Everyone saw how Endeavor acted about his son during the sports festival. But where the rest of them could go home and block this uncomfortable memory, Todoroki-kun had to live through that every day. Bang. Both Todoroki-kun and Stain got blown apart. Did Hero Killer evade that fire? Stop being so predictable with your quirk. Gakudera-kun, nice save. Was it explosion or shouting? Ochako didn't know, but her legs started moving again. That's right, she had a plan to follow, and the boys were risking their lives buying her time. Recipro burst. Armored leg kicked Stain before he could properly land. Ida-kun. He could move again. Stain's longer blade snapped from the force of the blow. Hero Killer himself awkwardly landed on the shoulder of his frozen hand. But Ochako didn't care about that, she was looking for any leftover chunks of ice. How come Todoroki-kun's barricades melted so easily while the ice over Stain's hands stayed perfectly intact the whole time? Perhaps I don't deserve to be a hero, Ida-kun? Where did that come from? But my brother always did his best to help people. He's a true hero. So don't you dare call him a fake. The Hero Killer took out another knife. The only true hero is All Might. Shoto was coming to expect words like this out of the villain's mouth. Such things seemed reasonable at the first glance, which is probably how he became famous in the first place. But in the end, it was all just justification to murder people. Besides, Sawada was right, wasn't he? Pass. I don't want to be alone and miserable at the top. Shoto created another line of ice spikes. It wouldn't actually hit Stain, but that wasn't the point. The point was making more weapons. Like the debris in the air above them. That won't work. Stain effortlessly sliced through the ice, trying to close the distance. Now, out of the corner of his eye, Shoto could see Uraraka release her quirk. Stain froze for a single moment, preparing for an attack from sides or behind. He should have looked up instead. Gakudera and Ida already dragged Native as close to Shoto as possible, and Uraraka ran to their side. It was only as he saw Shoto create an ice dome over their heads that Stain noticed the falling rocks and ice. And unlike Bakugo, he had no way to blow them away. It didn't matter how fast Stain was. Despite all the jumping and dodging, he got pelted from above. Todoroki-kun, can you freeze my legs? Without plugging up the exhausts. Ida gestured at his legs, still smoking from the last move. Stain was dealing with the rocks better than expected. Using ice turned out to be a bad idea. The villain could cut through it freely. They needed to be prepared for possible next round. Sure. The rock rain stopped. He's still standing. Uraraka's voice was tense. As expected of a fanatic, Stain was stubborn enough to stand and not let go of his weapon, despite all the bruising, blood, and definitely dislocated arm. He took an unsteady step and lunged forward, only to get promptly kicked in the face by Ida. Stain fell on his back and didn't get back up. Shoto froze him anyway just to be safe. Gakudera walked up to the villain, a stick of dynamite in hand. He's unconscious. Can you take his weapons and tie this clown up by yourselves? Whyas, Ida seemed a bit out of it. Shoto didn't blame him. Back during USJ attack, Ida wasn't fighting on the front line, so this would be his first time facing real battle. Then I'm going to scramble out of here. Dealing with pro heroes like this would be a pain. Gakudera threw a rope at Ida and went out of the alley. Did he hide that rope on himself this whole time? Gakudera-kun. Thank you. Truly. Gakudera just waved off Ida's sincerity and disappeared around the corner. Izuku started getting worried when Endeavor looked at him and Gran Torino, visibly comparing their speed. Esteemed elder, can you move even faster? Did Izuku sound like that when he asked questions during brainstorming? Yes. Gran Torino seemed to be even more suspicious if the question. Then please go to Iku Street, District 4 to help apprehend Stain. I will keep an eye on your intern until we deal with those villains and catch up to you. Stain. How did he know Stain's location? Was he truly there? Gran Torino was quiet for a few seconds. I want the kid back in one piece, was all he said before changing direction. Now, I want you to stay out of the fight and tell me everything you know. About these Nomu, Izuku could feel the demanding glare on the back of his head. So he started talking. Rambling really. As words kept coming out, it became less of a report and more of speculation on quirk combinations and limits of Nomu and their lookalikes. Endeavor didn't interrupt him once. He only said, I see, after Izuku finished talking. Honestly, it was kinda weird. Izuku watched the number 2 hero take down regenerating villain with a burst of blue flame and get the captured civilian back from flying Nomu's claws. Every hero that stood by was sent to the Stain's location. As Endeavor chased after the flying villain, Izuku followed, an idea forming in his mind. Sir? I think I can get high enough to punch this Nomu. And I will get to it faster than you with full cowling. Of course, Endeavor could probably just shoot the villain out of the sky with fire or propel himself up high enough, and he still seemed to dislike Izuku. It's worth a try. Stay in sight. Izuku could work with this. He activated full cowling and took off after the villain. He wasn't quite fast enough to really get closer until they swooped low to grab someone with red headband from the crowd. He punched the Nomu right into the remaining eye. And saw Gran Torino grab the captive right after. Gran Torino? Wasn't he supposed to go after? Izuku stared at the beat-up man with red headband and a lot of knife sheaths. Oh shit. Midoriya? Todoroki-kun? Did he take internship with his father? But then why wasn't he with India? Izuku stared at the bloody and dirty Ida-kun, Uraraka-san and Todoroki-kun and felt like he missed something very important. All 3 of them were put into the same hospital room. Shoto suspected that it was to minimize information leaks. Right now rumors were only starting to go around, which meant that police and pro-heroes were using this opportunity to decide what the rumors would be. Midoriya didn't seem to notice that, but to be fair, he was scolded by his mentor. Apparently they would go back to where they were staying and come visit before leaving for Tokyo, Shinjuku for field practice. Next morning consisted of a lot of tests now that they were definitively stable, both for more minor scrapes and long-term damage. And that was how they got news about Ida's arm. Should I get the surgery? Ida looked at his damage thoughtfully. Without medical intervention, he was going to have numbness, lack of response and limited mobility of his fingers on that arm. Manageable in most cases, and luckily it wasn't his dominant arm, but it was still permanent damage. Probably, we need to be in best possible shape for hero work. Uraraka looked worried. I see everyone here is awake. That's good. How are you feeling? Manuel walked into the room. Something about his tone reminded Shoto of Fuyune when she was placating Natsai or their father. That didn't bode well. Far better than yesterday. We'll be okay in no time. Uraraka quickly put on a smile, but Shoto wasn't sure if she noticed the tension. Ida seemed oblivious to it too. Good. You kids have a visitor. Manuel stiffly gestured at the dog-headed man in the suit in the doorway. He looked important. Shoto tensed. This is Hosu's chief of police, Tsuragami Kenji-san. Oh shit. Not the police. Nothing good could come out of police chief coming all the way here. No matter how nice he acted, he wouldn't be here just to wish them fast recovery and stuff. Why did he really come here? Regarding hero killer Stain. That's what it was about? Shoto had a couple of ideas where it would go now, and none of them were good. Sheet. He had fairly serious injuries with burns, broken bones and whole hand frozen in ice. Currently he's receiving treatment under strict guard, woof. So far we have no been able to melt or break that ice. And now Chief was glaring at Shoto. We have no idea where that injury is from. When he attacked me and native, Todoroki-kun wasn't here yet but Stain already had that ice. Ida was quick to come to his defense. Was it gratitude? Or obligation as vice-rep of class? Not just that. As you can tell from the burns, I used my fireside in the fight, but it had no effect on that ice. It's probably result of some other quirk. Trying to deny the burns would be stupid, but telling everything would be equally stupid. Causing injury with their quirks without specific instructions from their guardians or supervisors and no certification is a clear violation of the rules. Even again the hero killer. The three of you and pro-heroes Endeavor and Manuel must receive strict punishment. 3 of them? So native either omitted or couldn't remember Gakudera also being here. Shoto supposed that concussion turned in their favor. But that was about the only saving grace they had. Tenya swallowed. He should come clean. He should explain that he was the only one to blame and the rest were innocent. Wait, if Ida-kun hadn't done anything, Native-san would have died. And I followed and covered for him because Ida-kun would never ignore Manuel-san without a reason. And if Todoroki-kun hadn't come, Stain would have. Uraraka-kun. She was clutching hospital blanket while staring right at the chief of police. But why was she lying to protect him? No one realized that Stain appeared. The only reason I could come for help is because Uraraka sent her location. Are you saying we should have followed the rules and let people be killed? Todoroki-kun stepped forward. His tone was getting higher and angrier. So because it turned out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? Despite the calm voice, Tsuragami-san's words felt like a slap in the face. Because that's exactly what Tenya thought as he studied the map and the murder patterns with Gakudera-kun. He didn't care about laws or what his parents and classmates would think. Isn't saving people what the heroes do? Todoroki-kun started shouting. There was no trace of his usual impassiveness on his face. That is why you're not a full-fledged hero yet. Chief looked so calm, a bit amused, and so subtly condescending that it finally dawned on Tenya what was going here. It was blackmail. The chief and maybe pro-heroes were going to tell how much trouble Tenya and others were in and then promise to keep them safe from that trouble if they agreed to something. Some sort of cover-up at the very least. And while Todoroki-kun's and Tenya's own family names would be enough to ward off most consequences, Uraraka-kun had no such protection. Sure, Ida family was too proud of serving people to cover for Tenya after this, but chief of police had no way to know that. He would pull at the sure weak link, a girl from unknown poorer family with a future he could easily ruin. You be a sturdy. Todoroki-kun looked ready to fight. While Tenya understood the feeling, It was only making Uraraka-kun more scared. Stop it. You're in no condition to fight, Todoroki-kun. He probably could use his quirk anyway, but that would only make things worse. Gee guys. Uraraka-kun started trembling. She grabbed onto their hospital gowns, and Tenya couldn't tell if it was to stop them or to call for them. Of course, the punishment will depend on the official statement. If we say that the burns are from Endeavor apprehending Stain, he will confirm it and this will become the truth to the public. No one will know of your heroic actions, but they will also not know about you breaking the law. What do you say? I wouldn't want to be the one to find fault with promising youths because of one mistake, woof. Tsuragami-san raised a thumbs up, like telling them that everything will be okay if they agree to the deal. Manuel-san was talking about responsibility, but Tenya wasn't really listening anymore. He made a decision and had to follow it through to the end. I'm truly sorry, said Ida-kun. Manuel-san and Chief of Police smiled. But rather than bow, Ida-kun looked forward and kept speaking. It was because of my actions that you have so much trouble. But even so, I must decline your offer. The adults stopped smiling. Do you realize what position the three if you are in? Tsuragami-san's voice turned low and scary. And he seemed so nice at first. Neither Todoroki-kun nor Ida-kun seemed surprised by that. Was Ochako the only one who missed what was actually happening? Were the adults planning to force them agree to this cover-up from the very beginning? It is exactly because I do. As the one who planned to break the law from the very start, I must bear responsibility for my actions. But Uraraka-kun and Todoroki-kun are innocent and only got involved because of me. I assure you, I told neither of them of my intentions. But he told Gakudera-kun, the only person involved in the fight with Stain that was absent in this room. And someone they have been careful to not even hint at so far. Ochako didn't know if Native-san would reveal they were hiding someone, but since so far he didn't come up, she assumed that adults still had no idea. And she wanted it to stay that way. Trying to put all blame on yourself? Do you intend to become a scapegoat for this incident? What? No, that couldn't be true. He could get expelled for this. Please, take care of it. Ida-kun bowed low, his injured arms hanging in the sling. Ida-kun. Didn't he want to keep the name of Ingenium alive? Wasn't he trying to make his brother proud? Very well. We will omit the presence of your classmates and say that Endeavor is responsible for the burns while you were the one to find Stain. That way their bright future will stay safe. We can't predict the response from public, and perhaps you won't receive the praise you should have gotten. But as someone who also protects peace, I can say thank you. Tsuragami-san bowed to them, but rather than gratitude, Ochako felt like it was filled with mockery. She didn't need a thank you from an adult threatening them just to keep his reputation. She needed Ida-kun to become a hero with her and the rest of the class. Anger came like a surprise tsunami, and it took all she had to not show neither it nor tears. That wasn't fair. Not fair at all. They were talking about Ida's surgery when the window of their room clicked open. Everyone froze. Are you lot allowed oranges? Gakudera jumped off the windowsill with a plastic bag in his hand. Like breaking into hospitals through windows was normal. Sawada's friends were weird. Gakudera-kun. You're all right. Uraraka finally started crying, but she had a smile on her face now. Shoto still wasn't sure how she kept it in since the talk with police and why. Did she think it would go away on its own or something? Of course I'm all right. What about you mummies? They didn't have nearly enough bandages between the three of them to count as mummy, but Gakudera seemed to throw out nicknames easier than Bakugo. Was he allergic to calling people that weren't Sawada by their names? Ida will need a surgery, but otherwise will be fine. Gakudera glanced at Ida's arm and frowned. It didn't seem to be an upset or angry frown, but Shoto wasn't sure. Gakudera looked like a frown guy in general. Did I see? So, the real reason is that, well, I wanted to thank you all. Thanks? But Gakudera-kun, you were the one who kept Stain away. Uraraka was wiping her tears and her voice still had that nasal tone, but her expressions wasn't all scrunched up anymore. Not for that. For not ratting me out. Yeah, that made Morris hold up. How did he know? Did he eavesdrop? I would never. Ida hissed as he tried to gesture like normal. Gakudera was near him in a second, carefully not touching the sling. In fact, he hovered close, but didn't touch Ida at all. But, Gakudera-kun, how did you know? I eavesdropped on the police, Gakudera said so easily Shoto almost thought he misheard him. Shoto and Uraraka exchanged glances. Curiously enough, Ida just sighed. Where did their loudly rule-abiding vice-rep go? I see. Uraraka seemed still as confused as Shoto, but she let it go far faster. Shoto wondered why, but, Gakudera-kun. She was twiddling her fingers. Gakudera stared at her with a soft frown. Or was it the rested beach face the costume chat tried to explain to him? I kinda wanted to ask, why were you there at all? Gakudera sighed and sat near Ida, gesturing at him with a free hand. I saw this idiot with a map of Hosu and connected the dots. There are only so many reasons why a relative of attacked by Stain hero would research Stain's latest haunt. And none of your class strike me as willing to break the law to hunt a guy known for killing pros. And yes, I'm including Bakugo here. Shoto couldn't really argue with that. Uraraka said that she chose Hosu to stop Ida from getting into trouble, aka going off to fight Stain. Midoriya didn't seem to even notice Ida had a plan like that, but maybe Uraraka talked to him about it. And Shoto definitely noticed the vengeful fire in his eyes and still did nothing until the SOS message. I knew he would try this kind of shit no matter if he was alone or not. So I joined him to make sure he wouldn't die. That's about it really, Gakudera shrugged, as if it was nothing and not the reason they all survived last night. And I'm truly grateful you did, Gakudera-kun. Ida stood up so that he could execute a perfect bow. Gakudera seemed startled by that, but Shoto for the life of him couldn't figure out why. Wasn't that normal for Ida? That's not that big of a deal. You don't need to be so formal and shit. Was that a blush? Uraraka had a weird smile on her face as she hummed. Gakudera-kun, are you embarrassed? Shoto watched the dynamite master splutter and get more red. Oh, that Sundra thing he heard about. It really was entertaining to watch, but Shoto had another question left. What about your cover? You couldn't just tell Sawada you went vigilante and come here, right? Shoto couldn't actually be sure. Gakudera became very different when Sawada was involved. Sorta? I lied about being sick at first, but everyone knew I was in Hosu by the time I got here. Turf Top threatened to rat me out to Hibari if I wouldn't be careful. Gakudera scowled at the mention of Hibari. Who was Turf Top again? Yamamoto or that boxing senpai? He was just worried. Uraraka either spent too much time around Bakugo or decided that Gakudera wasn't scary anymore. She was widely grinning at him. That's it, I'm leaving. Despite his words, Gakudera stayed until they heard nurses coming their way. Katsuki clenched his teeth to stop himself from swearing. The six-armed girl kept tugging at his hair, but he didn't start shouting. He slowly took her hands away from his hair and mask. Gently. Trying to get her on the ground already proved not worth the tears and screaming. Again. Dubunny. Again. He took a breath through teeth, didn't throw the girl off him, and waved his hand into something resembling a cartoon rabbit. Sparks cracked in the air, repeating the shape. Yay! The girl clapped with upper four hands. Right above him. Loudly. And her lower pair of hands started tugging on his ears. Katsuki swore, if the girl's mother wouldn't appear in 5 seconds, he would go foobar. Rokuko! Finally. Mama! The girl launched herself into her mother's arms. What a little terror. Katsuki was pretty sure he never gave his own parents heart attack like this. He had other ways to be a walking problem. Thank you again for looking after her. You have been a great help this week, Bakugo-kun. At first all the parents and kids were whispering at avoiding him, but look at him now. He became a favorite for some of the kids too. Yes, Katsuki knew that popularity at childcare center wasn't something he could actually boast about, but Demon did it feel good to have all that effort and patience pay off. Washa! Wash waved to him. By now Katsuki could tell what different kinds of washa meant. For example, this one meant, good job. He still felt weird walking a step behind a literal washing machine. Washa! How are you feeling? I'm fine. Was it my limit though? Katsuki grunted out. Wash reassuringly patted his back. When they reached the agency, Rather than send Katsuki off to change clothes and talk about reliability, charisma, and all the people sheet, Wash gestured to his office. Today is your last day here. What do you think of the agency? Did you learn anything useful? If there was one thing Katsuki was ready to admit he liked about Wash, it was that he never felt condescending. Katsuki knew exactly what tone the hero used for kids, and that tone was never there when Wash talked to him. I never want to see a preschooler ever again. Feel like I need to apologize to old hag for all the shit I gave her when I was little. Other than that, it wasn't that bad. It was even fun sometimes, but Katsuki would never admit that one in his lifetime. Now I actually get what teachers at UA keep droning about communication. I think. He was starting to realize how FNG hard these so-called soft skills were. Wash blew chuckling bubbles. Then I'm glad I could be of help. Take care, and do let me know when you decide on the hero name. Katsuki felt his hands spark from embarrassment, but refused to let it show. He knew better than just letting it turn to anger now. The short rush of control wasn't worth the resulting damage. I'll think about it. He spent the ride home thinking of names that kids would easily chant in excitement. When Kurogiri turned off cameras in the bar, Tamura couldn't help but tense. Cameras were how Sensei checked on them, and Kurogiri always kept them on unless it was for maintenance. It seems that Sawada Tsunayoshi wants to talk to you in private, so I will leave for now. And before Tamura could protest, Foggy BSTRD warped away. How could that zombie leave him alone? Tamura needed all the buffs for the battle with Tsuna's anger. The door to the bar slammed open. Tamura sat straight as Tsuna marched in, but couldn't look him in the eye. Shigaraki. Oh shit. That was the same tone he spoke to Sensei with, and Tsuna never liked Sensei. Tamura was so dead. Hey, Tsuna. How's it going? Just because he knew Tsuna wouldn't attack him didn't mean shit when he felt like he was trapped in a cage with set-off lion. Everything's okay, if you don't count 3 Nomis suddenly appearing in Hosu to wreak havoc everywhere. Care to explain? Tamura risked a glance at Tsuna's face. No, bad idea. In my defense, they were supposed to track Stain? That sounded like a stupid excuse even to his own ears. Plus, Tsuna had this intuition thing. He probably could tell how much Tamura thought it through. Also known as not at all. Tamura heard the scratching before he realized it was him. When did his neck start to hurt? And where was the pineapple a-hole? Did he actually respect the concept of privacy? Something about his absence made facing Tsuna feel more intense. So it definitely wasn't you throwing a tantrum. Again. Considering that Tamura was about to throw another tantrum after reading the newspaper, there was nothing he could say to defend himself. So he didn't. Tsuna glared at him for a few more seconds as Tamura wilted. His neck started hurting in a new way. Did he scratch it to blood? Tamura tried to touch it. Stop that. Give me your hand and hold still. Tsuna's grip on his wrist was warm and deceptively loose. Tamura watched him lean over the counter and get out the first aid kit. I'm still furious with you. I told you to at least think before you act. I asked you to not just start rampages and involved innocent people. This isn't the first time, Shigaraki. Despite the cutting words, his touch was as gentle as ever as he cleaned up and bandaged Tamura's neck. Tsuna, he couldn't look Tsuna in the eye. No. You don't get to make excuses. You need to do better, Shigaraki. I know you can. But before you do, I won't answer any of your messages. This was actually happening. Tsuna would actually mute him. Kurogiri is here to help you, so please, just make an actual effort, okay? Tsuna looked tired as he put first aid kit away. Tamura tried to say something, but all words were stuck in his throat. So he just watched Tsuna leave. The sound of Kurogiri's returning and turning on cameras felt like a nail in the coffin. He couldn't tell if it was the final one yet. When Aizawa-sensei called him, Hitoshi at first thought it was about private training and kinda panicked that he did something wrong. But instead he was told to come to teacher's lounge before lessons tomorrow. Flow of students was still slower than normal, with Hero Course being on last days of their internships, so Hitoshi had no excuse to be late despite his anxiety. Yamamoto couldn't be a distraction either. The guy was bickering with apparently recovered bomb guy from business course. Still, Hitoshi just breathed in and out for like a minute before entering teacher's lounge. "You're here, good. Sign this." Aizawa-sensei pushed a stack of documents towards him. To us. His transfer to Class 1A. Wasn't it a few more months before I would be ready for Hero course? He couldn't understand why now. They didn't even get to basics of using same capture weapon as Aizawa-sensei. Heck, he barely had any knowledge of how to throw a punch. Normally, but one of 1A students got removed from Hero course, so as the guy on the transfer shortlist, you're getting transferred there instead. Aizawa-sensei looked beyond tired. His eyebags had eyebags. His hair looked even more tangled than ever. Considering that he was apparently losing one of students, Hitoshi couldn't blame him. "I see." Hitoshi quietly took offered pen and signed his name on the documents. Despite his determination to reach Hero course, now that it was happening, he felt out of his depth. The day he was officially joining Class 1A started with him wailing up in cold sweat and burning his breakfast in hurry. He pulled on his new school jacket, which somehow felt heavier than his old one, and nearly forgot his tie. And sure, he knew where the classroom was, but that didn't make the way feel any less alien. "Alright, I have 2 announcements to make before we can talk about summer vacation. Come in." Hitoshi heard Aizawa-sensei over the whispers behind the door. Yet when he entered the classroom, it was completely silent. "First, we have a new addition to the class. Starting from today, Shinso will be in Hero course with the rest of you. He will need to catch up, so don't hesitate to lend him a hand." The tail guy was glaring at him. Most looked confused. Todoroki and Gravity Girl exchanged suspicious glances, as if they knew what was coming. Midoriya was looking more hopeful every moment. Aizawa-sensei ignored the reignited whispers and continued. "Second, Ida has been expelled from Hero course and was transferred to a different class, so you all need to choose a new deputy representative. I don't care how you do it, but get it done by end of the day." Uneasy quiet covered the classroom like a fog. A few looked disbelieving, some seemed shocked, but Todoroki and Gravity Girl only sadly closed their eyes. Midoriya also looked like he was punched by some realization, so Hitoshi suspected that those 3 knew something. "Now, about the summer vacation. We'll have training camp in the woods, so don't even hope to laze about for a month. But if you don't pass the final tests, it's summer school hell for you. You all know what you need to work on, so don't fail." A couple of students cheered up at the announcement and a few more looked dismayed. "So those are the ones with bad grades, huh? Sensei, the creation girl, Yao something if Hitoshi remembered right, raised her hand with a serious face. Stressed, even, why was Izuku expelled? And the mood went back down again. All while Hitoshi himself stood by the blackboard like an idiot. For breaking quirk usage law. To put it simply, he was caught playing vigilante in Hosu. Yes, he's the one mentioned in Stain Capture News. No wonder Aizawa-sensei looked so tired. That was probably a media hell to deal with. Shinso, you seat is there, finally. Sitting behind everyone would take some getting used to, but that's an improvement anyway. When whispers started again, Aizawa-sensei deeply sighed and left with reminder to choose a new vice representative. So far, this hero thing was not going well. Izuku wanted to congratulate Shinso-kun, but he was more preoccupied by concern for Ida-kun. No one told him that Ida-kun would be expelled from hero course, but Todoroki-kun and Uraraka-san must have known. They were questioned by police together, after all. Even now, they were the only ones not surprised by the news. How was Ida-kun holding up? How was he taking this? Izuku had so much questions and was almost tempted to text Ida-kun during class, but the teachers were watching and he tried to help Shinso-kun get used to class during breaks. When the lunchtime came, the only reason Izuku didn't starting running in search of Ida-kun was the need to make sure Shinso-kun would have some support. And he knew just the group. Shinso-kun, wanna join us for lunch? His new classmate just stared at him and shrugged, which wasn't a no. He couldn't spot Ida-kun right away in bustling school cafeteria, so Izuku settled for the next task on his list, getting to their usual table with Sawada-kun. It's been a whole week and Izuku missed them all. Sawada-kun. The table was already half full, with Yamamoto-kun gesturing wildly with Sasagawa-senpai, Kazato-kun and Dekuro-san telling something to Sawada-kun and Gakudera-kun arguing with Ida-kun. Ida-kun. Izuku stumbled and shoved a few people on his way to get there faster. Ida-kun was here. He was still smiling. He looked okay, and Izuku almost missed the different stripes on his jacket. Business course? Midoriya-kun. It's good to see you. And everyone else too. Their former vice representative waved to them like he always did. The rest of the group turned to them with smiles or greetings. Grumbling Gakudera-kun was an exception. Hey Shinso. Congrats on getting into hero class. Yamamoto-kun cheerfully laughed, like everything was all right in the world. The weight of concern pressing on Izuku became far lighter. Shinso-kun slowly nodded and took a free seat way after everyone took theirs. How are you doing, Ida-kun? Uraraka-san asked between another helping of risotto. Todoroki-kun looked up from his miso soup to stare at his former classmate. I'm okay. We're in the same class now, so Sawada-kun and Gakudera-kun have been helping me adjust to the different course subjects. Quite a change from more physical-focused hero classes, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. Ida-kun looked lighter than before internships and more assured than in the hospital. Something about him seemed freer than ever. I'm glad. Sorry about the stain incident again. By the way, is it true that you have to market your souls to demons during marketing class? Todoroki-kun said with completely straight face, like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. What the hell? After several coughs, Shinso-kun managed to choke out the question Izuku didn't dare to ask. You know, demons. Like the snake one Tokoyami explained once. Todoroki-kun vaguely gestured with chopsticks. For the last time, you Christmas decoration, Tsukinoko is a UMA, not a demon. Gakudera-kun jabbed a fork in direction of a nonchalant fire and ice hero. Way too nonchalant. One could even say smug. Yamamoto-kun tried to calm Gakudera-kun down with predictable results. Shinso-kun was warily asking what a UMA was and Sawada-kun chuckled at Todoroki-kun's trolling. Yes, despite all that happened, everything was alright. Katsuki kept his breathing even as All Might explained the new exercise. A rescue race, huh? Didn't sound too bad, and his mobility was one of the best in the class so far. He could do without pointing fingers though. The first group was Ojiro, Uraraka, Ashido, Tape and Izuku. Considering their skills before internships, Ojiro and Izuku would be last and Tape would be first, but considering the stain incident and everyone boasting about new moves, things could be very different now. Ojiro and Uraraka probably got more mobile, and who knew what skills Ashido and Izuku learned during that week. He needed to watch and see for himself. Tape and Ojiro immediately got in the lead, but Uraraka's new strategy of using change in gravity to accelerate her landings and get up from low places quickly put her ahead of Ashido. And Izuku was quickly catching up to Tape. The jumps itself were fairly common for parkour, but the way he positioned his hands, Katsuki swallowed, looked a lot like what Katsuki himself did before propelling himself with explosion. What the hell? What sort of training did he get during that week? Wasn't that kind of sheet unfair? Izuku was already smart and got along with anyone, and his quirk gave him plenty of firepower. And now he was catching up to Katsuki in mobility? What kind of manga protag sheet was that? For a whole week, Katsuki did nothing but refine his control over small explosions and practice talking to people, mostly brats that he had to not scare away. Wash called all that sheet soft skills. Katsuki knew he was bad at them but thought he was improving. But how the F was he supposed to stand on the same ground as Izuku when he was being so rapidly outpaced? With Katsuki's communication still making baby steps while Izuku's mobility and combat were running at full speed. How long until Izuku could replace him and do a better job at it too? Hitoshi stared at the screen. He knew that he was behind the rest of the class, but he had no idea how big that gap truly was. How the hell was he supposed to move that fast? Everyone made bets or discussed ways to get to the goal, and all he could do was stand like a fool because he had nothing. No tools, no convenient quirk, no parkour skills. He watched with dread as Bakugo blasted into the air and forward, as Todoroki slid on ice past the obstacles, as Uraraka lifted and dropped herself up to gain more speed. He couldn't do it. From Midoriya somehow making huge jumps and Yaoyorozu making ropes to sling herself across to Mineta stringing these grape things together into sticky whip and Azui climbing the walls, everyone had something. Except for him. Even when he finally went to his spot as part of the last group, he knew he was going to lose. And he did. Miserably. Everyone chatted in the changing room while Hitoshi could barely focus on moving over the sore feeling everywhere. He suspected he pulled some muscle he didn't even know existed. How the hell was he supposed to get through those classes in general, much less catch up to the rest? Aizawa-sensei told him they would build up his overall physical skills first and then start on capture weapon, but when was that going to happen? When it would be too late. Hitoshi turned to look for Midoriya, who was the friendliest of his new classmates by far. But the freckled boy was already gone. Who else was he supposed to ask for advice? Bujiro? Yeah, like that would go well. Okay guys, I'm off to boxing club now. Anyone wants to check on Sasagawa-senpai with me? Sasagawa from boxing club? Wasn't that the guy from the second year who was the last to lose to Demon of Disciplinary Committee? But Hitoshi thought that hero students couldn't join clubs? Still, maybe he would have some insights to share. Hitoshi raised his hand. Kirishima grinned like Hitoshi gave him a Christmas present. Great. Let's go. And then he ran off faster than Hitoshi's tired legs could hope to move. Somehow, when Hitoshi pictured himself getting into hero course, he thought it would be the triumphant end of the road, not the beginning of a thorny path he ended being on. When All Might started talking about DNA and One for All, Izuku was scared it would turn out that he almost accidentally gave that quirk away to Stain of all people. But it turned out to be just a prelude to a history lesson of the long secret war between One for All and the symbol of evil known as All for One, who was probably the mastermind behind the League of Villains and Nomus, according to All Might. But that wasn't all. You saw Stain during his arrest, didn't you? What have you noticed? All Might seemed to already know what answer he wanted, so it would be something All Might already intuited and knew Izuku would see too. What did Izuku see that night? Stain had many bruises, some broken bones, bleeding scratches, burns. His hand was frozen? The burns on him weren't that strong, but it still felt weird that it wasn't even wet. Could it be one of All for One's quirks? That ice was special, wasn't it? All Might sighed, looking more worn out than usual even in his skeleton-like form. That was my first thought too after I learned that Nomu tried to kidnap Stain. So I visited him in his cell to ask some questions. The answers I got were more concerning than I thought. Izuku didn't dare breathe. What could possibly be worse? Young Midoriya, have you ever heard of Vongola? Vanugara? From what Izuku could guess, it was either a name of the villain or some incident. It's a mafia family. No, the mafia family. Older than even All for One, Vongola is one of the few criminal organizations to not only not lose their power with Dawn of Quirks, but rather become even more unstoppable. It's the royalty of the underworld, and I heard that heroes of its homeland Italy are under its complete control. That sounded impossible. The societal collapse and revival following emergence of quirks destroyed the way criminal empires operated and made villains the most common type of criminal. Didn't it? Nowadays bosses of Vongola are given automatic threat rank S with known elite members ranked B to A. Their newest either heir or boss, I'm honestly unsure. The 10th one is given a rank until we get any information on them. But the reason I'm telling you this isn't just to scare you. All Might gripped his hands tightly together before he solemnly stared Izuku in the eye. Stain said that during his meeting with League, besides Shigaraki, Kurojiiri and who I suspect to be All for One, there was another person. He couldn't tell their features or age. And despite not seeing anyone else, he could feel someone present, so I suspect some perception scrambling quirk was involved. But the person he could see? All for One called that person young Vongola. And it was that very person who froze Stain's hand. Even now, none of the attempts to melt it have worked. The room became so quiet Izuku could hear ringing in his ears. He swallowed, taste sounds seeming so loud at the moment. If we are lucky, that just means a new recruit in Vongola and just two of the oldest criminal empires acknowledging each other's existence. But if not, it could be Vongola's 10th boss declaring their alliance. Oh God. Yuga waved goodbye to his classmates and felt smiles slip from his face the moment they couldn't see him. Faking excitement over summer camp was already exhausting, and he had a whole month of pretending ahead. He just wanted to go home and binge on cheese and cheap French melodramas. And not touching or even looking at his phone. He didn't want to report sheet. And yet the fates were cruel. Aoyama Yuga from Class 1A? Student blocking his path wore bright red armband of disciplinary committee. What did he do? He didn't break any rules. He didn't even smuggle any cheese after witnessing. What happened to other contraband enthusiasts? Yes, he tried putting on his usual smile and nonchalant air, but the smile felt too lopsided and the air missed the mark and ended up closer to manic. I'm to guide you to the office of the committee. Hibari-san wants to ask you a few questions about DSPLN of your class. Despite the stern face, the student's eyes were sympathetic to Yuga's perceived plight. Yeah, sure. It's not like anyone could escape Hibari. The Nomo from USJ could attest to that. The door opened after the first knock, showing Yuga Hibari-san in all his biting-to-death glory. At least he didn't have his tonfas out already. Thank you, you may leave now. And just like that, Yuga was left alone with a guy who beat up his whole grade on live TV with nothing but a couple of metal sticks. Yuga thought he should be commended for only slightly trembling. You wanted to ask something, Hibari-san? Who cared if he squeaked as long as it was over with? Hibari-san took a long, unreadable look at him and calmly asked, Why are you spying for All for One? Qua the F dash. Did he just say dash? Yuga didn't breathe a word even to his own parents. How did he know? Sheet, Hibari-san was still waiting for an answer. Yuga had to say something. Was All for One? Some kind of gang? He immediately wanted to slap himself for sounding this stupid, but it was too late now. Here's to hoping Hibari-san would just beat him up for wasting his time. No one can hear you here, teachers included. So spill. A hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. Yuga knew that voice from watching Midoriya and others. He turned his head towards the new person. Gakudera's face scowled back at him. Honestly, Tsuna felt for Aoyama. Hibari was scary enough when all you did was cut the skirt 2 centimeters above the rules, so facing him with such a serious accusation must feel horrific. Small digression, but the way Hibari dealt with skirt cutters was hilarious, in a mafia-typical sideways and unhinged way. Tsuna was not ready to talk about how absurd and scary his life was. Gakudera-kun, stop scaring him. It's okay, Aoyama-kun, we haven't told anyone and aren't planning to. We just want to know, okay? He guided Aoyama to the couch while he was frozen in panic. The moment he was sitting on the cushions, Aoyama started crying. He said he could give me a quirk and go to hero school and my parents agreed. But when I did, he said I had to tell him everything and break into teacher's lounge for papers and keep quiet or Maman and Peipan would die. Tsuna loosely hugged him and Aoyama clutched him back like he would fall without something to hold onto. Which, yeah, that was a valid reason for a breakdown. Hibari was already looking through documents, no doubt searching Aoyama's parents' home and work addresses. Tsuna didn't know how they were going to protect Aoyama's yet, but there's no way they would just sit and ignore them. We're going to have summer camp and he will make me tell where, and if something happens it will all be my fault dash. Aoyama was soaking Tsuna's jacket in tears and snot, but Tsuna didn't mind. Still he had to make sure Aoyama could see his face. Aoyama-kun. He out all conviction he could feel into his words, it's not your fault. You did your best, and it's enough. Don't blame yourself for someone else putting you into situation with no good options. Gakudera silently looked up from the check of Aoyama's bag he was doing to lift an old-looking burner phone, which likely was the one All for One contacted Aoyama through. Is this how you're supposed to report? The look of horror Aoyama gave the phone was more than answer enough. Hibari noted that down. Is there any specific time you're supposed to report? If the flinch at Hibari's question wasn't enough hint, Aoyama's sudden reluctance to answer was telling. The euphoria and catharsis of someone knowing of his suffering has passed, and now he was far more aware of the danger this whole conversation could bring. We won't tell anyone, remember? But we can't help if we don't know anything. Do whatever you can to keep All for One from being suspicious of you while Hibari-san will make sure your family is safe. Okay. Aoyama didn't nod. You would do that? For me, what the hell did Hero Society and or All for One brainwash him with? Why would anyone blame him? You are one of the students here. And for threatening your and your family's safety, All for One will be bitten to death. Now get out of my office, you lot are causing a scene and crying. Tamura ignored two brats Jiren brought with him in favor of his messenger app. Tsuna really did ignore all his messages since then. Obviously, this problem came before any shitty recruits. Kurojiiri, get them out. How did Tsuna's other friends patch things up with him? Most of his guardians were too loyal to PSS him off like that, and he seemed to treat Hibari's unpredictability like a character trait rather than something to address. Hell, even with Pineapple A-hole, the worst Tsuna got was exasperation and why are you like this? None of them could help Tamura. What other friends did Tsuna have? Is a serial killer, and this guy hasn't committed anything flashy but is pretty dedicated to Stain's ideology of holding heroes accountable. Ugh, now he was dissed by a guy who couldn't even do basic manners. What even was his life? He wanted to dust them already. You need to do better. Tsuna said that, didn't he? That Tamura could do better than just keep throwing tantrums every time or something like that. But time for actual effort, he not quite promised to Tsuna. Okay, they can stay, I guess. He could feel cameras zooming in on him on Sensei's command. Was Sensei surprised? Proud? Displeased? Tamura could never tell. Sometimes it felt like nothing he did could ever be more than a moment of amusement for Sensei. Kurojiiri narrowed his eyes in. What Tamura learned to mean approval. It's not like the Nomu had a lot to be express himself with. But we can kill lots and lots together. The girl Toga, was it? Jumped up and down in excitement. The Dabi guy, fakest the most fake name he ever heard by the way, stared at her with disgust and no small amount of regret in his life choices. Yeah, Tamura could relate to that part. Do you have any information on their quirks and flames? Kurojiiri mildly asked. Before Jiren could answer, Dabi ignited his fingers in blue fire. Didn't look anything like rain attribute though. How did you know my quirk? What? Please don't. I can drink blood and turn into people. What's a flame? Toga absently gestured with a knife she hid somewhere on her, uncaring of how much her words made Tamura want to cry. Did you bring me two complete noobs? All for One grinned. Tamura keeping his composure was unexpected, but not unwelcome. It could even become a boon when the time comes. Easier to explain than Tamura suddenly stopping his tantrums. No one would even notice. Those few that would be easy to silence. And if good old Kurojiiri would get ideas about free will, that could be shortly rectified. All for One was the very person keeping that corpse breathing after all. New report from his mole in UA mentioned summer camp at yet undisclosed location. He may need to pressure the boy to succeed. No one would want an accident to happen to such a nice family, would they? Good old Dr. Ujiko was already working on better nomus than the one used for USJ. It looked like they wouldn't be ready in time for the summer camp attack, but that could be turned into an ace up his sleeve. Getting additional support from Vongola would be ideal, but Vongola Decimo was still suspicious of All for One. Rightfully so. The boy was likely waiting for a moment of weakness either on Hero's end or on All for One's before striking. Another wave of attack on UA was more probable, since young Vongola had no reason to turn against All for One. It was a bit of a pity though. As wise as the distance between them was, heir to world's biggest criminal empire would serve his goals far better than Shigaraki Tamura ever could. Every top officer of Varia was sitting in the dining room instead of waiting in the office. Technically, it wasn't a briefing after all. Bell didn't count Fran, who was wandering around somewhere and annoying the crap of everyone else. Or scaring staff. Whatever came to that tiny twisted head first. Bell couldn't wait to send him back to Mukuro for summer. Boss took his place at the head of the table before speaking. I received a letter from Sawada Tsunayoshi, with proposal to join him and his trash for an unofficial mission in Japan. Well, that explained all the broken glass in his office. Boss calmed down about it in last few months, but the topic of Sawada was still a twitchy one around here. So, despite all laws of logic and biology, Squalo still had his voice intact after all the shouting at the TV. Bell lost a bet to Lashuria because their a-hole of strategy captain calmed down 5 FING minutes before boss stormed out of his office towards the shooting range. It was so close. Why couldn't he wait 5 more minutes and win Bell some money and a lot of bragging rights? Boss? You aren't thinking of accepting it, are you? Levi still had about an hour of competence left and yet already acted pathetic. What a simp. Are we getting paid? Mammon never changed. Who would Sawada even want gone so badly he would resort to Varia? And without using his authority as 10th at that. Squalo did raise a good point. As much as Sawada loudly disliked his position in Mafia, requesting a hit and keeping it quiet from Nono and CDEF was even weirder. Why did he want to hide it from them? All for one. Oh, that explained a lot, considering how old the Parasite of Japan was. And it's not like it would be the first time Sawada smashed status quo into shambles. I'm in. Finally, an excuse to rob his bank accounts. Did All for One owe Mammon money? Did he refuse to pay Mammon? Did he ruin his business? Was it just a decades-old petty grudge thing? God knows Arcobaleno loved those. Me too. Gotta go and put the idiot through another sword camp. Yeah, everyone already knew that, Squalo. You weren't subtle. Why not? Was what Bell's and Lashuria's reasons boiled down to. And that was that. Majority win and amusingly crying Levi. So, what the F did the geezer do to PSS off Sawada that much? As grateful as Hitoshi was to Ida for lending him his old notes, there was only so much cramming he could do to get onto everyone's level. Hero art history kept confusing him even after consulting notes, and the less said about practical classes, the better. It was after one of such classes when Hitoshi was buried in textbooks and everyone's advices that the confrontation he kept expecting started. Ojiro loomed over his desk with intense or constipated, depending on how you looked at it, expression and bit out. We need to talk. Alone. Hitoshi ignored the whispers and glances and followed Ojiro to an empty hall. Hopefully that was because no one wanted to be here and not because disciplinary committee could appear. Well, what did you want to talk about? Sure, Hitoshi had a pretty good idea what it was about, but couldn't tell how Ojiro himself would go about it. Or what he wanted out of this conversation. The sports festival, what else? That was a pretty loud outburst. Pretty angry about that thing then. He did give up his spot in tournament over that thing. Hitoshi's chances of being punched just went up. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry. Some platitudes? 'Cause I'm not exactly remorseful over what I did. Was it probably the wrong thing to say? Did Hitoshi spend too much time rage-baiting people to use his quirk for his own good? Was he going to act all polite and subservient to someone even if he really did do them wrong? You dash. How dare you? Right to my face dash. Don't you have any consciousness? Hitoshi could hear creaks of fists clenching and see wild arcs Ojiro's tail was making, but to be honest, he had no idea what exactly that meant in body language. What? It got me what I wanted. I do know it was a shitty thing to do though. Sorry for insulting you by the way, then not because he wanted it to happen, but because he wanted Ojiro to know he wouldn't hold it against him, Hitoshi added. You can punch me if it'll make you feel better. Ojiro blinked, no longer looking quite as angry. What? You can punch me. Hitoshi would prefer it if he didn't, but he wasn't going to take his words back. Really? You sure? Is it your way to take responsibility or something? When Hitoshi just vaguely shrugged because he wasn't sure himself, Ojiro raised a fist. Just don't complain later. That actually hurt. Which Hitoshi should have expected, but still. Don't do this kind of shit again and we're even. Ojiro stretched out his other hand. This one is his dominant one. Hitoshi shook it, fully agreeing with the condition. He was glad that this whole thing was over with now. Herbivores. Oh shit. Hibari-senpai. For fighting in the halls, you will be bitten to death. Hitoshi and Ojiro ran away screaming, all grudges forgotten. Shoyuta watched the progress of his problem children. Shinso was advancing faster than before now that he joined several others in visiting Sasagawa for advice. That also allowed Shoyuta to concentrate on parkour and whip marksmanship that Shinso needed. Not that he would ever admit that his capture weapon and Midnight's had the same base movements. Uraraka was also focusing on combat, and that was one area where going to Gunhead would have worked out better for her, even if Manual was closer to her desired field. Despite all his boasting, Aoyama was showing signs of stress. Admittedly, they were well hidden under that nonchalant facade, but Shoyuta had far more experience than his kids and wasn't fooled by that. A baffling new development was Aoyama becoming less stressed in vicinity of motherfucking Hibari of all people. What? Excuse his French, the actual F-. When did that happen? That wasn't a USJ thing, that's for sure. Students did rely on Hibari's strength and respect him, but relax? Shoyuta was tempted to make Aoyama take a drag check in the nurse's office, but that would be overreacting. Probably. But if one ignored all that bullshit, then Aoyama was on thin ice academically, but not likely to fail. Yaoyorozu started showing lack of confidence. Without Ida to back her up as class representative and consult, she began showing deference to plans made by others. The most likely reason was her lackluster performance in the tournament, but cheering her up and reassuring hadn't worked so far. Todoroki, on the other hand, was progressing well. His control over Fireside was a bit wonky, but he no longer had any outbursts of power. His ability to work in a team also improved, even if Shoyuta had his doubts about his fire wherever teammate is pointing to approach. Midoriya finally fixed his lack of mobility and stress on his body. But according to report of the guy he was interning with, some obscure hero called Gran Torino, the boy admired All Might to the point it was limiting his potential. Honestly, that gave Shoyuta an admittedly underhanded idea on how to deal with that. Except he needed All Might to fully cooperate for that. Bakugo, on the other hand, if anyone asked him about this particular problem child at the beginning of the school year, Shoyuta would say that he was the most likely to go off the handle, least likely to cooperate, and one of the best students on paper. And while his fuse was still short, Bakugo had pleasantly surprised him. The moment Shoyuta saw that explosive brat chose Wash's agency, he had to re-evaluate everything he saw in Bakugo up till then. And that week at Laundry Hero did Bakugo some good as far as communication skills were concerned. But, while Shoyuta didn't miss the old hostility towards Midoriya, Bakugo's new avoidance of him was becoming alarming. His ambition to be the best hero was one of the things that made him so promising, yet now that ambition was suffocating under whatever the hell Midoriya and Bakugo's relationship was now. This had to be solved one way or another. Class 1J was very different from Class 1A. It wasn't because his new classmates weren't nice, though he wasn't as welcomed here as in 1A for understandable reasons. Nor was it because of lack of ambition. Fujiwara-kun alone could fill the quota of the class. No, Tenya mused, the reason it felt different was because of the attitude to the focus of the course. Hero course students would never debate the laws and safety standards of what pro-hero was allowed to do. But business students were pretty open to complaints about All Might's recent years of increase in merchandise-to-action ratio. Critical analysis, if endeavor was admired, results made Tenya pretty concerned, considering everything he knew about that hero from Todoroki-kun, and questioning of the ranking system. Despite otherwise being a pretty nice and mild person, Sawada-kun wasn't quiet about his dislike of it. Any argument in favor of the system was quickly dissected by ever-loyal Gakudera-kun, who seemed to hate most heroes on principle. Tenya suspected it was a part of his general distrust of adults. And I'm telling you, popularity and competence are the must-have requirements for anyone trying to make it in hero business. Sumeragi-kun insisted. From what Tenya gathered, her family were in hero management work before some scandal ruined their job or something close to that. Most of that information came from Fujiwara-kun's taunts, so it couldn't be called reliable. To which I'm once again repeating, it doesn't matter how popular hero is. How well they sell and how much people like them is literally what managers, coaches, and marketers do. Anyone can be made popular if you spin that right. Just look at that Stain video. Iwatasuku-kun kept insisting even after his leader, Fujiwara-kun that is, got bored of the argument. Tenya was pretty sure that could get them into legal hot water, but Akikawa-sensei had them watch the infamous Stain video and analyze the techniques it used to make Stain's actions and ideology more appealing. The lesson ended with them having to write the same contents of the video in an opposite way. Akaguro Chisum chose edgy name like Stain after not being able to last even a term in hero school. As All Might Stan and a terrible public speaker, he decided that murder was solution to all his problems. Unable to let go of the past and demanding heroes to do unpaid labor, he tried to make the world to obey his nostalgia, was the winner, by the way. I hate to agree, but he has a point. Doesn't make it any less unethical, but that's literally why All Might had whole exhibitions of his new costumes and divided them by ages. Because that's the kind of stuff you can easily sell to people. Midoriya-kun would cry from hearing Inakai's words. And it's not like she was wrong. To me, one of the main problems of using popularity as metric is that it's used to make heroes conform to existing stereotypes instead of fighting discriminatory practices. That's still only the surface problem. Why do we even a system where people are encouraged to compare and fight each other instead of focusing on their jobs? Who would feel threatened if all these heroes gathered together into functional union? And here was Gakudera-kun, adding fuel to the fire. Tenya exchanged helpless glances with Kamuri-kun, who was already forced out of his stress nap before today. The teacher didn't seem interested in actually interfering, and even wrote down some of the arguments. So there was only one person who could actually stop this. Sawada-kun sighed, took a deep breath and called out. Everyone, we can discuss that after the lesson, but let's listen to teacher for now. He stiffened a bit at all the attention on him, but ignored the stares and looked at the teacher. Akikawa-sensei snapped her notebook shut and got back to writing on the blackboard. As I was saying, since pro heroes and especially their sidekicks' bonus pay is determined by their place in rankings. Tenya didn't have any ethics classes yet, but he was very interested to see how Aizawa-sensei handled these debates. And perhaps he wanted to add his own opinion to the discussion. During lunchtime, Haru didn't sit with her costume squad, as had become the norm, but rather was drawing furious lines on paper at Tsuna's table. For some reason, she kept glancing around before going back to brainstorming. Haru, no response beyond distracted hum. Her dinner was going cold too, which was unusual. Normally she tried to eat even when she was jotting down her new ideas. Did something happen? Chrome carefully fished out one of sketches from the discarded pile. On it Tsuna could some sort of belt with cubes? Squares? What was that thing hanging from it supposed to be? What the hell is that even supposed to be for? Gakudera scrunched up his eyebrows as if that will help him make sense of the drawing without putting on glasses. What? It's you guys. Gimme that back, it's one of the promising ones. She took the paper back and with great care put it back in the middle of the pile under a few new sketches. That's not an answer. Fine. It's for competition. Our class and the whole course has to design the thing and the winner's work actually gets used in real life. That explained the hurry and the concentration. But Tsuna never heard of any competitions for support course? And Haru loved telling them about events and that kind of stuff. Then I wish good luck, Miura-kun. But what are you supposed to design? There seems to be a lot of variety. Ida-kun chose the polite way to say, incoherent mess of ideas. Haru once again looked around before lowering her voice to a whisper. It wasn't as quiet as she thought it was. Don't tell the hero students, but this competition came from the principal. We need to design a way to easily fit a lot of weight on a person without making it awkward to move. That's why I started with belt or cape, but a few heroes already have capes. That was one weird request. Not to mention sudden. And why hide it from hero students? Did they plan to use the end design for hero training? Ochako walked out of the boxing club room feeling bummed out. It's true that her size and usual tactics didn't suit boxing, but she still needed something she could do in case making enemy float wouldn't work. At least Sasagawa-senpai told her to look into grappling, holding and other Aikido kind of stuff. That could be a start. Ojiro-kun, do you have a moment? Ochako decided to ask him as early as possible, the very next day before homeroom. HM? I guess? Do you need something? Ojiro-kun looked up from his phone. Can you teach me throws and grapples and other moves like that? A few of their classmates turned to them in interest. Some, like Bakugo-kun and Kaminari-kun, only flicked their eyes to Ochako for a moment and dismissed the topic. Some, Like Deku-kun and Todoroki-kun nodded as if they expected this conversation to happen, but didn't join. And Shinsu-kun started listening with avid interest. Sure. But don't take this the wrong way, I'm not sure you'll be able to use them well by the time of exam. I mean, I'll be glad if you will. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of repetition to use them in a fight. Ojiro scratched his head. Time and repetition? Ochako probably could have learned them during internship week and keep up practice after if she went to Gunhead like she originally planned. But then Ida-kun and Gakudera-kun would probably be dead. And she refused to regret that. Ochako discreetly took a breath. That's okay. Better late than never. When Izuku sat with Sawada-kun and others, he was surprised to see that Miura-san wasn't with them either. Apparently no one from support course joined the costume squad table today. Yamamoto-kun just laughed it off. She said she had a project to work on. Guess we'll need to make sure she didn't starve later. Izuku really didn't understand how could someone be so relaxed about everything, including the sport festival tournament, but he guessed that if anyone would always be chill, it would be the guy with a relaxation quirk. Shinsu-kun skeptically stared at Yamamoto-kun over his bowl of udon. Granted, he always looked skeptical. Still, the costume squad was making even more moe's than usual today. Midoriya-kun. Shinsu-kun. Uraraka-san ran to their table with terrified expression. What happened? Did something happen to support students? Kendo-san asked around, and apparently there's a non-zero chance that we will have to fight Hibari-senpai as part of exam. What? Oh shit. What? What the F dashed? Was Shinsu-kun's eloquent response. Izuku couldn't help but agree. They can't do that, can they? They may have survived USJ and the sports festival, but that didn't mean they stood a single chance against Hibari-senpai. Not even Sasagawa-senpai could win against him, and he was the person everyone in class asked for fighting tips. No matter how strong he is, Hibari-senpai is still a student. And in general course at that. Even with all the allowances UA gets, they shouldn't be able to pull off something like that. Ida-kun chopped the air as he tried to calm everyone down. True, Principal Nizu's authority should have limits, but UA had a whole sports festival on live TV as new coolest sports event across the whole country. It's Hibari we're talking about. Do you really think anyone can make him do things he doesn't want to do? Gakudera-kun nodded towards the table of disciplinary committee. As always, it was empty save for Hibari-senpai and his ever-loyal right-hand man. He does like fighting though. Everyone stared at Kazato-kun. He stiffened under all attention and started sliding under the table. Unfortunately for Izuku's sanity, Kazato-kun had a point. Possibility that he would have to fight Hibari-senpai in the future did exist. If that could happen, then all of them would be left in summer school hell. Momo once again typed the message and erased it. It was nothing. It was just a habit she needed to break now. She couldn't keep bothering Ida-kun with her doubts now that he wasn't part of Hero Course anymore. No matter how much his reassurances helped. Siro-san was a fully adequate replacement. She had nothing to complain about, really. He helped with paperwork and his more casual disposition made the class cooperate with administrative requirements faster. Even the ever-prickly Bakugo-san liked him. So, Momo supposed. She just missed Ida-kun. Of course, she could see him every day during lunchtime and breaks, but it wasn't the same. They weren't, as people put it, in this together, anymore. But she was okay. Really. She was adjusting to the new situation. She wasn't calling Siro-san by the wrong name or forgetting that he wouldn't know all of her backup plans. She wasn't texting Ida-kun for help by mistake. She just wanted this feeling of loss to fade. Usually, when she and Sawada-san met at the teacher's lounge for their class representative duties, they made small talk. Sawada-san class sounded more confrontational than hers, but according to him, Ida-kun fit in well. That was a relief. How is your own preparation for end-term exams going? Hero Course was the only one with a practical exam like theirs, but General Course was the only one they followed same exam plans as normal school. Support Course had exhibitions where they were graded by demonstrations of their creations in several categories. Neither Hatsum-san nor Miura-san went in depth about those categories before disappearing to work on some sort of urgent project, so Momo didn't know the details. Sawada-san let out an absolutely miserable chuckle. My tutor ensured that it will go well. Anything else would be a personal offense to him. I just wish we knew what agencies we could get on the exam. But, do you need a real agency for your exams? Shiro-san had little idea about business course subjects and didn't interact much with Sawada-san before that if at all. Even so, it stung that instead of already knowledgeable Iida-kun discussing differences between approaches, they had to explain things to Shiro-san. It wasn't his fault. Momo kept telling herself that until those words seemed to lose any meaning. Our exam is about reenacting quarterly reports of some less well-known agency. We have to report on profits and losses, talk about obstacles and difficulties and suggest what to do going forward. According to second and third years, teachers always choose data with scandals, frauds and other problems we will need to solve too. And we only get the actual data at the exam itself, Sawada-san patiently explained to Shiro-san. In the privacy of her mind, Momo sometimes compared Sawada-san to a saint in patience if nothing else. Whatever agency he would choose after graduation was going to be very lucky. And we was a good leader too. Caring for everyone and confident whenever he had to make a decision. He didn't second-guess his every step. Momo wished she could be like that too. When his mom, excited over all the new friends, suggested inviting them over for dinner, Izuku thought he would vibrate through the floor from sheer nervousness. But then he had to decide who to invite over. Sawada-kun, Uraraka-san, Iida-kun and Sasagawa-senpai were obvious. And Gakudera-kun would probably tag along too. But should he invite Azuri-san and Shinsu-kun? He didn't know Yamamoto as well as others, but he seemed nice. Would Todoroki-kun agree to come? And if he was honest with himself, was it weird that he both did and didn't want Katsuki to come? When Azuri-san said she was busy, Izuku was secretly relieved. And then Yamamoto-kun went and all but invited himself along. According to Sawada-kun, Kazato-kun and Dekuro-san also wanted to come but stayed back to keep an eye on Miura-san. They were getting worried that they would need to remind her to sleep and eat instead of working on that mysterious project 24. Izuku could have sweared though that he saw Dekuro-san's distinctive hairstyle through the window when he noticed Sawada-kun and others coming. Iida-kun and Izuku's classmates were already here, sipping tea Iida-kun brought over. Izuku excitedly opened the door. Sawada-kun, you're here dash. And stared into a pair of mismatched eyes. One eerie red and another bright blue. Izuku staggered back. The stranger has the same hairstyle as Dekuro-san. But this was unmistakably a man. You are as adorable as they say, the guy Izuku didn't know chuckled. Sorry about him, Midoriya-kun. Sawada-kun's voice came from behind the man. The stranger's smile got bigger as he tilted his body to let Sawada-kun and the rest through. This a-hole decided to show up as well and we failed to put him back, grumbled Gakudera-kun like unknown man was a misbehaving cat. The stranger just stared back, unafraid of the glare. Who? Oh, it's Mikuro. Todoroki-kun appeared from the living room, not showing any alarm at the mysterious guest that Izuku felt. Wait a minute. Todoroki-kun knew this man? Muko, oh that's right. Todoroki-kun did come over to Dekuro-san before. Was that when he met this Mikuro person? He's Dekuro's twin or something. Careful, he's kind of a troll. Todoroki-kun's face remained blank the whole explanation, so Izuku had no idea how serious he was. Dekuro-san had a brother? What did he mean by? Kafufu, I'm hurt by this unjust accusation. Contrary to his words, Mikuro-san looked amused. More like understatement. Ignore him, he sees off Hibari for fun. Gakudera-kun walked into the living room with a box from an expensive bakery. Mikuro-san became smug at the mention of Hibari-senpai. No way. What kind of person would want to face Hibari-senpai's wrath? Mikuro. Behave. Sawada-kun dragged Mikuro-san along with him by his jacket. Izuku could only follow them in a daze. Tsuna kept all his sighs contained. There was herding cats and there was herding Mikuro. The illusionist was ridiculously hard to stop from doing whatever he wanted. And most of the time it was harmless enough that effort to stop him wasn't worth it. And Tsuna knew that Mikuro was curious about the newest holder of One for All. Hopefully this visit would satisfy Mukuro enough that he wouldn't try to pull something less advisable. He still brought one of the best cakes in his favorite bakery as an apology for whatever Mukuro would do during the dinner. In the living room, everyone were already pestering Mukuro with questions he definitely found hilarious, if his purposefully contradicting answers were any indication. Gakudera was no help, too busy awkwardly trying to not glare at Midoriya-kun's mom. Inko-san, was it? Gakudera distrusted every adult until they proved themselves, so it wasn't personal. But that would still be uncomfortable to explain to everyone. Yamamoto laughed and acted oblivious, which really should have clued people in. Although perhaps it was easier to see it for the facade it was when you knew what he looked like without it. So Tsuna took it upon himself to elbow Mukuro in universal sign of, knock it off. Inko-san was delighted at the cake and promised to cut it for everyone as dessert after the dinner. Her smile and warm welcome made Tsuna's chest pang with homesickness. Just the sound of her clanking and chopping in the kitchen reminded him of Mom and Bianchi and all his little siblings. At least the living room was too noisy and lively for anyone to notice. Tsuna blinked tears away. I'm so glad Izuku finally brought his friends over. He didn't get along with many people back in middle school, so I was pretty worried, and he kept getting injured after his quirk came in. It took more willpower than Tsuna wanted to not hear the familiar echo in her words and focus on Inko-san's face. It was different. Despite all the similarities in their words, Midoriya Inko's expression couldn't be farther from the one Sawada Nana during the same conversation. Inko-san knew. She was downplaying it before Midoriya-kun's friends, but there was no doubt. Sun could feel her eyes watching all of them for the warning signs. She was definitely aware that Midoriya-kun used to be bullied. So this was what it looked like on a mother's face. Izuku wasn't sure what happened, but at some point Sawada-kun got more withdrawn, he guessed? It wasn't that he wasn't interested in conversations or that he became quieter. And it didn't seem to be because of Mukuro-san. Izuku wished he knew how to help. Sawada-kun was always so kind and knew what to say to solve things. Yaoyorozu-san also mentioned that he was good at his class representative duties. He was the first person to believe in Izuku. And yet Izuku was useless when Sawada-kun needed help. He couldn't even tell what made him sad in the first place. And not for the first time, actually. He knew what was going on with Todoroki-kun only because Todoroki-kun himself told him. And Shinsu-kun also was open about his issues. Heck, he knew Katsuki since forever and even now had zero idea what was in his head. The cake was very tasty, even if Mukuro-san hid it as a prank before presenting it again with a flourish. Troll was a good way to describe his personality indeed. Still, after the dinner and tea there were so many dirty fishes left. Izuku noticed Sawada-kun clench his fists under the table when Mom started taking dishes to the kitchen. I'll help. Was it his imagination? Or did Sawada-kun's voice sound tense? No one else seemed to have heard anything off, and Mukuro-san and Gakudera-kun were often glancing at Sawada-kun through the whole visit. But Mom just smiled and thanked him for the help. Still worried and restless, Izuku pretended to need a bathroom so that he could check on Sawada-kun. Midoriya-kun doesn't seem to be that kind of person, but what would you say if you were told he hit one of his bullies? Izuku didn't know what he expected to hear, but a question like that wasn't it. Where did that come from? I guess I would tell him that he did nothing wrong. He could see that Mom was still smiling. She didn't stiffen or react at all, like Sawada-kun's asked about weather. She just kept giving Sawada-kun now clean dishes to dry. Why do you ask, Sawada-kun? Just wondered. After all, it's not like a fight would have solved anything. Especially not this kind of bullying. A memory of Sawada-kun admitting that he used to be bullied and called useless Tsuna himself slammed into Izuku. Sawada-kun would know, wouldn't he? No, it wouldn't. But that doesn't mean I would ignore the way everyone around mistreated my boy. I know I didn't always do right by him, and I keep worrying about all the injuries he keeps coming home with. Even so, I want to help him in any way I can. Izuku couldn't breathe. If he inhaled, his heart would burst from everything he was feeling right now. All he could do was stare at his mom like he was seeing her for the first time. He should tell her about how scary USJ was, about real state of his friendship with Katsuki, about all the ways he's scared to fail. About one for all. Izuku didn't notice Sawada Tsunayoshi glancing in his direction. But he did hear the next words. You're a really good mother, Inko-san. I'm glad that Midoriya-kun has you. Tenya didn't want to admit it and add fuel to the fire, but Fujiwara-kun and Sumeragi-kun could be really annoying. No wonder Komuri-kun kept making sarcastic remarks about both of them. Still, most of the class tried to stay out of their usual debates, lackeys on both sides included. Inukai-kun had no such reservations. Be quiet. Some of us are actually trying to study instead of boasting of all the help your families give you for exam. The crack of her pen breaking boomed in the classroom like thunder. Even so, Tenya knew it wasn't the volume of their argument that made her mad. It was their attitude toward sidekicks. Gakudera glared at them from the very start, but it was more of general disgust at the apparently real business practices in hero agencies. But for Tenya and Inukai-kun, who knew many sidekicks from their families' agencies, it was personal. Fujiwara-kun and Sumeragi stopped arguing, but it definitely wasn't over. But their tense postures gave Tenya no hope of either letting the whole thing go. And he suspected that the main reason Fujiwara-kun didn't say something offensive, as he was more prone to doing when angry or smug or both, was because he realized that Gakudera-kun would absolutely jump at his throat for that. The classroom door opened to let in paperwork-free Sawada-kun and Ectoplasm-sensei. The class representative took one look at everyone's faces and winced. Ectoplasm-sensei didn't seem to notice anything, but then again, Akikawa-sensei was more of their homeroom teacher in practice than him. Tenya glanced at Inukai with worry in the silence only broken by the scratching of chalk on the blackboard. She stared at the confirmed dates of their exams like they killed her family. Maybe Tenya should do something. Holding in negative emotions wasn't healthy, as he and some of his life choices could attest. But he also knew that concern and sympathy alone weren't enough. Plus, considering who her uncle was, she probably got plenty of that at home. He still wanted to help somehow. What he appreciated the most when Gakudera-kun joined his reckless plan to confront and maybe kill Stain was being listened to. Tenya could vent and say things he would normally never mean without feeling judged. Perhaps he could do the same for Inukai-kun. Izuku didn't see Ida-kun at their usual table. It seemed that he decided to spend lunchtime with one of his classmates, some Inukai person. With Miura-san and Uraraka-san both also being absent, the table felt less lively than usual. Or maybe it was just the awkwardness of Izuku still being unable to look Sawada-kun in the eye after they came over for dinner. He tried convincing All Might that Mom deserved to know about One for All and failed completely. Normally Izuku would never even think of disobeying his hero, but the guilt of keeping the secret seemed to get bigger every time he was reminded that Mom still believed that Izuku was just a very late bloomer. Technically he told Katsuki before, but he didn't give any details and Katsuki didn't even believe him, so that time didn't really count. But Mom and Sawada-kun would trust Izuku's words. And somehow it made it harder to gather courage to tell them against All Might's wishes. And after what Izuku overheard at that dinner, he had a feeling that Mom would be less accepting of All Might than Izuku himself was. Knowing how protective of her son she felt changed things. At least Izuku didn't doubt that Sawada-kun would take the reveal well. His brooding was interrupted by sudden and unwelcome appearance of Monoma-kun from 1B. If it was just them, Izuku would have been just baffled, but with Sawada-kun and others also hearing this, it made his stomach squirm and throat feel like he ate something bitter and slimy. He wanted Monoma to stop talking. At this exact moment Kendo-san appeared to knock her classmate out and apologize. As expected of the big sister of Class 1B. By the way, I asked second-year students, and it seems like we won't have to face Hibari-senpai for the exam. According to general course people, Hibari-senpai flat-out refused any notion of fighting students for exam. Something about too many of them being nothing but herbivores. Guess we'll have to exo with good old robot battles, she shrugged, ignoring the weight of Monoma-kun on her arm. Oh, that was the best news Izuku could have gotten. Momo was excited, no, thrilled. Her mother and her family opened the hall just for this occasion. They prepared their most elegant Wedgwood tea set from Wedgwood with several blends of black and green tea, honey, lemon, mint, milk and cream to choose from. She was a bit worried that they TWGT other blends would be preferred, but no one said a word about it, so hopefully no one would mind drinking Harrods. She knew they were considered not as good as the Rare Tea Company and TWG tea, but Momo felt that Wedgwood tea was perfect for Wedgwood tea sets. Her classmates asked for her help. So she was determined to make this the best study session possible. Perhaps, if things go particularly well, they would even try to hold a brainstorming session for the practical exam as well. No, it would be best to not raise her hopes beyond what was possible. How could she, someone who couldn't even properly use her own quirk or make a working plan without days of consulting someone else, help others with their strategies? The gate intercom chimed. Was it already the time? Oh, she had to invite them in, and then tell chefs to take out the snacks and cakes, and bring in all her school notes. Wait, would servants bringing in food be seen as too arrogant, flaunting her family's wealth? She had to prevent such mistake from occurring. She will bring in tea and snacks herself. Ashido-san, Jiro-san, Ojiro-san, Siro-san and Kaminari-san already had their pencil cases and notes out on the dining table as she rolled the cart into the room. Focus, Momo, helping them with studies came first. Correct, Reborn didn't press the button of the detonator. Tsuna had a gut feeling that this time the bombs were fake, but that didn't mean that Reborn would hesitate. He was a dramatic a-hole like that. Honestly, Tsuna was surprised at how much of the term's material he retained. He wasn't sure if it was Akikawa-sensei and Ectoplasm-sensei being more helpful in general, common class debates leaving a strong impression of the topic, or Reborn hypnotizing him. His hitman tutor insisted that having hyper-intuition made him all but immune to most forms of mental intervention, hypnosis included, but he didn't say that he didn't do it. That was suspicious enough. Gakudera was already done with his part and was now whisper-yelling at Big Brother for not getting some extremely difficult material. Yamamoto was getting caught up by Chrome while Enmakuen banged his head on the table in despair. Apparently Shinsuke leaving for Hero course left him without anyone nearby to ask for help during classes and was now biting him in the butt. Maybe it was time to direct Gakudera to a different student? On second thought, no. He still held a bit of a grudge for the inheritance ceremony everything and would do nothing to soften his approach for the already crying Enmakuen. Makuro just egged everyone on like the uneducated delinquent he was. At least Hibari preferred to study alone, with Kusakabe-san being barely allowed in during and everyone else banned. That did absolutely nothing to stop Reborn, of course, but the Arcobaleno was satisfied enough with Hibari's progress to leave it alone. Take a break, then we'll get to specialized material. I'll go check on Haru. Reborn tilted his hat and went to fetch Leon for backup from that cozy spot on the windowsill. Considering how Haru's lab could now be used for maze and parkour training, having Leon was almost a necessity. Haru emerged out of lab in time to get her cup of tea. She looked more like a zombie than a prestige student like Mad Inventor, and her eyes were slightly red. Hatsum-san-won, she sobbed into her tea. Yuri stopped scratching Gakudera to go and try to cheer the girl up. Haru absently patted the storm cat as she told of the message she got a few minutes ago in her classroom costume chat. Hatsum's band with compressed metal was going to be produced for all teachers, several bands per person. Haru herself had a suspicion why, but wanted to study for exams first before sharing her theory. And so with sighs and anticipation, everyone got back to cramming. Despite all the help in studying, the first day of general written exams everyone were tense. Tenya could see the eye bags under the eyes of half of his class, even under Fujiwara-kuen's concealer, and Midoriya-kun and others didn't look any better. Sawada-kuen's group looked well rested but no less nervous. And Kamuri-kun was once again stress-napping. Of course, Tenya himself had no right to point fingers with how hard his knees shook. Unlike most of his class, Tenya was at disadvantage of only entering business course halfway through the term. Gokara-kun and Inakai-kun helped him to mostly catch up, but he wouldn't know how good his preparations were until after the tests. He could only hope that he wouldn't mistake material for something he learned back in the Hero course. Shared subjects like math and English went pretty smoothly, but once he got to test on marketing, all knowledge seemed to disappear from his head. Damn it! What were the requirements for successful hero interview again? What were the age groups to appeal heroes like Hawks to again? Tenya felt terrible leaving some answers blank, but he truly could think of nothing there. He could hear Komori-kun struggle too, so perhaps it wasn't just him. Things started looking up at ethics, thanks to the endless arguments in the class during lessons, and PR, because even when Tenya couldn't remember what he was told in the class, he could still refer to what his brother used to tell him about his job. By the time written exams were over, Tenya had no energy to even think, much less walk. He had no idea how he managed to stand up and leave the classroom. Drinking some water helped him clear some, but not all, fog from his mind. Bleary blinking, Tenya looked at others. Komori-kun was out on the floor. Fujiwara-kun and Sumireji-kun looked tired, but unfairly okay. Inakai-kun was holding her head in hands in their sleep or despair. Gakudera-kun fussed over Sawada-kun, who seemed to be the picture of pure relief. If this was how written portion went, how much worse was the practical part going to be? Nizu stood before the class 1J with his usual smile. Now each of you will get a file with data to use in the exam. The actual evaluations start in 10 minutes. Good luck. Of course, the chosen agencies, incidents and students that would get those weren't random. They, meaning mostly Akikawa and Ectoplasm, watched how each of the students approached the problems, what they proffered to work with, and how much insider information they were likely to know. Based on this, Niza looked for older reports from less popular agencies so diminish advantage Fujiwara, Minamoto and Sumireji could get. In addition, Akikawa chose from the remaining data cases that would challenge individual student. Fujiwara, prone to ignoring lesser options, got a hero team with little potential. Principaled Inukai got an agency with disgusting policies, and someone as soft as Sawada got an a-hole for a hero employee. He couldn't wait to see how they would fare in such trial during exam. All teachers involved sat in a specially prepared classroom, getting ready for their roles. Nizu himself would play the board of directors, Midnight, Present Mike, Ectoplasm and Power Loader would play heroes and sidekicks of the agencies in shifts, and 13 would act as HPSC representative. Just like in actual agency, just simplified. Minamoto was the first, because being able to predict who goes next would make the students relax instead of checking their data and plans. His voice was bored, his expression completely wooden, but the actual content of his report was well made. Still, questions and challenges caused little reaction, and his proposed strategy was so by the book it became boring. Not to mention it wouldn't hold up against any accidents. Not enough to fail him, but average in a bad way. Fujiwara was next. He lost points in the first 10 seconds for obvious condescension towards the people he was supposed to work with. The only one he was truly polite to was Nizu, aka Board of Directors, which said a lot about his family's lessons. His overall strategy was viable, but often compared to a deal with the devil for a reason. It left heroes without any safety net, control over their privacy and/or image, and only worked for a first decade or so. After that, trends changed too much, and trying to keep up with them only made one look flaky and decreased cost popularity and profit anyway. Could have gotten him good grade anyway if not for his attitude. Ectoplasm buried his head in hands and muttered something about shame. Yeah, Nizu himself hoped that next one would go better. Tenya took a deep breath before entering the exam classroom. An hour turned out to not be enough to get prepared for the mock quarterly report. Not knowing when he was going to be called and messed with his concentration and forced him to have a vaguer plan than he would have liked. Nizu-sensei was playing investors, 13 acted as a personnel from Hero Commission, and Powerloader-sensei had the role of the agency's hero, who according to data got involved in a series of scandals, and was now accused of SXL harassment. Tenya really didn't want to know details of what the real hero did. Needing to somehow get the fake version of that hero out of trouble already felt slimy enough. He decided to try publicly apologizing for the scandals if they were based on reality, and clearing the hero's name if they weren't. But that required good timing. Taking too long would lead to agency losing too much money to recover, and going for it too early would only make the hero look suspicious. Except, Powerloader-sensei, or more likely the character he played, sounded remorseful but refused to cooperate. He would cry and insist he was innocent without providing any evidence. Was Tenya supposed to wave a magical wand and make the scandals just go away? Why was he treated like a fairy godmother? No wonder his brother told him to appreciate the managers. No one wanted to babysit an idiot in spandex while also having to make them look capable to investors and civilians. At least Principal Nizu looked amused. Ito was too earnest and stubborn for his own good. While his solution could work, there were easier ways to deal with indecisive or less than helpful heroes that. Plus, Nizu suspected that the possibility of Ida's reaction to an a-hole hero in reality would be murder with hiding the body was about 50. It seemed that his stunt at Hosu left a more permanent mark than teachers were ready to admit. When Kamuri started his report, Nizu expected a lot of things, but spinning obvious money fraud into a sob story for the investors wasn't it. His technical partner in crime, played by Midnight, nearly gave them away at a few points because she wasn't in the know, but Kamuri managed. The most impressive thing in the whole one-man show was that no actual laws were broken in the process. Sure, that was a shady solution, but it wouldn't get him or the agency into trouble if it was reality. Still, he wasn't making use of more factual data and showing that he can manage the agency day-to-day operations. His grade was likely to end up lower than success of his scheme indicated. Both Ectoplasm and Akikawa were worried that the agency and data they chose would be too much for Inukai, but when she walked into the classroom, her back was straight and her face was calm. That looked promising. At first her strategy was about convincing board of directors and heroes to switch to more morally upright way of running the agency. She obviously was frustrated with how Nizu kept shutting her ideas down on the basis that it would lose them money. She also looked genuinely hurt for a second when Ectoplasm made a dumb remark, as befitting his role, before she realized it wasn't his true opinion. The situation wasn't completely hopeless, but it did call for underhanded measures like the ones Fujiwara and Kamuri excelled in. Of course, this case wouldn't be chosen for her if being too straightforward wasn't Inukai's weakness. She grit her teeth and kept trying everything she could think of, not letting her less than favorable impression of them color her actions. An admirable effort, and a bonus point for her grade. Still, anyone's patience has its limits. Is that so? Very well. I quit. Inukai stared hard at Nizu and the rest of the teachers. No one told her that she failed or had to do something different. Knowing when to stop fighting a futile battle was a necessary skill too. Nizu didn't reassure her, but hoped she would be pleasantly surprised at her exam score. Tsuna hid the tremble of his body as he opened the door to the exam room. He needed to keep calm or Reborn will have a whole show of dissecting his blunders in the evening. Present Mike was acting as stand-in for the main hero of the agency while Midnight and Powerloader took roles of the sidekicks. Tsuna hoped their acting was good because snorting laughing at it in the middle of exam would look terrible. The beginning was terrible. Tsuna didn't even get to finish saying hello before the hero interrupted him and asked when was it going to be lunch. Sidekicks kept quiet unless the hero nudged them to agree with him. Board of directors only cared about loss of profit because of collateral damage the hero caused. HPSC representative was taking an alarming amount of notes. Any semblance of public apology or cleaning up the act was thoroughly rejected. Amazing. There was only one solution left. You're fired. The hero jumped in his seat. Everyone froze. In the back of his mind, Tsuna noted down the gleam in Principal Nizu's eyes that wasn't there before. That could be a problem later down the line, but for now Tsuna had exam to finish. The hero huffed. Excuse me? Sidekicks looked nervous, which looked pretty believable even if Tsuna could tell it was fake. You're nothing but a dead weight. We're better off cutting all ties with you and letting one of the sidekicks take the spot instead. I gather that will raise our reputation and profits by a solid third. Just like Reborn taught him, Tsuna kept his voice calm and looked the hero right in the eye. Not where he thought his casual intimidation lessons would pay off, but he wasn't complaining. After a quick if vague outline of the way to make one of the sidekicks shine and save the agency from ruin, everyone were quiet for a minute, mimicking making a serious decision. And then the hero got fired. Everything was silent after Sawada walked out of the classroom. Nizu counted all the shocked faces with glee. The stories from teachers and analyzing the footage of evacuation crowd rush and his performance in sports festival painted Sawada as preferring to de-escalate and keep everyone united. Him seeking compromise and harmony is what kept the class from dividing into camps because of Fujiwara and Sumeragi, according to Akikawa. And he definitely knew who to put on what job from the sports festival. So Nizu decided to give him the agency that ruined Sumeragus. Last quarter before the end even. Sure, Ectoplasm complained that Sawada was set up to fail, but knowing when the situation is unsalvageable was a necessary skill too. The general prediction was that Sawada would either soften the blow of quit. And then the boy surprised them all. Ah, the unpredictability of youth. It seems that the case crossed one of Sawada's lines in the sand, if his suddenly sharper demeanor was any indication. How fascinating. Nizu was so glad he accepted him. Well, would it work? He already knew the answer, of course, but his colleague could provide interesting insights nonetheless. Could. But Ectoplasm hesitated, took a deep breath and only then continued, but it's a pretty cold solution one. In our society, heroes are the centers and everyone else orbit them. Firing them isn't against the rules, but it goes against common sense and reveals just how replaceable pro-heroes really are. Most students aren't ready to recognize that. So what did it mean that Sawada actually said the quiet part out loud? Ah, how Nizu loved the power of unrestrained young hearts. Gakudera was next, to compare and contrast Sawada's performance with his loyal shadows. It was both more principled and vicious than that of most students, but the teachers already expected that from Gakudera. It was interesting and inspiring, absolutely enough to get him a good grade, but not as revealing as Sawada's. They were fighting teachers. They were supposed to fight their own teachers. In pairs of two, but still. And Aizawa-sensei was the one deciding who ends against whom. Yaoyorozu-san and Shinsu-kun were to fight Aizawa-sensei himself. Ojiro-kun and Todoroki-kun were up against Powerloader-sensei. Uraraka-san and Aoyama-kun were to work together to defeat 13-sensei. And Izuku himself was put into the team with Katsuki. And their opponent was All Might himself. How were they supposed to win? Even with additional weights and escape as one of win conditions, it still felt unfairly hard. Speaking of weights, if there was a competition to design those, could it be the project that Miura-san and Hatsum-san were so busy with? There was one silver lining in the whole situation though. They wouldn't be up against Hibari-senpai. Present Mike-sensei got offended when Jiru-san said that out loud and shouted that the teachers were more powerful and experienced than leader of disciplinary committee could ever be, but to be honest, Izuku couldn't picture it. Except for All Might, who was absolutely the strongest, and Aizawa-sensei with 13-sensei, who were with them during Yu. Could they really win against Hibari-senpai, who went up against a Nomu without any hesitation? Izuku exchanged uneasy glance with Katsuki, but couldn't open his mouth to ask to brainstorm their way to victory. Well, Katsuki would just blow him off and go do his own thing anyway. Uraraka-san joined him in the monitor room soon, saying that she wanted to see other fights as references. Because it was useless to talk to Aoyama-kun, apparently. Together they watched as Kirishima-kun and Sato-kun tried to brute force their way through Samenta-sensei's blockade and passed out from exhaustion. This wasn't just a fight against teachers. It was a fight where the teachers were chosen to take advantage of the students' weaknesses. Ectoplasm-sensei overwhelming Tokomigan and Ajui-san with sheer numbers of his clones only confirmed that. Thankfully, Ajui-san hid the HNDCFFS they were supposed to defeat the villains, until she and Tokoyami-kun could put them on Ectoplasm-sensei. Shoto watched as yet another of his hastily made patches of ice got demolished by Powerloader-sensei. The teacher ambushed him and Ojiro near the exit and made holes in the ground to keep them from escaping ever since. Unfortunately, the resentfully dubbed dirt geysers kept Shoto from attacking with fire, disrupting his aim and suppressing the flame themselves. Making Ice Bridge didn't work out either. Even when Shoto made them thick enough to walk, Powerloader-sensei's demolishing skills cracked and broke them. That made for a very frustrating situation even when one didn't take the time limit into account. They couldn't just stay here and do nothing. Attacking didn't work. Escaping didn't work either. What were their other options? Any ideas? He asked Ojiro. Unlike Shoto, who relied on his quirk for pretty much everything, Ojiro was far smarter when it came to traversing difficult terrain and would be able to spot an opening faster. Not really. The ice bridge is probably our best bet, but we need to get to the gate before the teacher destroys it. So unless you can use your fire to boost one of us like a rocket, we're stuck here. Just like Shoto himself, Ojiro's eyes never left the exit sign before them. As a bonus, that also allowed them to keep an eye on Powerloader Sensei. I can't. Sorry, think Shoto, think. Teachers wouldn't give them a test they couldn't solve. They even handicapped themselves with those fancy weights to make the chances more even. That meant that Shoto and Ojiro should already have everything they needed. They just needed to put the pieces together. Ice Bridge was their best solution so far. But the problem with it was that it didn't last. So either they had to boost speed at which they were going, which they couldn't, or they had to make the bridge tougher. And Shoto had just the technique. Granted, before that he only did that slowly in class under supervision. But wasn't the whole of that technique to overcome the fragility of his ice? What about my layered ice? It can take way more damage and all I need to do is just speed up the rate at which I'm making the layers. All he got was a shrug and a delayed, worth a try. Okay then. Layered ice's main weakness was that he needed to create each layers separately one after the other. But if the point wasn't to give it specific form, but to make it last just enough, maybe he could give no sheet and create it as fast as possible. While also propelling him and Ojiro, because there's no way they could dodge Powerloader Sensei's attack at their running speed. Grab onto me. The moment he felt Ojiro's hands on his shoulders, Shoto took off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He could barely create a couple of layers before they reached the spot, but it didn't fall apart when hit by Powerloader Sensei's dirt geysers. And that was the only thing that mattered. At the last moment, the ice gave way and crumbled, but Ojiro threw Shoto into the escape gate with his tail, so they still won. Hitoshi wasn't sure why Yaoyorozu was asking him about Aizawa-sensei's likely tactic when she spent more time with the teacher and was in his class from the very beginning, but shared his thoughts anyway. He's probably going to ambush us, so we need a way to monitor if our quirks stop working. Is there something small and easy you can keep making? An awkward pause and no reaction. They were so going to fail this. Finally, Yaoyorozu lifted her head and started running after Hitoshi, small wooden egg-shaped dolls popping out of hidden pockets. Apparently they were called matryoshkas. If we find Aizawa-sensei before he finds us, what should we do? Hitoshi was little more than a dead weight, but Yaoyorozu had some martial arts skill and a very versatile quirk, so she was more likely to be necessary for the plan of victory. Demon, that sounded corny. Good thing he didn't say stuff like that out loud. I think we should prevent him from using his quirk on us, somehow. What do you think? Yaoyorozu threw Hitoshi a desperate glance. It was kinda annoying. Wasn't she supposed to be the class rep? Okay, how do we do that? Flashbang or something? Do we run or fight? Why couldn't he stop sounding like he's mad at people? Yaoyorozu wilted completely by now and seemed to regret opening her mouth. Do you know if stun grenade would work? Do you? He fired back. She lowered her eyes. Sheet, this wasn't working. He should try a different approach. Look, Yaoyorozu, I know you're smart. And unlike me, you have more than just you quirk in the arsenal for this exam. I can confirm anything about Aizawa-sensei's moves, but I can't make up a plan for you. But I know you can. Yaoyorozu kept silent for a moment while he checked the street lights included, from the corner of the building. When he turned back, her eyes were shiny and suspiciously wet. I have a plan, but I don't know if it'll work. Hitoshi was pretty sure that plan would work. So they hid themselves under cloaks as Yaoyorozu was making a special firework, catapult, and stripe very similar to the one Aizawa-sensei used. Next they were supposed to make a mannequin for Aizawa-sensei to capture. There you are. Hitoshi grabbed the fireworks as he was tied up by the teacher's capture weapon. Now. Yaoyorozu sent out the stripes in the catapult now that the cloaks were gone. The stripes of cloth surrounded Aizawa-sensei. He seemed confused by their choice of strategy. Hitoshi stretched the stripes, tying him enough to throw the firework to the ground near Aizawa-sensei. The teacher deduced that it was a version of stun grenade. He was wrong. It was a catalyst for nitinol alloy, the memory-shape material that Yaoyorozu originally had of tightly tied in shape. The very thing Aizawa-sensei was surrounded by. Hitoshi was glad they passed, but he still wished he was a bit more useful here. Yuga sorta felt bad for Uraraka. Here she was, trying her best to become an actual hero and help people, while Yuga went into this exam planning to fail them both. Not that he actually said the last part to anyone, not even Hibari-senpai and Sawada. He didn't want there to be any evidence he did that on purpose. Plausible deniability was the only way to get away with failing all for one like this, and Yuga intended to stick to it. "We're in trouble!" Uraraka screamed as they hang from the railing to avoid being pulled into 13 Sensei's black hole. Despite all the nonchalance he projected, Yuga fully agreed with her. But that was the whole point. He had to buy time and prevent Uraraka from finding a solution, while looking like he was also trying to pass the exam. Well, how about using his beam through knee proxies? Obviously the concentrated lasers wouldn't be able to fix things. Sking light-in is what gave black holes their name. But he would look stupid and overconfident instead of passive and malicious, and that was the important part. Now he could act panicked. Uraraka wasn't amused and was probably frustrated with him, but Yuga didn't particularly care. He had to keep pretending. Are you thinking what would Midoriya Izuku do? Or are you wishing you could be as fast as Ida Tenya? Ones of these should press a button of some kind. Uraraka too sad or angry to come up with a plan meant both of them failing and Yuga not having anything to report to All for One and keeping the class safe. Looks like this was a berserk button. Ida-kun should have been here. He deserves better than being expelled. As Yuga suspected, Uraraka knew something about the truth behind Ida transferring to a different course, but even now, she shut up before he could hear anything incriminating. She just glared at him. Yuga tried his best to look oblivious before tipping her further over the edge. Wasn't he forced to transfer because he broke the law? Or did Aizawa-sensei lie? Uraraka clearly bit her tongue, but Yuga would see how her hands gripped the railing tighter. Just get her to swing her hand? Or is it because you have a crush on him? Obviously a lie and one Uraraka herself would have seen through normally. But right now she was too riled up to notice and tried to gesture to him just how wrong Yuga was, and let go of the railing. There, now he can fall too and get captured. Uraraka twisted in the air right in front of 13 Sensei, who dropped Black Hole out of shock. And then she grabbed the teacher to put the HNDCFFS on 13 Sensei. What? Yuga tried to not scream as the gate cheerfully beeped to indicate their success. Izuku kept his eye on the screen as he anxiously waited for Uraraka-san to come into the monitor room. Azui-san, Yayarozu-san and Todoroki-kun were already here with him and Recovery Girl. This time it was Kaminari-kun's and Ashido-san's turn. Principal Nizu himself waited for them in a maze of industrial pipes and blocks in a demolition machine. Suddenly Izuku looked at the confusing area with new kind of dread. Kaminari-kun and Ashido-san being bad at studying and thinking things through wasn't a secret. That was probably why super smart Principal Nizu was their opponent in the first place. But unlike Semida-sensei being bad matchup for Kirishima-kun and Sato-kun quirkwise, Nizu-sensei would use the students' impulsiveness against them. Or at least that's what Izuku feared. Contrary to his worries, Kaminari-kun and Ashido-san weren't running around, but moved slowly and keeping to one general direction. It was easier to tell from bird's-eye view cameras, but they seemed to aim for some point off-center of the arena. When pipes and buildings started to fall like dominoes and closed off the paths to the escape, the student pair didn't panic or start running. They stopped instead, and then went in direction where damages came from. Ashido-san melted through obstacles as they changed course a few times to where they probably thought Principal Nizu was. They were wrong. Izuku couldn't help but cry when he saw how close they got to him as their team was retired due to running out of time. They tried so hard and yet the principal's strategy was simply too good. Watching Jiru-san's ears bleed as she tried to cancel out present Mike-sensei's voice felt just as bad. Thankfully Koda-kun used his quirk on insects to win. Despite Snipe-sensei's incredible aiming, Shuji-kun and Hagakure-san managed to sneak around until he lost track of Hagakure-san. She then put him in the HNDCFFS, ensuring that her team passed the exam. When Ochako, still fuming but no longer wanting to break something, joined other in the monitor room, Mineta-kun and Siro-kun's exam was about to start. But Deku-kun was still here. He said that he wanted to watch until the very end. Ochako got a feeling that Bakugo wasn't the only one who avoided interactions between the former childhood friends. But even if she didn't call him out, Deku-kun would still have to face Bakugo during their exam. Against All Might. Yeah, she wasn't going to assume they would win. Obvious difference in power aside, Deku-kun was prone to idolizing All Might enough that she wasn't sure he would be able to see the weak spots they needed TP pass. On the screen, Shiro-kun sent Mineta-kun flying away from Midnight Sensei. She immediately caught Shiro-kun and used her quirk, of course, but at least Mineta-kun didn't waste the save and hid. Midnight Sensei checked that Shiro-kun was fully knocked out and went searching for the other student. Recovery Girl was talking about aspirations and other important things, but Ochako only half listened. Aoyama-kun's words refused to leave her head. Not the ones about a crush, but the part where he questioned her and her defense of Ida-kun. It was true that he was expelled for breaking the law, but it wasn't the real reason. What no one said was that it happened because the law would rather have kids die than fight back. That the only way to be allowed to use what you were always born with was to choose hero as profession, no matter what you actually wanted to use your quirk for. That people were supposed to just wait helplessly until pro-heroes arrived to solve everything. Ida-kun sacrificed his wish to honor his brother so that Ochako could keep her chance at hero license. And it wasn't fair that they had to make that choice at all. She absently watched Mineta-kun use remaining tape to prevent Midnight Sensei quirk from affecting him and then glue her to the place far away from the escape gate with his grape rush. Midnight Sensei looked proud of him on cameras. But Ochako couldn't help but bitterly wonder why did they need to prepare students for danger at all. Why did one need to go to Hero High School to get a license? Why so early? Why broadcast them so soon after villains got into USJ and nearly killed them all? Why admit that they couldn't rely on heroes and adults? Deku-kun left for his own exam, off to fight his personal hero because despite all the ads and "I'm here's" and immense power, not even All Might, the symbol of peace himself, could keep them safe. Ready, go. And with an ominous beep, Izuku's part of the exam began. Katsuki just stood here right in front of him, staring at Izuku. He didn't look angry, but that only made his expression harder to read. Izuku swallowed. They were a team here. So they had to talk properly. Katsuki didn't react. Not when Izuku tried to make a point, not when he started rambling, not even when he suggested that they can't win against All Might. Izuku knew they couldn't, it was All Might, the #1 hero. But Katsuki never backed down from a challenge and never accepted that. He had no chance of winning. It used to make him blow up, both metaphorically and literally, but now he was silent. And that only made Izuku more scared of what that explosion would be like once it happens. So the plan is to escape, right? Katsuki's voice was hoarse and even. He didn't protest, complain, or disagree with the plan so far. Somehow that was the thing that put Izuku off balance the most. Right. If we keep going straight, then All Might will probably be waiting for us. We should make a detour. Surely Katsuki would get angry now. Surely he will say something. Surely he has his own ideas. Katsuki just nodded and followed Izuku. His cooperation should have brought Izuku relief. It didn't. The world around him felt like it tilted just a couple degrees off. And then, just as they left the main road, a gust of wind and dust tore through it, bending buildings and throwing off cars and streetlights. The only things louder than the howl of air tearing through the city was the sound of heavy footsteps. I am a villain, heroes. Come at me with everything you've got. All Might's voice boomed across the arena like a second wind attack. He was close. Way too close. They had to run while they had a chance. Katsuki bit down another curse. Why the F was Izuku so damn terrified? Shouldn't he be the one who knew exactly what All Might would do? Analyzing stuff and coming up with a plan beforehand was Izuku's signature skill, far more so than that new quirk of his. He didn't vocalize any of the sheet. Butting heads with Izuku would only make things worse, ESP during exam where they were supposed to be working together. Besides, the very moment Katsuki learned he was on the same team with Izuku, he promised himself to try to actually help instead of going apes hit. To be better than he was before. So now, instead of shouting like an a-hole and running off to fight All Might anyway, he followed Izuku's plan. Even if he thought they could win if they tried. They didn't run far. Here you are. Katsuki dodged. The air pressure from All Might's punch hit him in the arm. He felt the presence behind him and launched himself forward. That should burn him. That stings. Bakugo couldn't look at All Might at all if he wanted to keep Izuku in his sights. He could only hope his reflexes would be enough. Izuku wasn't moving. He just stood there, trembling like a leaf. For fuck's sake. Run dash, Katsuki didn't get to finish. A large hand gripped his face. Aiden stopped him from speaking. Rapid small explosions didn't even phase the BSTRD. But Izuku wasn't caught, and that meant whatever plan he cooked up could still work. So Katsuki didn't try to tear the hand away. He used stun grenade instead. That should blind All Might enough to lose sight of running Izuku. What a mess. What kind of hero abandons teammate to run away? All Might was annoyingly nonchalant and way too effing loud. And then he slammed Katsuki into the ground. Ka-dash. Took Katsuki several seconds to be able to wheeze. Sheet, All Might wasn't here anymore. Where was here? How far away was Izuku? And here is a present for the one who wants to run away. Oh F-dash. Come on. Get up. Get the up Katsuki. Izuku was trapped. All Might tore off a fence and put it into the ground around Izuku. He couldn't move, he couldn't get out without All Might intercepting him anyway. All the effort Katsuki spent helping him run away was in vain. He couldn't do it. Get up. Get the F up, Izuku. Katsuki's voice sounded horrible. And angry. And far more familiar than it ever was since the beginning of the exam. Izuku was pinned to the ground for a minute now, but it was only now that he felt grounded. Young Bakugo is as stubborn as I thought, but I never expected him to show more teamwork than you, young Midoriya. All Might's reprimand burned. But it also gave him strength. Izuku grunted and activated One for All. Jumping away was easy, the distance wasn't the problem. All Might moving was... Boom. All Might stumbled back. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's arm to drag him into an alley. They ran through the streets, changing directions to make it harder to track them until it seemed safe. Izuku more or less evened his breath out and looked up at Katsuki's scowling face. It shouldn't have been as reassuring as it felt to see that expression. You're back to normal, he blurted out before his mind could catch up to his mouth. Katsuki flinched like Izuku punched him. Normal? I snap and you act relieved? What the F-dash? Do you really see me being an a-hole as normal? That wasn't anger. Izuku stared at his clenched jaw in incomprehension. What was that reaction? Katsuki? You're being weird again. You were weirdly quiet this whole time, and I just kept thinking how Katsuki usually reacted. How his plans took that anger into account only for it to not show up. Katsuki hissed through the teeth, looking like he wanted to shout. And then he forcefully relaxed his shoulders instead. I'm trying to be better. I spent a week with Wash learning how to less like a bomb and more like normal person, okay? Wash. Katsuki interned with Wash. That was a twist Izuku never saw coming. He never thought that Katsuki would go to non-combat hero. But maybe that was the point. And you're smart and always take notes about everyone. So I figured if anyone can make a good plan on how we can pass this exam, it would you. Izuku was so shocked he didn't even mind the heat creeping up his face. Katsuki was complimenting him. Katsuki. He was trying to listen to Izuku. He followed Izuku's plan without a word of complaint. He held All Might off and got Izuku out. Trying to be better, indeed. All Might was right. Izuku was a terrible teammate so far. He just assumed how Katsuki would act instead of asking and listening. The role reversal put him off balance, but that wasn't an excuse. He was too complacent. He had to analyze situation as it was, and not how he thought it would be. He needed a new plan. And this time he had to listen first. Katsuki watched Izuku go deep red with the dumbest face he could make. He better not be blue screening. They still had a FING exam to pass. He couldn't see or hear signs of All Might being nearby yet, but they were still on a time limit. Finally, Izuku's face morphed into something less surprised and more determined. Finally, the expression Katsuki was waiting for. Katsuki, I need you to be honest. And maybe rude. Never mind. Can we escape from All Might? No. Not without a fight. Anything half-butted won't even faze him, and he's too fast to avoid completely. If we want to get to that gate, we need to hit him with everything we have. Katsuki raised his grenade gauntlet. Izuku stared at it. Cogs were moving in that smart head of his, putting together something. Do you think we can win? Katsuki felt his good old feral grin stretch across his face. Did Izuku even need to ask? Of FNG course we can. They moved for the escape gate after fleshing out the details of the plan. Not to run away, but because that where All Might would go to intercept them. There he was, oblivious to upcoming ambush. Katsuki lunged. The BSTRD already turned to face him, but they counted on that. Izuku took out the pin, aiming at All Might from behind. The number 1 hero couldn't dodge the full blast. Katsuki dashed forward with explosions, Izuku right on his heels with that green lightning effect of his. They could now see the escape gate ahead of them. Of course, one blast couldn't be enough to put the likes of All Might down. They were prepared for that. Katsuki was already aiming his second gauntlet. But they weren't ready for just how FNG fast he would recover. Bang! The gauntlet shattered. He had to blast All Might on his own. Crunch! A punch sent Katsuki flying before he could strike. He was vaguely aware of Izuku being thrown in a different direction. They couldn't send each other ahead with All Might between them. Still reeling from pain, Katsuki launched himself back at All Might. Just in time too. Izuku tried running and was about to be slammed into the ground spine first. Not on his watch. Izuku felt the heat first. Then the boom and bright light of explosion. All Might wasn't upon him anymore. He commanded his body to move, to hold itself together past the 5% of One for All. His breathing was loud in his ears, the only thing he could see was the escape gate before him. He barely noticed the sounds of explosions behind him. Izuku had to move and pass the gate. Katsuki was buying him time, and Izuku couldn't let it go to waste. A quiet creak and whine of something tearing boomed louder than his own breathing, then explosions, then All Might's words. He heard it before. That's how Katsuki's arm sounded when he ruined it to counter Uraraka-san's move during the sport festival. Katsuki was paying for Izuku getting a chance to win. And Izuku was leaving him behind. Wasn't he going to do better? To be a better teammate? Izuku ran to save Katsuki before he had a quirk, before Katsuki stopped being a bully, before he knew if he could change anything. His feet no longer carried him to the exit. How could Izuku do less than that now? Smash! He felt All Might's face give in, the hero's hands going slack. Katsuki dropped onto the ground, his arm limp. Izuku grabbed his teammate, uncaring of the throne of opponent. His legs moved on their own, laced with pain of going overboard yet faster than before. Katsuki's weight felt light even when Izuku knew it wasn't. He wasn't going to be a kind of hero that left others behind. All Might didn't matter in that moment. Only the gate ahead and the teammate on his back. As the gate beeped in triumph, Izuku realized that he was smiling from the moment he turned around. Himiko looked over the class. Most of them looked calm enough, even if Kamuri was stress-napping again despite Ida's effort to wake him up. Inukai was stiffly sitting in her seat with an alarmingly blank face. Good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulations with finishing your exams. We have a couple of people needing to take summer school for either written or practical exams. But no one failed both, which is more than I can say for some of the previous years. Here are your results. She passed the papers around until everyone could see their scores. Inukai had tears in her eyes as she stared at her high marks. Poor girl probably thought she failed. Kamuri and Minamoto were too apathetic to theirs, but that wasn't much of a surprise. Ida likely expected his results, as his struggle to catch up wasn't a secret to anyone. Sumeragi just nodded at her perfect score. More interesting reactions came from Fujiwara, Gakudera and Sawada. This has to be some kind of mistake. Fujiwara put his results down to glare at Himiko. Here we go. It isn't. We carefully reviewed everyone's performance, including via camera recordings, before deciding on a grade. Your attitude to the people you're supposed to work with affected our decision more than you think. Fujiwara closed his mouth with confused expression. Himiko hoped it would be the point at which he would start re-examining his methods, but she wasn't holding her breath. Gakudera noticed Sawada not moving and moved closer to look at his results. Gakudera's own expected top marks were on the show for everyone to see on his desk. 100 on a practical exam. That's amazing, Tsuna-san. The whole class turned to Sawada, who still stared at his grades in shock. Noticing all the attention on him, Sawada blushed and mumbled a thank you. Out of the corner of her eye, Himiko saw Fujiwara start seething. This could become a problem. And to the summer camp we'll go. All of you. Shoyuta watched his students scream at the last-minute plot twist, with a smugness he didn't show. Aoyama in particular stopped looking. So nonchalant to stare at Shoyuta in absolute incomprehension. Those who failed practical need the training even more. So Shiro, Aoyama, Kaminari, Asido, Kirishima and Sato are going to get additional training time. And it's going to be worse than summer school. Get ready. Students that failed practical seemed to be in despair again, but a mere mention of idea to go shopping as a class cheered them up fast. Ugh, teenagers. Shoyuta did not miss being one. The only thing he missed from those years was Oboro. Mostly because he was dead and gone forever. Anyway, Shoyuta was glad that his problem children did well on the exams, especially Shinso. The kid was close to failing but pulled through in written exams, and though he didn't use his quirk during practical exam for understandable reasons, Shoyuta knew that Yaoyorozu's new confidence didn't appear by itself. Bakugo pleasantly surprised him, but Shoyuta doubted that teacher could claim credit for his progress. Wash was a good influence on him. Todoroki kept getting better with his ice and was finally applying that precision to fire. His teamwork also increased by leaps and bounds. Literally 0 complaints so far, which Shoyuta didn't expect after the sports festival. Uraraka's move was good but seemed more of a spur-of-a-moment thing. Shoyuta wasn't sure if Aoyama counted on that or not, but he definitely wasn't a good teammate during the exam. Uraraka herself seemed down even after they passed, and Shoyuta suspected it had something to do with Ida's situation. Midoriya was finally taking a step towards not worshipping All Might anymore. Getting rid of his rose-tinted glass would help a lot in the long run. The kid was already moving away from mimicking All Might's movements. Now he just needed to find what kind of hero he actually wanted to be rather than just a second symbol of peace. Shoyuta had a good feeling about the camp. Tsuna was leaving the UA campus with everyone when his hyper-intuition pinged. Knowing better than to ignore it, he looked at the figure in the distance, close enough to see leaving students but far enough to not be caught on the school cameras. Long white hair, dark leather jacket, something set off in the body language even from here. Granted, Tsuna had unfair advantage when it came to reading nonverbal clues, but still. It was unmistakably Squalo. Yamamoto noticed the swordsman of Varia next, sharp wariness in his eyes quickly melting into nonchalant smile. He discreetly elbowed Gakudera and pretended to remember something he forgot before that. With Midoriya-kun and others planning to go to the mall with their whole class, it was easy to make excuse to leave without them. No need for them to meet someone as obviously bloodthirsty as Squalo even if they wouldn't have the puzzle pieces to get alarmed. Voy. Took you brats long enough, the swordsman was said but in an amused way. Because desire to inflict bodily harm never left when one was in Varia. Surviving murder. Attempts was their love language and semi-seriously trying to kill each other was their go-to amusement. Hey Squalo. Long time no see. Yamamoto looked just happy to see Squalo, as he always did. Tsuna had long resigned himself to never quite understand their friendship the same way others didn't get how he and Uni could spend time with Byakuren. You lot better be ready. Boss and the rest are already waiting at the hotel, and then Squalo turned around and led the way, ignoring any answers. How typical. Chrome looked a bit lost, which was most likely her telling Mukuro where to go. Seemingly out of nowhere a weight landed on Tsuna's shoulder, just like always. Of course Reborn was coming along for the discussion, why wouldn't he? It was a shame that Sawada-kun and his friends couldn't join them, but Ida-kun wanted to see everyone before they went separate ways for the summer, so it was mostly fine. Izuku didn't need Sawada-kun reassuring presence to not get overwhelmed by the mall and the classmates' enthusiasm. It was going to be fine. Probably. The very first thing everyone wanted were swimsuits. No one even knew where the summer camp would be, but Yayarosa-san was so hopeful she promised to rent a bus for everyone so that they could go to the beach together. It was really nice of her, even if it felt a little bit like a slap in the face with the difference in their social status. After that, everyone got divided in priorities and spread out, leaving confused Izuku alone with Uraraka-san. She looked sad even now, and Izuku had no idea how to cheer her up. Uraraka-san, do you need anything here? I wanted to buy heavier wrist weights. She looked up but didn't answer, still frowning. Uraraka-san. Sorry, what were you saying? Uraraka-san tried to smile, but it looked fragile and unconvincing. Izuku was getting worried. Did you want to buy anything? He didn't know how to ask her and get an honest answer. He thought that he knew how to do that, but then Ida-kun went to Hosu and changed classes. Not the best track record for Izuku. Oh, bug spray. Not sure where we're gonna train yet, but there will probably be nature and that means a lot of bugs. So yeah, bug spray. Thanks for reminding me, see you later. And then she ran off. What was that about? But before Izuku could even go after her, someone grabbed his shoulder. Wow, you're that kid from UA Sports Festival. Gimme an autograph. Something about the voice felt familiar and terrible, but Izuku couldn't place it. The man that grabbed him looked normal in his black hoodie. That's amazing. Never thought I'd see you again in a place like this. What? But I guess for you we haven't met since that attack on you, huh? The man held his fingers near Izuku's throat, only one of them not touching the skin. Black clothes. That voice. Implication of 5-point contact quirk. Shigaraki Tamura. Tamura had to leave before he murdered one of his new people and didn't regret it. Usually when he got that mad he started venting to Tsuna over the messages, but that wasn't an option anytime soon. Sensei also implied that his mole in UA would bring some sort of info soon, so Tamura was supposed to make something up that would use it for the League of Villains goals. Except Tamura had no ideas and mostly just wanted to kill All Might, so anything striking kids of the hero school instead of #1 hero himself felt off. He wasn't stupid enough to say that to Sensei's cameras, of course. Kurogyari, ever reliable and helpful in such matters, gave him a shopping list and advice to buy all this shit in the mall. Tamura had no idea where did the Fing Nomu decide that being around more annoying people would help, but he took the out anyway. He bought pretty much everything quickly, not wanting to be stuck in the crowd for another minute. Shopping like this could only be fun if he was with his new party or Tsuna. On second thought, maybe just Tsuna. He couldn't trust this bunch of feral psychos to not ruin everything. He avoided the commotion a whole but army of kids were making on the lower floor and checked the last shop he needed. Nice, now he could leave this Fing place behind and find some quiet alley to dust garbage in or something. And then he noticed the one remaining kid. A very familiar-looking kid. Not only was Tamura keeping an eye on him since that failure at that USJ place, he also saw him hanging out with Tsuna. What was his name? Midoriya Izuku? Yeah, that sounded about right. If this kid was friends with Tsuna too, maybe he could give Tamura some advice on how to get Tsuna to talk to him again. As always, the hotel Varia stayed at was lavish and screaming money. Not for the first time, Tsuna wondered if they had a secret method to persuade Mammon to spend money on the hotel or if it all came from Xanxus's own pocket and the greedy Arcobaleno didn't spend a penny. And as always, the rooms Varia were staying in were in complete chaos. Knives stuck out of one wall, broken plates littered the floor, Levi was lying in awkward pose while holding a bottle of probably really expensive bourbon, and Lashuria was trying to convince Xanxus to eat some admittedly gross-looking veggies. Tsuna already felt sorry for the poor cleaners. Teacher, save me from this maniac with a bad haircut. Fran pleaded in the most bored voice without doing anything to stop Belphegor from stabbing him with more knives. The actual Fran was a meter to the left of the illusionary one, but since Bell didn't notice that yet and no one else told him, Tsuna decided to not mention anything. Kafuf, Makuro stabbed his trident right above the real Fran's head. Child illusionist sighed and let go of illusions, leaving Bell to stab empty air. Hello. Tfuna didn't even finish the word before Xanxus started glaring at him. And here came the staring contest. Lashuria wisely backed off the plate of veggies to put it away and go. Greet Big Brother again. He could hear Squalo rant about Yamamoto's performance during the sports festival along with dubious suggestions for improvement. Tsuna highly doubted the school would allow to use moves so obviously lethal. Well, since you came here, I'm assuming you agree to work with us. Reborn cut in, making himself comfortable in a chair that definitely belonged to Mammon. Varia's mist angrily hovered behind the chair but didn't attack. Maybe, maybe not. We are curious why would Tsuchan here call for our help just to kill a guy, even if it's all for one we're talking about. Lashuria finally took the bourbon out of Levi's hands, letting the man get up on shaking knees. Not just to kill. If we want to destroy every last trace of the BSDRD's empire, we will need more firepower than just 10th and Guardians. And we all know how good you guys are at what you do. Gakuder glared at Xanxus in a show of support, but kept his voice level. Bell stopped trying to stab Fran to look at them. Mammon finally gave up on getting their chair back and floated beside the killer prince. Squalo raised an eyebrow. Levi opened his mouth to start protesting. Interesting. You better have a good plan, Sawada, Xanxus smiled. It made him look like a predator about to tear his prey apart, and Tsuna liked that smile more when he wasn't the prey in question. Tsuna didn't smile back, but the look on his face must have been impressive enough for Xanxus to smile even wider. Let's have a bit of a chat, said Shigaraki, leader of League of Villains, Tamura, and made Izuku sit with him on a bench. Izuku wondered if he counted as hostage right now. The hand gripping his throat basically a confirmation, so he went with yes. What could Shigaraki Tamura possibly want to chat about? Post USJ attack? All Might? Hero Society in general? From what Izuku knew of him, he was probably going to talk about destroying society or killing Symbol of Peace or, in worst-case scenario, tell Izuku he knew he had one for all. When your friend is mad at you, how do you stop them being mad at you? What? Izuku must have misheard him. Shigaraki Tamura had to have sought something else. He did not just ask for a friendship advice. Right. It. The grip on his throat got tighter, but Izuku genuinely couldn't figure out what else to say. How do friends patch things up between them? I saw you with all these people earlier, you definitely have friends. And you're the most normal person I can ask. So how do you do it? Shigaraki Tamura didn't even seem to be angry, just. What? Did he never have friends before? Was whoever he made mad at him his only ever friend? If yes, that was sad and Izuku didn't know what word fit the feeling, but he was definitely feeling something about it. Well, usually I would go and apologize and promise to not do whatever made them mad again. Maybe bring some apology gift. Izuku didn't really apologize with gifts, because for most of his life Katsuki was the one mad at him and nothing worked back then. But in elementary school he had fantasies of Katsuki giving him All Might cards or some other cool stuff and saying sorry and them becoming normal friends again. Izuku sneaked a glance at Shigaraki Tamura. The villain looked pensive, but his hand was still on Izuku's neck. Would that be enough? Please, let that be enough. Apology gift? Now that sounded like an idea. He could get Kurogiri to make one of these mocktails Tsuna liked and... Wait, no, using someone else to make a gift was probably the wrong way to apologize. Effort and sincerity and all that junk. Yet it would be better if Tamura made something himself. Or at least bought. He even had a few ideas on what to gift Tsuna now. But here was one little problem. And what if I'm being ghosted? Like, that's how mad they are at me. Tamura had no idea if Tsuna even knew what Tamura was doing lately. Or if he knew and just ignored Tamura. Midoriya stared at him like he grew a second head. Tamura didn't know if he wanted to cry, laugh, or get angry. He knew he F'd up, but surely he didn't F up that much? Tsuna himself said it was fixable. Midoriya still stared. What? Was it something else? Surely normies got blocked after arguments too? There's no way Midoriya was such a goody two-shoes that it never happened. Then you wait. I guess. The kid seemed very shook by something. His eyes looked anywhere but at Tamura's face as if he was afraid of what he would see there. I meant, they will probably stop being so mad at you at some point. If you try to force meet them before that he can get even more mad. Midoriya hunched his shoulders like expecting some bad reaction. Okay, if even a kid who only met him once expected Tamura to throw a tantrum, Then Tamura Def had to stop doing that. And maybe reassure the kid? It's not like Tamura was looking for excuses to kill people here. He was just asking a question. Man, this was such a great idea. Midoriya really helped him here. Izuku felt like he was walking through a fog. Not that he was actually walking. Physically he was still sitting on a bench. His head was full of fog and doubts though. At some point there was noise around him and the hand gripping his throat disappeared. Shigaraki Tamura said something Izuku couldn't make out and disappeared in the crowd. Something about thanking someone? Did he mean Izuku's clumsy attempts to give advice to the villain? Someone touched his shoulder. Oh, Uraraka-san came back. She looked at Izuku with a worried expression. Did she realize it was Shigaraki? Or did Izuku look that bad? He tried to reassure her that he was okay but had no idea what he actually said. Yeah, that was a sign that he wasn't okay that he couldn't ignore. But he preoccupied with Shigaraki's words. And everything they could mean. He didn't even know where to start. Shigaraki had friends? He cared that his friend got mad at him? He was okay with asking a kid he only saw like once for advice? He maybe had more than one friend? For some reason Izuku was the best person to ask? Shigaraki was self-aware? Police officers came to close the mall and ask Uraraka-san and him some questions. Izuku needed some of them repeated a few times because he kept getting distracted. He wasn't sure how much the officer questioning him, Tsukachi-san, who was also in charge of League of Villains investigation, believed him. Let me confirm, Shigaraki Tamura, the one behind the USJ attack, came to you in the mall, took you hostage and then asked you for advice about friendship? Did I understand that correctly? Tsukachi-san looked skeptical. Yeah, Izuku couldn't believe that either and he was the one who had that conversation. Yes. I have no idea why, but he said something about me being most normal person he could ask. Tsukachi-san blinked and wrote that down. He smiled at Izuku. Anyway, thank you, Midoriya-kun. You did well and didn't panic. It was only after questioning ended and he was let go that Izuku checked his phone. The amount of new messages was concerning. The strategy meeting with Varia went better than the one where they created United Team to fight Vindice, but that was a low bar. Tsuna didn't know a single person who called themselves Mafia and didn't have a chip on their shoulder. Enmakuen included. So it was with great relief that Tsuna and the rest came home and dropped on whatever soft surface was available. Even Fran, who was handed to Mukuro early and now struggled under the unmoving body of his teacher. At least summer vacation already began so they could move to Namimori and Kokuyo soon. But something still bugged Tsuna. His hyper-intuition wasn't blaring in alarm, so it was likely something minor, but it wasn't silent either. What could be off? Varia meeting was over and without problems. He was still ignoring Shigaraki, but Kurogyari sent updates occasionally and he was doing better. His grades were okay. Everything in Namimori was fine, according to Kyoko-chan and Bianchi. No changes with Aoyama's, who Tsuna wanted to be safe without involving Mafia. No need to make Nono curious, because there was no telling when he, or even worse, his unfortunately father Imitsu would decide that Aoyama's were useful. Class 1A should be finished with their trip to the mall. The trip to the mall. Midoriya-kun never sent him any messages about it. Or any messages today PRD. When Haru checked her phone, it turned out that while the trip started out great, at one point police showed up and closed the mall because some villain was seen there and Midoriya-kun, Uraraka-san and a few people that were nearby at the time were sent to the police station for questioning. Now Tsuna was really worried. Midoriya-kun still wasn't answering any messages and Tsuna had no way to know when he would be allowed to go. Finally, after what felt like hours, Midoriya-kun's messenger account showed him being online. Again. Midoriya Izuku. Sorry for not answering anything. I got held up at the police station. Sawada Tsunayoshi. It's okay. How are you? What happened? Oh. Midoriya Izuku. Shigaraki Tamura showed up and asked me for friendship advice? Still processing that it actually happened and wasn't some kind of hallucination. Shigaraki did what? What was he thinking? Why go to Midoriya? Even if Tsuna wasn't there to explain things, Kurogyari is the suffering not parent answering pretty much every question? It was about Tsuna, wasn't it? He didn't particularly hide that he got along with Midoriya-kun, and Shigaraki remembered that. Sawada Tsunayoshi. He didn't hurt you, did he? Probably not. Contrary to popular opinion, Shigaraki wasn't stupid and wouldn't hurt someone without provocation. But still, better to know than to guess. Midoriya Izuku. No, I'm okay. Thanks for the concern. Hope at least you guys had a good day. Reborn, who was reading over his shoulder as he always did, snorted. How nice of him. At least it looks like they didn't talk about anything else. And it didn't look like Shigaraki was preparing for something big. Kurogiri's updates implied that he was too busy making the new villains they found into something resembling an actual team. Hopefully it would stay that way. Tsuna wanted to strike before All for One made his move using League as his proxies. But Reborn didn't look more relaxed. He hit it well, but Tsuna spent almost every day with his tutor for years and had a bullshit detector built in, so he had an unfair advantage. I don't think we can keep those sides of your life separate for much longer, Tsuna. Arcobolino's black eyes stared at him. Leon slyly climbed down from Reborn's hat to his shoulder to copy him. I know. He did. But even so, he hoped things would stay the way they were right now just a little bit longer. Ida came to see them off. It was really nice of him, especially after that Monoma guy decided to mock their class once again before Kendo knocked him out. The rest of Class 1B were far nicer people, so Shoto wondered how they could get along with someone like Monoma. Or maybe they didn't. Or maybe he was only like that around 1A. Everyone slowly filled into the bus. Not because they didn't want to, but because Yayorozu was letting them by their student number. Apparently this was another of those things she discussed with Ida back in the day, but Shoto admittedly didn't pay attention last time they rode the bus as a class. And didn't particularly want to remember, because that was the day of USJ attack. After everyone were in their seats and bus took off, Aizawa-sensei turned to them with some instructions ready. But by that time Kaminari, Ashido and Kirishima were already chanting some road trip song that Shoto was doing his best to ignore, and the rest of the class were either singing along or complaining about it, so no one heard what Aizawa-sensei tried to tell them. Their homeroom teacher sighed and went back to his seat with a softer smile on his face than normal. It wasn't his trolling one, so Shoto saw no reason to worry. He should have realized it was too good to be true. About an hour later, the bus stopped in the middle of a mountain road. By that time Siro taped Kaminari's mouth shut to stop the song war crimes, and Ashido was doing some marshmallow challenge with Azui, Mineta and Sato. Shoto did not want to know. Everyone obediently left the bus after Aizawa-sensei, thinking it was some kind of break. And then two heroes Shoto only vaguely recognized appeared with some small kid, introduced themselves as Wild Pussycats and said they were going to host both class during the summer camp. According to Midoriya's excited ramblings, Pussycats were a team of 4 heroes specializing in mountain rescues. That explained why they were at the mountain, but not why the whole class was standing halfway down and their lodging were at the base of the mountain. Surely they wouldn't? Bobcat made the earth move and threw them all out of the road into the forest with generic spooky name. They would, and they did. The class had 3 hours to get to the lodgings if they hoped to be on time for lunch. Aizawa-sensei was staying with Pussycats and probably commenting on all their mistakes or something. And of course the forest suddenly have earth dragons and monsters blocking their path. They weren't that strong individually, but there were a lot of them, and the enemy rush never ended even if Shoto's class could destroy them in 2 moves. Damn it. Shoyuta checked the time. It was around 5 p.m. His students should be getting here soon. Mandalay was a bit skeptical that kids would get here so fast, but he knew his problem children. For some reason, Koda, the kid tagging along with Pussycats without so much as a spark of enthusiasm, also came with even after he dissed the whole class for even aspiring to be heroes. The little brat was a work and a half, wasn't he? But at least he didn't act like Hibari. Now that would be a nightmare. Shoyuta suspected that he would need to tell his kids, and Class B2, to not mention Hibari before Koda got himself the worst role model Shoyuta could imagine. Finally, the bushes spewed out his students, battered and tired, but successful. The moment food was on the tables, they descended upon it like a pack of wolves starving in winter, and started speaking some kind of grateful nonsense. Honestly, it's like they thought Shoyuta and Pussycats were evil enough to not feed them on the first day. No, that was left for the rest of the training camp. Using their quirks for more mundane and precise tasks was going to be a good bonus practice. Hot springs were already prepared for both genders, and Shoyuta was sure that the kids would appreciate them the next day. It was already dark enough that Mandalay sent Koda to bed, sure that the adults can handle everything by themselves. Shoyuta remembered right, Koda's parents, Izumi's aka Waterhose, were one of the founding teams of the Union Affairs Office along with Pussycats and Larks. Where Wild Pussycats conducted mountain rescues and Meadowlark and Songlark provided disaster relief across any terrain, Waterhose specialized in firefighting along with occasional villain capture. As a fellow pro hero, he respected the way they died, but it seemed that their son took their deaths as great betrayal. Shoyuta couldn't blame him. He still hated everyone involved in Oboro's death, himself and his powerlessness included. Sensei figured out where the hero school's training camp was. Tamura didn't say anything to neither Sensei nor Kurogyari and the noobs, but he wanted to leave these hero wannabes along for now. Even without taking into account how attacking them now wouldn't progress any of the league's goals, they just plain weren't ready. The only one with Dying Will Flames experience was Compress, and he was a self-admitted weak illusionist. Trying to get the noobs to show any hint of flames led to Twice, Mustard, Spinner and Magna screaming like little girls on top of the fridge where Kurogyari kept his ice and champagne, Dabi burning one table to ashes with normal fire quirk, and exactly one success in Toga being able to tickle everyone with static now if she was scared enough. Tamura himself couldn't use the flames even after years of Sensei trying to get him to, ambushes with his hands tied in way that prevented using decay included. He knew Sensei himself was a son, though he preferred using quirks to heal. Too bad Sensei only pretended to ask what Tamura wanted. It was getting more and more obvious, so either Sensei was slipping up or Tamura was getting smarter and couldn't be distracted with his own tantrums anymore. He didn't know which option was worse. This summer camp of theirs is a prime opportunity. With a little digging, we found that the land it's happening on belongs to wild pussycats. I already have good equivalents to Earth Flow and Pilabody, but you can never have too many telepathic quirks. And that search. If it has limits, they are pretty loose and it will be perfect for narrowing down targets in the future. And, of course, any of the teachers and students are, as youngsters say these days, free real estate. What do you say? Tamura could hear smile in Sensei's voice. Of course he couldn't refuse such generous offer. And letting them choose and giving followers more quirks was an old and tried tactic of Sensei's. Tamura already noticed Muscular and Moonfish imagine themselves with additional quirks. Not that Sensei mentioned the toll the second quirk took on a body, which felt more shady now that it was Tamura's team who were promised bullshit. Todoroki Shoto. Dabi too? Tamura and he knew he couldn't trust the BSRD with such an obviously fake name. Get two birds with one stone. School and all might lose one of their precious students, and Endeavor loses his oh-so-perfect son, all while the public is tearing into them for letting that happen. Mr. Made of Burnt Skin had a predatory grin on his face and unhealthy glint in his eyes. His suggestion was not bad exactly, but also not quite what Tamura wanted. It was an attack on the hero system, but it kinda relied on easy targets in a way Tamura couldn't elaborate on but didn't like anyway. He really wished Tsuna would talk to him again. Making explosions in the water was as hard as Katsuki suspected. His hands were already sore, and it wasn't anywhere near lunch yet. Ding, he almost missed his training end with Gakudera with all the insults and hide-and-seek parts. Almost. Somewhere in the distance he could hear Siro and Mineta sob as they bled from using their quirks too much. The cracks of the trees that Izuku was slammed into them felt like a rhythm by now, as if Katsuki could predict when the next blow would come just by counting. One of his sides kept feeling the chill, then the warmth from where Todoroki was practicing in a bath. Just like Aizawa-sensei promised, this was a training hell. And Class 1B just joined them in suffering. With new victims for Tiger, booms and cracks became far more frequent. One of the girls was openly crying as she couldn't split herself into even more pieces. That mocking a-hole seemed to only be standing out of spite for 1A, which was on brand but also extremely annoying to listen to. And after a whole FING day of this bullshit, they were supposed to make their own dinner. Aizawa-sensei was smirking at them, and apparently one BS homeroom teacher was usually softer with them, because they were now looking at him with betrayal. Both classes barely stood, ready to collapse and go to bed hungry for like 10 minutes before someone's stomach protested loud enough for everyone to hear. Only then did desire for food outweigh exhaustion. Let's make a good one. Kaminari and Ishido shakily tried to cheer. They failed. Katsuki never gave it thought before, but now Ida-shaped hole was stark in the silence. Controlling small sparks was more of a side bonus than the main goal during his internship with Wash, but Katsuki appreciated it now as he used the sparks to light the fire alongside Todoroki. Several of his classmates immediately became his least favorites just for the way they didn't seem to understand why you don't cut carrots and meats on the same board. Without even washing the knife. He wasn't even talking about their cutting techniques. Were Uraraka and Sato the only ones besides Katsuki himself that knew how to cook? The end result had burnt carrots and potatoes, the consistency of the curry sauce was wrong, the rice was kinda dry, but this curry was made by their own hands and that made it more delicious than it should be. In that Katsuki could agree with Kirishima. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Izuku get himself another plate of curry. Was he that hungry? But then instead of going back to the table he went into the forest. Katsuki almost asked where he was going, but then decided he didn't want to know. It was probably just another weird Izuku thing. I don't want to wear it. It's not cute. Toga kept whining but didn't take her new gear off. Well, at least Dabi didn't have to worry about all of his so-called teammates being stupid. Only most of them. Magna was still dressed casually, Spinner was a FING stain cosplayer, and the less said about Moonfish the better. How come a middle schooler and a serial killer obsessed with blood were the most mature people here? The rest of the team that didn't arrive yet not counted. About the only ones here that seemed to have their sheet together were Kurojairi, whose face didn't lend itself to expressiveness anyway, and Compress, who was better at exposition than Shigaraki could ever hope to be. His explanation about dying will flames, their types and the secrecy surrounding Underworld's one major advantage against heroes and law enforcement shed a light on a lot of weird shit Dabi saw over his years on the street. No wonder no one was willing to talk about blue fire turning into water if the price for that was a one-way ticket to special mafia prison managed by bogeymen. There was also a matter of the disconnect between Shigaraki Tamura, their supposed leader, his sensei, the voice behind the monitor who actually gave the order. It reminded Dabi of his old name and old life and made the air smell like ashes and burnt skin. For all this sensei guy actually bothered to sound cordial, he ignored Shigaraki's hesitation and bulldozed his way into commanding the league enough for Dabi to liken him to his own old BSRD of a mentor. The parallels between Dabi's only sister and Kurojairi in the placating behavior only made the whole situation shadier. Strike one already happened. If sensei got another two, Dabi would not hesitate. Unlike teachers and pussycats, Kotokuin didn't join them for dinner. The boy looked both classes eating the homemade curry with gusto and turned away. The image of Kotokuin walking into the dark forest alone strangled Izuku with worry. Before he could think better about it, he ran to fill a spare plate and follow after Kotokuin. His quiet footsteps led Izuku up the mountain until a small cave appeared, some sturdy toys and a box with old blanket in it making the dark space look more inviting. As Kotokuin's stomach grumbled, Izuku saw his opening. Are you hungry? You can eat this, see you dash. How did you find this place? Kotokuin already looked angry and ready to fight. He also completely ignored the peace offering of curry. Trying to get him to eat again only made him more ready to punch Izuku. No, thank you, Izuku still remembered that kick. I will never hang out with the likes you. Now get out of my secret hideout. Oh, that explained the blanket and the toys. Izuku was a little bit jealous. His secret hideout was just an occasional blanket fort in his room that couldn't be secret at all no matter how much mom humored him. Running around screaming and going all out? Do you want to show off your powers that badly? Izuku wasn't sure if Kotokuin was asking seriously or trying to provoke him. Should he ignore the question? Should he answer it honestly? Should he address the blatant hostility instead? No, wait, the adults likely already did the last one and it didn't seem to work. Then, Izuku gathered too much courage than a kid should have warranted. Sincerity it was. It's not about showing off, probably. Okay, maybe for Aoyama-kun it's about showing off, but it's mostly about being able to protect ourselves. I mean, you probably heard of attack months ago, right? Our whole class was there and we nearly died to real villains. Izuku wasn't sure if Koda-kun was really listening, but the frowning boy didn't sneer or punch or interrupt him yet, so we want to be able to survive and protect ourselves even if adults aren't here. Something like that. Koda-kun stared at the ground. But you're still training to be heroes. Yes? What was this about now? You can say you just want to survive all you want. But in the end, you're just going to earn money from flashy ads and die for some idiots you don't even know. Won't you? Koda-kun's voice turned hoarse as he screamed. It wasn't just anger anymore. It was, die for someone you don't even know. Could it be? Koda-kun, were your parents pro-heroes? He heard Mandalay-san mention that pussycats took Koda-kun in after death of his parents, Mandalay-san's cousin and their spouse. Tears in the boy's eyes were answer enough. Shoto looked at the still full plate in Midoriya's hands. He wasn't sure when his classmate disappeared, but seeing him out of the woods made him feel both concerned and relieved at the same time. He was pretty sure that Midoriya ate dinner with them though, so why did he have a plate with him? Midoriya? Shoto watched him jump in surprise. Did he not notice Shoto already being here? To Todoroki-kun. You're still here. I thought you left with everyone? Midoriya glanced around at the empty tables. Both classes have finished dinner and moved inside to escape the night chill. I didn't get much opportunity to get out before high school even with all the land in the Todoroki estate, so kinda wanted to stay here for a bit longer, and because he heard Bakugo's explosive lecturing about knives and cooking and decided he didn't want to end up in the line of fire. Oh, Midoriya fidgeted with the play for a moment before putting it down on the table. It's really nice here, isn't it? It is. But that obviously wasn't what Midoriya was actually thinking about. Shoto suspected that he would learn about his newest worry sooner or later even if he didn't ask. Sooner rather than later even. Todoroki-kun. Have you ever hated heroes? Hated heroes? Shoto blinked. Then shrugged and honestly answered. Still hate them some days. Midoriya stared at him with tears in his eyes looked like he. Shoto almost felt guilty. Almost. Todoroki-kun. Midoriya opened and closed his mouth a few times each time looking more sad than the last. And some days I like them because I remember what they are supposed to be. That they exist to save people and bring hope. Like All Might. To inspire others, like hawks. To help and not just fight, like the wild pussycats agreeing to train 2 whole classes. Midoriya-kun still stared at him, only blinking to drive away remaining tears. After what felt like minutes, he lowered his head to stare at his lap. You know, when I first met Sawada-kun, he told me that being a hero was about having a kind heart. Honestly, I'm still not sure what kind of hero I want to be or how to make people feel better with just a smile. But I want to be a hero with a kind heart. Shoto nodded, then remembered Midoriya wasn't looking at him and verbalized his agreement. Sorry. It's not that I wanted to make it about me. It's just, I know that Endeavor pushed you to exceed All Might for him and is probably the reason you feel this way about heroes. So I started wondering, why do you want to become a hero, Todoroki-kun? And what kind of hero do you want to be? I guess. Midoriya gestured vaguely in that nervous pattern of his. His eyes were wide and completely dry by now. But I supposed I could never imagine not being one. Him becoming a hero was inevitability since his birth, and with each year he only became more certain in that. Fuyune tried talking to him about different paths he could take, but even with all his bitterness, Shoto still wanted to be a hero. To show his rotten old man how it was done. I'm glad I came to this school even with everything that happened, Shoto added before Midoriya could come to the wrong conclusion. He smiled and waited until Midoriya smiled back. He hoped that this conversation was helpful. Yuga could hear the extra lessons group begging for mercy even through the walls of the toilet. He was stuck there for the past 10 minutes trying to recover from overexerting navel laser. Sometimes he couldn't believe people actually bought the lie that he was born with it, but then he looked at Mineta bleeding because of his own quirk and how long it took Todoroki to use his fire in training. People could be so weird at times. Apparently Aizawa-sensei tutored failing students until 2 am, when everyone were forced to wake up at 7. Why was their homeroom teacher such a SDST? He wanted to go home. Forcing a new wave of nausea down, Yuga finally got out. He could see Uraraka ignoring him as she fought to keep the rock floating. This was fine. He was completely okay with her being mad at him and technically needing to talk about what happened at the exam. Uraraka. Vima. You two were close to failing too. If failing grade was 30 then your performance was 35. Merciless voice of Aizawa-sensei metaphorically struck both of them. Yuga could feel his chilling glare, which absolutely didn't help his sudden desire to go back to toilet and hide from society until the end of summer camp. What a pointless difference. Yuga failed to make them fail. And it didn't matter anyway. They put them all in the same spot like lambs for slaughter and only got 6 heroes for protection. Secrecy was their main defense, and the whole point of Yuga even being in class was about making it useless. Aizawa-sensei turned away to address the whole class. Yuga breathed a little easier, which honestly didn't mean much, but he smiled as if he was fine anyway. Don't lose focus. No matter what you're doing, you should always be aware of where you came from. Most of the students, extra lessons group included, seemed to get more determined from this little speech. But Yuga wanted to hysterically laugh. Where he came from? He could never forget that for a second. He was a spy and a fraud before he was a hero student. He was a kid that didn't even have a basic thing their whole society was built upon. His parents made a deal with the devil to let him dream, and then the devil turned it into a nightmare. That wasn't exactly something one could forget. His vision swam and grayed out. His body didn't move when he tried to force it to. Not again. He hated when it got like this. Yuga tried to take deeper breaths as he wished he could tell if he was blinking. Not being able to see if anyone noticed was the most annoying part. Rima, stop standing there. Get to work. Thank you so much for the reminder, Aizawa-sensei. Yuga would, if he could walk without falling. Damn it. Keep your cool, smile, pretend everything is fine. He couldn't afford to give himself away.